socialist, communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hassan Piker,
Hassan
Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Mela Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
That was insane. Okay, guys. I don't think Kai likes to be on camera anymore. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Randomly, when I leave my home, which is not always, but when I leave my home at times, I'll come back and she's laying on this bed. Okay? In the morning, she'll come and sit down when I'm working on my desk. She was laying there the entire time until I turned the camera on and she was like, all right, I'm out. And now she's back. Anyway, what's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. She's like, I don't want to fucking work, Dad. I don't want to work. Like, we're chill if we're not on camera and we're hanging out. I don't want to work. This idea that I'm back here for all of the nasty Fox News weirdos to see. Don't like it. But in any case, folks, this is a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It is so goddamn humid out here, by the way. Unbelievably humid. Southern California apparently is the most humid place in the United States of America right now. Can you believe it? It's like we're gayer Florida. I don't want to say gay Florida because Florida is pretty gay, but we are now gayer Florida, which is unbearable. But it's a very special day, folks. And I think a lot of you know why it's special. It's not special because... Oh, I saw this one. It's not special because I worked out this morning. It's not special because I am back to posting shirtless videos because, you know, the block is hot. I just genuinely was like, the block is hot. Fuck it. Time to post shirtless workout videos again. Block is too hot, folks. I did this for Dingle. It's a tactical shirtless video drop. Got to cut that back fat and love handles down. Okay. I can't tell you what I think you should do to yourself, but I'm thinking it. Won't stop me from thinking it. You should kiss yourself really hard. In any case, we're back. Great blast off meme with Puss in Boots. Yes. All right, that's a good one. Where was I? Shout out to your mortal enemy Maya Higa on getting engaged. I know. I saw that. So made me angry. Made me angry to my core. She's having such a great time out there hanging out with bears and now also hanging out with a husband. What's next, you know? But we'll get into all of that and more. Maya getting engaged before Grand Theft Auto 6. That's funny. Folks, I was saying, is that the reason why it's a good day and a special day? Or is there a different reason for why it's a special day? I think many of you know why it's a special day, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not because Milo Yiannopoulos has been arrested by ICE.
It's Friday.
It's because it's Friday.
It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Friday. More like Christ Slave. We already know. You already know if you've been around the block that we celebrate our Fridays around these parts because our forefathers in the labor movement fought long and hard and tirelessly to ensure that we have a 5-day work week. Think a union, think a anarchist, think a communist, think a socialist, think a trade unionist for the beautiful celebration for Friday. We're going to make these vibes immaculate, folks. We're going to make sure the vibes are immaculate regardless of the AIPA attacks, regardless of the weirdos out there. We are going to do our very best. That's a promise. It's the goddamn weekend, baby. You got a worker political cartoon a little bit more positive than the other ones? Oh my God. Dude, this is the best. I cannot, you guys don't understand. All of the hate campaign, the hate mob, the lynch mob, all of it is worth it. That boomer political satirists keep making political cartoons with me in it, and I love it. I need all of these framed. I need the originals. I need to frame them. You guys do not, I know every time I say this, but like I at some point I hope you'll recognize this. Like the significance of political cartoons in my development, in my upbringing, in my life is so huge. To be fair, being defended or being attacked by political satire, political cartoonists, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just happy to be mentioned by these goats. This is unfortunately a dying art. And it's one that has been so influential in my understanding of the world and my development. So I love this. I love this so much. It makes me so happy. Do you see this one? Yes, I love this one too. This was great. AF Bronco. I retweeted it. But yeah. We got to redo the background to include these? Yes. Incels in shambles. USDA has issued a recall of frozen buffalo chicken products at the highest risk level, indicating a reasonable chance of serious adverse health consequences or death after the products were sold without federal inspection. Death? The chicken tendies? What now? Asmongold's remaining marginal American audience of MAGA is going to wither away. And now the dinos are actually extinct for real. Bro, the new Jubilee vid is so bad. Dog, if you think here are a list of things that I would rather do than watch a Jubilee video with the Sex Pest versus Beanie Boy. Okay? Kill myself with a gun. Kill myself in a medieval style torture device. Walk into traffic with a blindfold with the hopes that a truck murders me. Strap myself to one of those auto cannons that they have on top of the USS Lincoln with the hopes that they fire me in a comical manner in the direction of the Strait of Hormuz as I evaporate. What else? Stab myself in the eyeballs with rusty nails over and over again until those rusty nails penetrate my brain through my eye socket. Have I made it clear enough to you what I would rather do than watch that piece of garbanzo beans? I hope that was clear. Why are you dressed like a Jewish New Yorker? What? What the fuck does that? What is happening? I said personally that the vibes were going to be immaculate today. And people are really testing it, you know? Another one from the Washington Times. Don't judge me by my close friend Hasan Piker. Abdul El-Sayed. Americans are 9/11. Death to Israel. I love Hamas. Why did they draw me like this? They made me tall and skinny. At least they made my head to body ratio adequate. Norm Finkelstein responds to Hasan Piker outrage. Wait, what? Hell yeah. Have you seen this clip of Curtis Lewa defending the Intifada?
You see next to me an Arab American. He supports the Intifada. He disagrees with Jewish Americans who are part of the Guardian Angels. They debate. But when it comes to protecting synagogues or mosques or people in need, they put aside their differences, no weapons, no violence, and protect everybody equally. That's the answer.
This is what John's calling for. He's got a good point. He's got a great point.
An American Arab right here. I'll shake his hand. But you'll disagree with him so vigorously, so violently, that it would keep you from working together. We have advanced. We know what indiscretions we had in history. I'm a Roman Catholic. I know there were Catholics who condemned Jews as money changers. We are guilty of that along with so many in humanity. But to undo the wrong doesn't mean to utilize the same tactics. I respect this man who was in the concentration camp because he should be the first to raise up his hand. Yet, he seeks dignity, pride, and a future in which...
Dude, what the fuck? He's so awesome. Oh, my God. Dude, Curtis Lewa was unlocking dialogue options in the 90s that I did not even think existed. Also, there was the tradition of like robust debate back in the day on TV. Like you had actual public intellectuals. I guess you had more respect for discourse. Someone went beast mode on Fox defending you. Fox News, Julie Banderas, furious as Demstra. Yeah, oh, it's Corbin. Yeah, it's Corbin Trent, former AOC comms person, right? Co-founder of Justice Dems. Yeah, that's my guy.
I can't understand why.
We'll watch this in a second. This will probably go viral if he went crazy mode on it. They've been juicing your YouTube? No. I think it might be the algo shift. It might be the algo change, but I also think it's not they. There is no they, it's us. The editor team is working faster than ever before to upload clips. And also, we have changed our strategy, and we're reining in, at least for videos that we are going to upload, we're reining it in with the fan channels. So if you run one of those fan channels, please put your email, put a contact email in your description so we can coordinate. There's a Discord server as well. Do you understand? Say this in Vietnamese too, please. Okay, I don't know how to say it in Viet. But put topics and titles, please. What do you mean? The Hasanabi YouTube channel team. Yeah, this is how we run. This is how we're moving. This is how we're living. Okay, this is how the editing team is operating nowadays.
My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm gonna kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah. No, that's the speech I gave the editors. That's the speech I gave Ostenox. And he understood it. I don't know how. I don't know. I was just kind of riffing, you know, I was just making shit up. And he was totally locked in. He got it. He was like, that's right. That's our mission. You know, Fox News is still crying about you. Yeah, that's never going to stop. Fox News host loses after their own guest calls out their nonstop lying on Piker. That's not what he said. I got the full quote. You want to hear it? You look a little bit different in this video. No. This is what I look like without all the filters on my camera. I do have the buttery, the buttery leather skin of a 75-year-old German pensioner that's visiting the Turkish coastline and enjoying the Aegean Sea. That is a very specific look. You can only arrive at this look if you are putting actual Coca-Cola on your skin in an effort to get that perfect leathery tan. Yeah. I have the classic. I also have the classic taxidermy hairline, as you can see right here. But a lot of that stems from the fact that your one day is 3 days for me, right? You are a fool. You live your day out in 24-hour sequences. In the time that it takes you to live one day, I live 3. And that's why I'm aging in triple the time. Yeah, Giannis Varoufakis. This is what the media does to you.
Where's Earl Milford? I don't know, all right? I put him in a box. I didn't kill him, all right? And don't edit this for your broadcast so it looks like I'm screaming, I killed Earl Milford.
Startling confession tonight at 11.
I'm aging like that, but I need like 3 days to get as much stuff as one normal person day. What does that mean? Oh yeah, we're gonna look at Data Republican, small R Data Republican, who is a Pentagon official apparently. That's another story we're gonna get to later, obviously. But yeah, did I even blast off? No, I didn't. I just started memeing around, and this is all because of Curtis Leva, folks. Curtis Leva fucked me up. Okay. He did the damn thing. He messed me up with his incredible, charismatic speech on television in the 90s, defending the Intifada and all this good stuff. Oh, Curtis, how I love you. All right, so let's blast off. There's not much personal news to discuss. Honestly, I didn't do anything last night. I finished my interview with the reporter. It was actually interesting. It was somewhat contentious. He said he was a reporter that had lived in Jerusalem. He'd lived in Israel, so he said that I was obsessed with Israel, and I thought that was really interesting. And I was like, "Why do you say that?" It's a pretty important subject for contemporary political discourse. I got the lobby after me, and it was an interesting conversation. So I'm excited to see what comes out of it. They're mad Obama, Joe Biden, and Kamala haven't condemned you. Ronna McDaniel complains that Chuck Schumer, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden haven't condemned Hassan Piker. I mean, it's pretty easy for them to do so. But yeah, your up is up. I know. Best surprise of my life and easiest yes of my life. Maya Higa is now engaged to be married. The real question is this. Will she do the damn thing and make me her bridesmaid? QT Cinderella, the gauntlet has been thrown down. Will I be the bridesmaid for Maya Higa? Will I be the bridesmaid for Cutie Cinderella was the question at first. But will I be the bridesmaid for Maya Higa? This is the only way that we can squash the beef. You're getting put in the coworker corner again? You can be the flower girl. Me and Winnie can be the flower girls. I've thought about this a lot. While she is my enemy, while she is my mortal enemy, I'm willing to cast that aside for an opportunity to be her bridesmaid. You didn't hang out with Maya on the San Francisco tour. You have no chance, bucko. Dog. I had to go to sleep. Okay? I had to go to sleep. It was our first leg of the Fear and podcast tour. By the way, tomorrow night, there are some tickets that are still available at tour.fearand.com. Los Angeles, we are inside of you. I have been inside of you for the last decade plus. And tomorrow night, it's going to go down. Someone lost VIP status over stuff like that. Anyway, if she lets you into the bridal party, will you wear the same dress as others? Fuck yeah. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'll wear the dress. But yeah, congratulations to Maya Higa, even though she is my enemy. And also a liar. That's right. A liar! She said you can't vibe out a bear. You all heard it. It turns out it wasn't for my own personal safety. It turns out she wanted to vibe out all the bears herself. That's right. And now we know the truth. Now we know the truth. Turns out bears are endlessly vibeable. And she has done it. But yeah. Where was I? Ed gets paid millions for opinions like these. Big Animal Sanctuary doesn't want you to know you can vibe out a bear. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that there are brave, truth-telling warriors in this goddamn community who understand that you absolutely can and perhaps even must vibe out bears, and that the big anti-bear coalition is lying to us. In any case, Milo detained by ICE, flash flood in Nepal, Freaky Friday, APAC boss call, continued Iran war, continued manufactured outrage. Get in now. We'll do some fun stuff later as well. There's not a lot going on in the news, and that's precisely the reason why the news cycle is still hyper-focused on your boy. Unfortunately. Lib's not understanding how Twitch works. So we went from praising Asaf to this. Hasan Piker's having a total meltdown on his live stream. Asaf, guys, we don't have to fucking look at any and every dumb fuck liberal content creator who either gets paid by the DNC or wants to get paid by the DNC. Please, I want to end the broadcast every time, dude. Like, you guys are playing into boosting and elevating some of these charlatans. You understand that, right? They know that the method to gain status just on, you know, on the right-wing algorithm on Twitter is to aggressively posture against me. Okay? To just be like, yeah, I fucking hate this guy. Come on, guys, please give me the likes. You know that we are promoting the right-wing playbook when we promote these guys, right? These guys are fucking losers. They're utterly irrelevant. Okay? Last time you guys did this, a YouTuber made a video, Hasan has a meltdown about me. Yeah, exactly. This is why we got to go back to no free clout. We have to go back to no free clout. We're giving these dipshits clout. Please. Your hand's too hot clicking these streams. Dude, honestly, it's because I'm a gamer. And I think many of you know that I'm a gamer because you've seen how excited I got with Grand Theft Auto. Okay? God, look at these. Look at these beautiful. We got to hang these, man. Only playing with your dick. Yeah. That's what your mom said. Got him. IRGC firing towards the Strait of Hormuz right now. I thought the war was over and the Strait was open. Yeah, AOC did a voting rights rally. We will cover that as well. This person says, I hate these people because they're making me feel like I need to defend Hasan, and honestly, he has too much money and is too friendly with liberal Zionists for me to jump in front of him. But this is becoming a racist, Islamophobic attack and is going too far. I think your comparison of Piker to Loomer is exactly right. Both are vile and dangerous, and I don't just oppose Hasan Piker because he's an anti-Semite. He's also a misogynist, a hate monger, and an illiberal con artist who makes millions from causing chaos. Speaking of which, when we respond to this tweet by Omni-Liberal, I love that she said, Hasan Piker and Laura Loomer are really bad. Here is a guy who is literally just as bad as Laura Loomer, who I like. Like, Sex Pestany has an active court case. These people are so fucking shameless. These people are so shameless. They should feel the shame that they tried to invite in my direction for having the right opinions. They should unironically feel that motherfucker's shame, okay? It's crazy. These people are promoting like sex pests and weirdos and racists. Yeah, calling Piker a misogynist and being on the same side as someone who said this, you're an absolute disgrace. Yeah. Reply with the court docs, you won't. Yeah. Calling Mehdi a radical Islamist is so vile too. Like you're a nasty little freak for that one. Anyway, yeah, Mehdi said, you want me to respond to a tweet which calls me a mask-on radical Islamist who's been concealing his radical beliefs? Wow, Shannon, your Islamophobia really showing this week. Anyways, I'm glad I was able to get you to finally tweet the name Loomer in 2026. You've literally accused Omni-Liberal of supporting genocide? Wait, what? He did! In his own words! For the last 3 years! Dude, what kind of timing is this fucking cult on at this point? That's why you guys like him. That's his whole appeal. Hello? He actively does to this day. He says it all the time. You can't even... This is like accusing me of being pro-Israel, okay? It's the, like, saying, criticizing someone for calling out Sex Pestany for being a genocide supporter is like trying to call me out for being a supporter of Palestinians, okay? For Palestinian statehood, for Palestinian emancipation. Yeah, I do that. And yes, he does that.
This morning,
anyway. Yeah, he went to Israel and gave the IDF advice in person about how to conduct themselves when they are engaging in war crimes. In any case, the vibes were immaculate and they're getting busted already by the second. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it real quick with this Hasanabi granny, which is very cool. I saw this. I reposted it already.
As a boomer who was a hippie, I'm a Hasanabi granny. I mean, come on. Wow. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Youngest Hasanabi head. There's the Jonathan Chait article as well. We might read that in our article reading series. But before we do that, let's get to the war, which is not a war, but a special military operation that ended in victory. It ended in victory approximately 154 times since it began, and yet the war continues. That's right. We are passing the 6-month of Operation Epstein Fury, Operation Epic Fury, as all of the commentators on the Republican side, the Trump cult, actively denies reality. and claims that the war is won. Let's take a look.
Milestone.
As we pass
It's
this
been
pivotal
6 months since the
milestone.
U.S. and Israel launched
go
massive strikes against Iran, wiping out its conventional military and killing more than 3,600 Iranians, according to human rights activists in Iran, including 165 people after an elementary school was struck, most of them children. All of this loss in a war the president said would be over in a matter of weeks.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
But already, 18 U.S. service members have been killed, including Sergeant Angel Sarah Rampersad, who died in an attack on a base in Jordan.
She fought for this country and she died for this country, and I am a mother that is highly proud of her.
In addition to the deaths, more than 750 Americans have been wounded, including Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks, who survived a deadly drone attack in Kuwait. He spoke with ABC affiliate KSTP.
And I remember turning my head to the left and I seen the nose of that drone pop through.
The Hicks family says he is now struggling with short-term memory loss and PTSD, and that getting proper medical care has taken months. Hicks, they said, was concerned about the lack of medical supplies in Kuwait even before the attack. Americans are also feeling the economic pain. The war causing the price of gas to hover above $4 a gallon, with the Strait of Hormuz still a flashpoint. Although overnight, the head of U.S. Central Command saying they have now removed all Iranian mines from the strait. But Iran, of course, is still firing at ships. The president on Thursday once again insisting Iran is feeling the pressure after his warning of devastating economic sanctions on the regime. But so far, the Iranians have shown nothing but defiance. Rachel?
Yeah, no progress on those negotiations. Okay, Martha, thank you.
It's been 6 months since Donald Trump took us to this disastrous war in Iran.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is what our servicemen and women have been living. This is what you've been living through.
Fire started in the ship's main laundry area and spread, leaving more than 600 crew members without beds.
The senators say they're receiving reports about a shortage of basic supplies and water issues.
Take a look at this. Today, diesel will cost $5.16 per gallon. That's up $1.40 since the start of the war.
Meanwhile, this is what Mike Rogers is willing to say about it.
I mean, I don't mind giving the president authority to continue. You can't stop in mid-negotiation.
We have to go back to recontaining Iran. You cannot allow them to do this.
Y'all, let's be real. This was never a war we should have fought. This is not something that we know how to get out of. And Donald Trump wants you to pay attention to anything else.
Changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately, to Lake America. So those are among the tallest buildings in the world. Spending hundreds of millions of dollars to build a ballroom.
I love construction. It's tapered. This isn't a straight up and down job, which looks terrible, frankly. That's a tapered pole. Great. I'm very good at flagpoles.
Mike Rogers, for his part, well, he's a non-playing character and has nothing to say about it, like usual.
Now to the growing divide within the Democratic Party. Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed, he's the nominee on the Democrat side, backtracking over his ties to left-wing streamer Hasan Piker. Sayed now saying he has no plans to campaign with Piker. As Semaphore reports, he sees the controversy as a non-issue in the race. Of course he does. But Senator John Ossoff's office going a step further, saying he, quote, rejects reckless and dangerous rhetoric suggesting that policy advocacy invites violence against the Jewish community or any community. Political commentator Stephanie Hamill joins me now. Stephanie, is it too late, though? Is Piker embedded in the Democrat bloodstream, specifically in El-Sayed's campaign?
Good morning, Todd. And I think you're making a great point here, is that it is a little too late. So it's convenient that El-Sayed had no problem campaigning with Piker this whole time. And all of a sudden, when he discovers that it's politically inconvenient to hang around with somebody who thought America deserved 9/11, now he's trying to pretend that Piker was not part of this and supporting him. So, but El Sayed doesn't just have a Piker problem. He has an El Sayed problem. That is, he supports very radical policies, and he has made some very problematic statements himself.
Absolutely. But that said, Piker brings votes. So do you expect other Democrat candidates to try and distance themselves from Piker? Or, Stephanie, could you see a situation where they maybe not embrace him, but don't keep him away from the campaign trail just because he's going to mobilize those young voters, and every vote really counts in a lot of these tight races?
That's correct. It's been interesting watching a lot of these Democrats who are usually outspoken on so many issues, twisting themselves into pretzels, trying to avoid this conversation about Piker. The Democratic Party does have a Piker problem, and it is like front and center right now. They don't want to criticize him because they are afraid of his fans and the base who love and support him and support all of his.
I mean, they're not wrong. They're technically not wrong.
And they are, you know, for the most part.
But that's also part of the reason why. That's also part of the reason why the Fox News operators are actively needling on this point, right? The reason why Fox News is constantly pushing this angle is because they want to drive a wedge between the establishment Democrats who fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Okay. Is this the automated mirror, Hasan the Hun? Hasanabi repeater? If Democrats defended the working class like they defend Israel, Trump wouldn't be president. If all they're going to do is make you the news and tell them what they're going to be talking about, you got to go on Blue Sky, Hasan. That's the one element. That's the one area that I haven't gotten into. Paul Josh trying to get people to stop talking about you. Yeah. It's I mean, I don't disagree. I wish they started off. I wish everybody started off on that foot. And then eventually when Fox News didn't let up, they moved on to being like, yeah, this is ridiculous. And also, he's not this person. Did they make your beard thicker in that? No, that my beard was super thick at that point.
They agree with a lot of the things that he supports. I have a question about the DSA and the Democratic Party. Where are they different? Because if you actually examine the things that they're supporting, there's a lot of similarity there.
Yeah, and to that point, it's almost like there is a lot of similarity. The DSA is just louder and more aggressive as to how they talk about it. The Democrats kind of want to soft sell it, but I think you're right. I think there is common ground there between them. And that leads me to my final question for you, Stephanie. Does all of this mean that Republicans are more motivated to head out to the polls? Because I've been head out to the polls. I've been reading some polls that show over the last month or so, you're seeing the enthusiasm gap that Republicans had close a little bit on the Democrats, meaning these Republicans are a little bit more interested. Do you think that's because they're looking at this and saying, uh-oh, we can't have a socialist win, and we've seen a lot of wins in the primaries?
This is maximum cope. It's wish casting. There is no momentum whatsoever, like even remotely on the Republican side right now, where not only has the base diminished quite a bit, but candidates on the Republican side are trying to identify whether or not they want to run towards Trump or run away from Trump. They haven't even been able to figure it out because Trump is also a petty tyrant. Trump has a commanding presence over the base, or what remains of the base, so they can't even do this thing where they run towards Trump in the primary and then run away from Trump. Like, they can do that. My candidates can do that with me. Democrats can do whatever they want. I'm a Twitch streamer. Donald Trump is the president. Yeah, McDaniel on affordability. Obviously, the economy is a concern, and Democrats don't want to be talking about Hasan Piker, but let's look at what they're putting forward. Look at what Mamdani's done to New York. Yeah, their solution to the nuclear first strike of affordability conversations at a time when inflation is hurting regular Americans, is to just constantly run around and be like Hasan Piker. Bitch, I didn't make the prices go up. I didn't wage war with Iran. You know what I mean? That was Trump. That's your guy. That's your guy. That's your admin. Sorry. So I know people are like, oh, I'm sick and tired of this Hasan conversation, but it's good that there is at least some folks out there that are pushing back on the lies, because it is important to show that we are united. It's important to show that the base is united. It's important to show that the voters are united. And it's also important to show that we're not putting up with this nonsense, even if it's establishment Democrats that are actively trying to say, no, the left flank is crazy. The left flank is, they're un-American. They're anti-American. We condemn them. The way I see what's going on is no different than when Democrats get around to voting for a messaging bill that says, like, we disavow communism, we disavow socialism, we disavow the democratic socialists of America. We are not democratic socialists. I think it's the same thing that the establishment Democrats are doing. So it doesn't matter. It's good. It's good to push back against this stuff, right? Because you let someone like me fall, they're coming for you next. They're coming for the next guy next, right? It's not like they're coming after me because I'm this unique individual. I'm not. I'm a platform for your resentment. I'm a megaphone for your frustrations. And those frustrations are not going to go away. And whoever, let's say I go away tomorrow, someone else takes my place, they're going to be eating it too. Here's the funny part about this. Yeah, this was an incredible video. First commentary video is a bit rough around the edges, but I'll get better on the condemnations of Hasan and how Zionism foments anti-Semitism. Yeah, from Ostenox to Herstonox. This is Re-Rogue. Is that Re-Rogue? Great clip. Like, Republicans are getting away with murder at times, getting away with domestic abuse. Republicans are so crazy that Max Miller is still on the ballot. He's not dropping out. And there have been more conversations about me than fucking Max Miller, who abused Bernie Moreno, allegedly abused Bernie Moreno's daughter and granddaughter. Bernie Moreno is the Republican senator from Ohio. Max Miller is the Republican congressperson. And there isn't even any demands for condemnation for Max Miller, who is the actual politician, the actual candidate. What are we doing, man? It's unbelievable.
How you feel about Hasan Piker, we can't ignore the obvious malicious framing being used by AIPAC-funded politicians. So far, 10 Democrats have come out condemning Hasan's statements regarding the conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which he called harmful and anti-Semitic in and of itself.
By the way, the chatter that keeps saying thick beard look like Jerry Adams up the raw. Yeah. American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of this propaganda will tie the two.
This is not a radical or even complex statement. Associating an entire group of people with allegiance to any one entity is quite literally treating them as a monolith. And insisting that all Jews must support the Zionist project violates their autonomy to oppose Israeli war crimes, and undoubtedly begins creating the general idea that any expression of Judaism is showing support for these actions. Therefore, insisting that Judaism and Zionism be separated is essential in fighting the rise of anti-Semitism. This is perpetuated by Zionists whether they're actually Jewish or not. As often, anti-Zionist Jews are told that not supporting Israel somehow strips them of their identity. And this can be seen in how these politicians are blatantly twisting Hasan's statement into somehow meaning he was
The measure takes his fire Ostenox. That's enough. I've seen enough. Fire Ostenox.
blaming all Jews for the rise of anti-Semitism. Plus, this comes after a bombshell poll revealing mostly majority opposition to Israel's actions, and months of increasing political motion by left-flank candidates. And I'll state again, you don't need to like Hasan, but the situation...
Okay, come on. You should, though. You don't need to like me, but you should.
Situation surrounding him has to lead us to question why Democrats attack anti-Zionist figures harder than the fascists currently dismantling our lives. If we look at the bigger picture, politicians are refusing to endorse or associate with elected Democratic nominees if they deviate from the establishment, showing no commitment to regaining power in the House and Senate, unless it's on their exact terms. It's an objective fact that they are willing to collaborate with their fascist colleagues, but not with their left flank. And we are completely entitled to question if these politicians represent us or corporate PACs.
Brilliant. Beast mode. Loved it. Loved it. It was so good. 10-10, no notes. We are firing Austin Ox, folks. No, I'm just kidding. Austin Ox has been doing really good work. Doing really, really good work. So, if Austin Ox makes stuff that puts you in danger when he's on your side, you don't want to know what he makes when he isn't. True. Maybe on accident, he'll start actually making content that fucking makes me look good rather than constantly puts the crosshairs on me. Who knows? Who knows, man? This is simple. AIPAC uses money to reward politicians who support its goals and to fund opponents against those who do not. You are just in its crosshairs. Yes. Yeah, we'll look at the Milo Yiannopoulos saga in a second. But yeah, to address the whole Trump's base is actually really motivated to go out and vote. Reuters Ipsos poll, Trump's strong approval among Republicans is cratered to 35% and 13% among total voters. 6 months ago, it was unimaginable that it could dip below 50% among GOPers. We can call it the Iran war has destroyed his presidency. No American president comes back from numbers this bad. The cult of personality of Trump around Trump has finally been broken. That is why these guys who have defended Donald Trump this entire time are now actively trying to shift the conversation away to a figure that they could possibly get the base to unite against. I happen to be that person, and it's unfortunate, I guess, for me that the Democrats, the established Democrats, the Israel firsters in the party are also leaning in to this line of attack. They are letting the Republicans run the discourse. They're letting the Republicans run the show. It is unacceptable. It is outright unacceptable. You are collaborating with not only a fascist administration, but you are collaborating with an unpopular fascist administration. So there is not even any sort of like electoral benefit to this. It's only downsides, no upsides whatsoever. So remember that, and we will remind these people where they were in this moment, which side they chose to be on in this very moment. When the fate of the Senate majority was in the hands of one race, they chose to attack that candidate. They chose to attack me as a vector to attack that candidate, Abdul al-Sayed. It's completely unacceptable, and I'm not going to let them live it down. I am going to repeat this. I am going to make sure that people remember what took place. And they did it with some of the most toxic lies, smears, slander, libel, defamation. They behaved alongside Republicans, and also, perhaps worse than that, they behaved just like the Republicans. That's unacceptable. There was one good point that Carl Bayer made, who said, Cheney crosses over from the right to help Democrats, and they love it. Hasan crosses over from the left to help Democrats. Fuck you. Cheney dropped Trump and her career to do the right thing. She put America over party. Hasan said Kamala was the same as Trump. Maybe you can figure out why we don't want Hasan in the party, let alone the face of the party. I love that these guys say like we as though they have any say in this process. Like as though this is rigged and stolen. I do declare 83 is the gatekeeper of who gets to work with the party and who doesn't. That's awesome. Carl Bayer responds, Cheney, 2020 backs Trump. 2024 campaigns with Democrats. Hasan, 2024 fails to back Kamala. 2026 campaign with Democrats. What exactly is the difference here? This person responds, he's campaigning with his Democrats, just like he campaigned for Bernie, then actively worked to hurt Hillary, Biden, and Kamala, which I didn't, by the way, not for Biden and not for Hillary, but they're still saying that. Cheney, like the sane human being who cares about the country, didn't agree with Kamala, but supported her over Trump. Carl Byers says, if Hassan puts disagreements with D's aside to campaign for them, it doesn't count. If Cheney puts hers aside, it does. Hassan criticizing Clinton and Biden counts as a strike against them, but Cheney gets a pass on voting and campaigning for Trump in those elections. You aren't serious. I'm not serious. You refuse to endorse any of these Democrats. Not only is this guy fucking lying, the idea that I didn't endorse Biden or did not endorse Hillary Clinton is a lie. It's an outright lie. Okay? My red line was genocide. And I think that's a pretty valuable, pretty decent red line. Okay? Seemingly it was the red line of many others as well. Yeah, this is in response, I believe, to the Jonathan Chait piece. The entire reactionary centrist case is that leftist politicians must distance themselves from Piker to neutralize them as an electoral issue. But when they do distance themselves, the reactionary centrists still write articles making the link and criticizing the exact wording. If this was about electoral advantage, the thing reactionary centrists claim as their expertise, they would be writing about how this entire issue is a distraction. If you're concerned about the influence of fringe radicals over policymaking, Republicans are the bigger threat. Of course, they are. Yeah, this is the... this only becomes a political and moral crisis if reactionary centrists relentlessly frame it as one. Jonathan Chait wrote another article saying Abdul al-Sayed's Hassan Piker problem. It's not a grim choice to support either a psychotic Republican or a mainstream center-left politician, but they're trying to present it as one. Okay? The reason why I'm still talking about this is not because like I'm the centerpiece of the conversation. The reason why I'm talking about this is because this factional battle is actually becoming a serious issue. Okay? And we have to push back against it, and we have to expose these centrist Democrats, these right-wing Democrats, for what they are doing. Okay? And we have to use the language that the base actually understands, because this is electoral poison. What they are doing is actually trying to drive the narrative that a candidate is not electable after the primaries are over in an effort to discourage turnout for said candidate. Do you understand? That is completely unacceptable. That is unacceptable, and it is an opportune moment for us to show these centrist right-wing Democrats as the collaborators that they are to every liberal that is maybe not on our side yet. How do you reconcile saying you backed or endorsed centrist Democrats at some point with denying you sheepdog people in the Democrat Party? I'm legitimately asking, and I'm not saying sheepdogging derogatorily. What do you mean? I fucking still believe the theory of harm reduction, or believe rather the theory that the marginal differences between the Democratic candidate is still more consequential than, not endorsing the Democratic candidate. I was very clear in my school in the way that I was very clear about my thinking in my refusal to outright endorse Kamala Harris. Genocide is unacceptable. Okay? Genocide is my red line. But the reason why I endorsed Hillary Rodham Clinton and urged people to go out and fucking vote for her, the same reason why I endorsed Joe Biden as well and urged people to go out and vote for him, is because, yes, they are, albeit marginally, still better than the Republicans are. I stand by those decisions. Hillary Rodham Clinton is horrible, and yet she still would have been better than Donald Trump. You can call that sheepdogging all day, every day. That's just my assessment. That's my, I'm not feeding you lies as far as saying like, oh, you vote for the Democrat and then it'll be much easier to organize under Democrats. Or if you're going to vote for Hillary Clinton, it's, everything is going to be solved. We're going to get health care or anything like that. No, it's just Donald Trump is a chaos agent. Republicans in general are chaos agents. Donald Trump is just a maximalist conclusion of years and years of post-Reagan republicanism. Do you understand? The problem with this conversation is I think people don't understand, like, I don't think voting is the most consequential thing you can do. I say it all the time. It's the most consequential, least consequential thing you can do. The most impactful, least consequential thing you can do. Okay? It doesn't end with voting. It's not like every 4 years I come out and I'm like, ooh, I'm going to vote. I love voting. Please go out and vote for the Democrats. They're awesome. And then I shut the fuck up for the rest of the year. Do I stop? Do I stop agitating? Do I stop trying to foment class consciousness? Do I not continue not only endorsing certain organizations, trying to send people to these organizations so they can get proper political education once they do have class consciousness? Do I not continuously advocate and continuously engage in activism throughout the entire process? Do I not criticize the Democrats endlessly? Part of the reason why these guys lose their minds over the space that I occupy is because I do actually viciously go after Democrats because they are worthy of critique. That's it. There's a lot of work to do before the elections actually happens. That's how you avoid having to pick between shit sandwiches. I mean, sure. Democrat Party, this guy's a fascist? No, he's not. He's not. Come on. Stop. It's just crucially. How is Kamala pro-genocide, but Hillary and Biden were more worthy of endorsements, still being pro-Israel? I do love the idea that newcomers into the pro-Palestinian movement will tell me, an avowed anti-Zionist for the past decade or so, or, you know, as a public figure, that I was not allowed to make endorsements for any pro-Israel Democrat. That's awesome. You know, we just move with how the public moves, right? That's how elections are considered. That's precisely the reason why the entire anti-Zionist movement was unbelievably supportive of Bernie Sanders in 2016, even though there were still plenty of criticisms. Hassan has such an ego now. Wait, what? Thunder Thighs 10. What? I don't know if you know this, but like the apartheid still remained in Israel, but the genocide happened after October 7. So anyway, where were we? Hasan, you're an Israel supporter? The BS. Okay. Anyway. That framing, Kamala would have too, so not endorsing her under that framing is not good. That framing just opened you up to that attack? What do you mean? Dog, Kamala Harris was a part of an administration that was actually committing a genocide. If you cannot comprehend that it's you know, that this is a valid, an apt red line, a valid moral red line that we can draw, I don't know what to tell you. I will always defend my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris and the Democrats, regardless of my commentary that was honest and critical of the Democrats in an effort to ensure that they changed their campaign strategy, to ensure that they changed their policies, and to actually defeat the Republicans. Yeah, but parsing it that way opened you up to it? What? I think at times there are people to my left that just want to be heard. Like they get really bored and they really, really don't want to defend me against establishment Democrats. So they just kind of like lean into the lines of attack and just chirp a little bit so that they're heard here. I think that's what it is. They're going to lose it. When you said the genocide began on October 7, it's true. The apartheid existed. The ethnic cleansing campaign existed. But genocide, a specific charge, began after October 7. This is correct. In any case, harm reduction might be correct theoretically, okay? It might be the correct theoretical framework, but one, in a long enough timeline, it turns into a disastrous outcome. Donald Trump is a perfect outcome that we are talking about. That is exactly what was. You're so fake online, you display, Hasan, you're so fake online, you displayed a different persona, but in reality, you give zero fucks about the genocide. Are we getting like hate rated by like a random dipshit? Did someone just chirp again? Is that what's going on? We got some sock accounts. Yes, you're a trot. Never. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Molestinies bots? No, I don't think it's a Molestini bot. We have a... Look. There are people of all different kinds of ideological variety who oppose what I do or what I'm trying to do for a million different reasons. Some of it is just like petty. Some of it is just jealousy and envy. There are a lot of like media. There are a lot of media figures who I think recognize their lack of control over the situation. They recognize the severity of the crisis. And they get very frustrated with their inability to address any of this. And perhaps maybe they want more attention. They're opportunists. They're instigators with no real ambition to make the changes necessary. Because, like, if you were to ask some of these people if there would ever be pro-embargo Democrats running and winning in the primaries 2 years ago, they'd be like, absolutely not. That's crazy. 2 years ago, if there were pro-embargo Israel Democrats, they would probably be a lot more favorable to the party overall. Right? It's just, that's progress. And this stuff takes time. But for some, that is utterly immaterial. It's utterly irrelevant. The only best method of praxis is to post like a schizophrenic madman on the internet. You know? So that's what they do. They just keep doing that. and they judge you by your posts, not the impact.
Somewhere Democrats have had good traction is this message of affordability. Our polling shows people are extremely worried about it across party lines. It's going to be what they continue to hammer going into the midterms. And for most people, buying gas, getting groceries, it's a daily
The other chatter was right. It wasn't an attack, but the way you worded it sounded like you endorsed Biden and Clinton because they weren't pro-genocide. No, they hadn't conducted a genocide at that point.
And they say they're worried.
Yeah, obviously the economy is a concern, and the Democrats don't want to be talking about Hasan Piker. But let's look at what they're putting forward: government control of everything. Look at what Mom Don.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck explaining to regular Americans who are suffering right now that government control is actually going to be bad right now. I don't think people care. If someone goes out and says, "Look, we're going to do price fixing. We are going to punish these big grocery stores. We are going to punish these companies that have caused skyrocketing greedflation," people are going to be on board with that. I think that's what the real fear is from the Republican Party, and that's what the real fear is from the right-wing Democrats as well. They are worried about the appetite that regular Americans have towards change, no matter the cost. Do you understand?
He's done to New York, government-controlled grocery stores. Everything they do is taking more power away from the people and putting it in the hands of politicians. That's their plan. And they say it with a bunch of nice words, and these TikTok candidates are appealing to our kids saying we're going to make things cheaper. Well, let me just tell you, it's not going to be cheaper when the government controls everything.
Well, somebody's got to pay for things. Unless doctors are going to show up for free and professors are going to show up for free, nothing's actually free. So the debate here in America is how you pay for those things. So Ronna McDaniel, thank you very much for your time. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for having me.
They're calling out the March on Washington for you not being there. Here's how Fox is covering the rally, marking the 63rd anniversary of MLK's March on Washington by noting Hasan Piker isn't there and playing a bunch of clips of people condemning Piker's comments. What the fuck?
See further, to demand more, and to organize toward the future we know is possible. The tide is coming, and this time we intend to win it all.
So lawmakers AOC and Bernie Sanders headlining a progressive march on Washington today. But one prominent voice on the far left is noticeably absent, Trace.
We'll talk to former RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel about Hasan Piker and his rhetoric forcing.
Dog, what the hell are they talking about? Why would I be at this march? Why is it? Have I been marching alongside Bernie and AOC everywhere they go? I have a live event in Los Angeles. I mean, they didn't even ask me, but I couldn't make it even if they did. And also, why should I be invited? What an insane take. What the hell is going on? The criticisms of, I mean, these guys are totally nutty. There was a DSA meeting in Seattle last night. Notable you weren't there. It's not enough. It's not enough that I am present in campaigns. It's also important to note when I'm not present at certain rallies. Is that what it is?
A deepening Democratic rift into the open. Next.
No Democratic members should allow Piker anywhere near them on the campaign trail.
Those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic.
I do not support the comments of Hasan Piker.
The Democratic Party does not stand for what Hasan Piker stands for.
to demand more.
Yeah, the comments are Israel puts Jews in danger. Like Israel's actions being falsely conflated with Judaism makes Jews all around the world less safe. Controversial opinion, I know.
And to
Except it's not an opinion, it's just abject reality. I hate the Abdul bending the knee. Dude, he needs to pack up this Jeremy Moss situation. Okay? Like it's just this is politicking, okay? He needs it. Oakland County, which is here's the thing. Oakland County has a high density of Jewish Democratic Party voters. Okay? Oakland County is Haley Stevens' seat. Her former seat. Okay? Jeremy Moss won that race and is now the congressional representative from this district. Abdul Al-Sayed needs to win every single vote. It's that simple. So yes, he needs to get Jeremy Moss to endorse him. With Hillary Skolton, it doesn't necessarily matter. Hillary Skolton, Abdul won that district. Grand Rapids, it's not even a question, right? Like that district is going to vote for him overwhelmingly. Hasan, have you thought about closing up your whole thing here so you can prevent clipping by not publishing VODs and not allowing other channels uploading your videos and DMCAing dishonest tweets on clips on Twitter? Because I do not think you can sustain yourself with the amount of bad attention you're getting. And of course, delete Twitter because you're an addict. Please read logs. Please read logs. Yeah, the answer is no. Okay? Please stop being parasocial. He's like, hey, have you thought about just quitting? Yeah, Jonathan Chait has lost his mind about you so much. Yeah, I know. He's making Adam Gentleson look normal in comparison. Anyway, we'll get to the Abdul Al-Sayed Jeremy Moss situation in a second. So now that they're saying Abdul polling ahead is fake, Politico Trump posters say Abdul Al-Sayed's polling lead is a fake narrative. In a new internal memo, Tony Fabrizio said recent public polling showing Republican Mike Rogers down in the Michigan Senate race has oversampling errors. Interesting. Well, it's funny because the Fabrizio poll also literally shows Abdul Al-Sayed ahead. He's dude. Pollster looks at his own polling and goes, nah, dude, Abdul Al-Sayed winning is fake. Please don't look at my poll that also shows Abdul Al-Sayed ahead. Not gonna lie, it is pandering, but if you did a weekly show with FD, that'd be fire. Why would it be pandering? I love FD. He has great insights. Hope his charisma can save this. Guys, it's not a losing race. I think this like Republican backed narrative has set in. And because so many people are constantly talking about like Abdul Al-Sayed, is he still electable? Who knows? Like in an effort to make you feel insecure about his chances, you have lost sight of where this race is. Abdul Al-Sayed is not losing this race right now. He's winning this race. Hello? Don't let the stupid media narrative break your confidence in an objectively good candidate. Stop catastrophizing. Stop letting the media narrative actually, to be fair, that's all you talk about too, because you're just covering them. Yes, but I also repeatedly explained that this is an attempt. There's a difference between an attempt succeeding and an attempt failing. I believe this is a failing attempt. I think this will only harden people's opposition to establishment Democrats, because it will cause people to recognize that the real reason why they're doing this is because of Abdul's opposition to Israel, which is an objectively popular position across party lines. Okay? It's not just a popular position within the Democratic base. The diehard Democrats are the only people that want to embargo Israel or want to stop shipping weapons to Israel, want to hold Israel accountable, want to stop wasting our tax dollars on Israel and other initiatives in the region. No, this is a very, very popular initiative. And this only hardens his credibility on this front. And yes, the rat fuckery is shameless, but it doesn't mean it's successful. You think people are like, oh, Deborah Lipstadt, she's my favorite. Now I'm going to really not vote for Abdul al-Sayed. I might vote for Mike Rogers. Like, what are you, fucking crazy? Biden's absolutely shameless anti-Semitism czar admits that Abdul al-Sayed disavowing Piker would be fruitless because they keep attacking Abdul al-Sayed anyway, because they'll keep attacking it. David Frum nails it. This is bigger than a surrogate. Once again, engaging in anti-Semitism. Again, I predict al-Sayed will disavow Piker publicly, and some people say, okay, it's fixed, but it's not. Ben Shapiro prediction. Deborah Lipstadt aligning with Ben Shapiro, a straight up fascist. Okay? An unbelievably racist person. I wonder what Deborah Lipstadt and Ben Shapiro agree on. I wonder why Deborah Lipstadt and Ben Shapiro are aligned with one another. This is, again, a Biden administration official. How did this happen? Oh, that's right. It's obviously Israel. Of course it's Israel. Eventually, the pressure will get to al-Sayed and will backtrack and maybe even say it was a mistake to campaign with Piker. There will then be those who say, okay, we can put this behind us. He's good. Right. Sell them a bridge in Brooklyn. She's openly saying, lie to Abdul al-Sayed, get him to disavow so that we can continue pouncing on him and pummeling him with the past association at that point. It's fucking ridiculous. This is where Zionism leads you, telling rabbis they don't know what it means to be Jewish. Yeah. Rabbi Mordechai Lightstone says, there are many ways to criticize bad arguments. Saying people who are indeed Jewish are about as Jewish as a ham sandwich is simply not it. Wrong. Using the mantle of Jewishness, something Einbeiner and company demonstrate zero actual commitment to in order to promote anti-Judaic insanity, is fundamentally un-Jewish and ought to be called out as such. Yeah, the Pope of the Jews, at it again. As Uncle Sam likes to call him. So yeah, this kind of stuff is really gross. This was a really good take from Dylan Stormday as well. It says, put Hassan aside. It should concern you that the Democratic Party has launched a coordinated smear campaign based on nothing he actually said against a private citizen who is not in or running for office. This reveals how comfortable they are with just lying to the voters. This is something they've also not done for actual hateful and more famous pundits like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, or Ben Shapiro, many of whom have broader reach and are actual anti-Semites, and some of whom are just Nazis of a different variety. Back to Hasan specifically, the Dems were fine inviting Hasan to the DNC in 2024. Most of the controversial stuff he'd actually said was before that, and they didn't care. They're not attacking him now for what he said. Be serious. And this is obviously still going to continue. The fever is not breaking for some reason. I know why the fever is not breaking for the Republicans, but it is alarming that it's not breaking for some Democrats. What is this? I remain mystified why these progressive politicians have not yet learned that apologies and caving to Zionist framing does not assuage these people, especially after they win their primaries by refusing to do that. This is the same as that tactical retreat on globalized the intifada when Mamdani had already won the primary. You refused to back down before that, and you won. Stop giving these people a fucking inch. Genuinely feels like the second any of them win a primary, they start believing bad advice about needing to moderate their views to the general, which despite being a centrist shibboleth, is not backed by actual data. It's so stupid. You don't win anyone new, but you risk demoralizing people who liked you before. No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. You actually take ownership over a cynical framework. You never take ownership over your opposition's framing. Your opposition wants, if you're Abdul al-Sayed, the Republicans want to tie Abdul al-Sayed to me, okay? To the most negatively framed comments, the most ridiculous clips out of context, and they want to hammer him over the head with it. So when you disavow or when you cede ground on oppositional framework in a moment like this, you take ownership over it. You say, I'm so sorry I did this, okay? Even if there was validity to the argument, even if there is validity to the argument, even if I was like legitimately a bad person, which I am not, but even if I was, you should still not do it. Politics is about being a cynical operator at the end of the day, and you should behave like a cynical operator, okay? My dad said local news is only showing his second house and rich but socialist angle, but nothing about you. Because the moment that you apologize for something, the Republican strategy is to badger you with it over and over again to say, well, why didn't you apologize earlier? Now that you have taken ownership over this wrongdoing, when there is no such wrongdoing whatsoever, they will turn around and say, oh, look at you. You fucked up. You're weak. We have noticed that you are weak. Republicans never apologize for anything. This is a disciplining operation, but this is also a way to control the narrative. Not only do you not win them over, you end up validating their bullshit framing, and then they strut around like assholes bragging that they were actually right all along, and now it's open season on asking you to condemn the next thing and the next thing forever and ever until the heat death of the universe. If you want to make these attacks stop, you just have to say, I'm not playing this will you condemn game, ask me about something real. The first politician to figure this shit out and turn the tables on media will be ascended. Polls really underestimate how much people crave someone calling the media and the establishment out on their endless bullshit. I do it all the time. You know who did that, by the way? Fucking Donald Trump did. Donald Trump did it for, valid concerns coming from people, but he did it nonetheless, and he did it and won. People want a no-nonsense shit talker, okay? Bernie did it successfully as well for the longest time. Not to be conspiratorial, but James Carville did this to Rush Limbaugh in 2009, and I think the same forces have decided to try this again on you. Yeah, it wasn't a successful strategy, for the record. Yeah, Democrats realized they could roll out a new GOP boogeyman for the post-Bush era by turning on an old one, Limbaugh, a polarizing figure since he rose to prominence in the 1990s. His positives for voters under 40 was 11%, Carville recalled with a degree of amazement, alluding to the question about whether voters had a positive or negative view of the talk show host. Anyway, Democrats did this with Biden too, the hypocrisy. But hold on. Let's just, I'm losing sight of what I wanted to talk about here. Yeah, Matt Iglesias says, I think when establishment liberals said they wanted a Joe Rogan, they meant a popular media figure who would support their candidates, not a media figure who would become their factional antagonist. A popular media who supports Democratic candidates. Great idea. Do we have any of those? Did you hear John Favreau's Go One Day Without Mentioning Hassan Piker challenge? Yeah, he failed to do the challenge himself. Look at this. This is from, I think, 2 days ago. Here's John Favreau and Dan Pfeiffer breaking the Don't Talk About Hassan Piker for a Day challenge.
Those of you who follow...
It's really funny because, you know what? The same people that despise me also fucking hate these guys too. And they're not even as critical as with Israel as I am, except for like Ben Rhodes, right? And Tommy Vitor. And these guys are also widely hated by the same DC elites now. Part of it is because they've offered me a platform and they fucking can't stand that. The DC elites hate that shit. And the other reason is because they understand where the base is. And of course, because of their understanding of where the base is, they lean into some of the more radical forces that are not so radical amongst the base. That's it. They are seen as the connective tissue between some establishment favoring liberals or liberal, like vote blue no matter who types, and people like myself. So they despise them for that reason, because they have bridged this coalition because they are actually invested in defeating Donald Trump. They are liberal, and yet they actually want to defeat Donald Trump, and they don't care if there are Democratic socialists in the ranks. They understand that the Democratic Socialist movement is actually quite appealing to large chunks of the base. In some respects, they are the real vote blue no matter who guys. You stick up for them 1,000 times more than they defend you. Extremely funny for him to say this as if they're not itching to do the exact same smear campaign against the Pod Bros too. The same people gunning for Hassan despise John Favreau. I mean, it's true. They've been called rape apologists up and down the timeline for their endorsement of Graham Plattner.
Me on Twitter might be thinking, John, didn't you just call on all Democrats to take the Don't Talk About Hassan Piker for a Day challenge? Why, yes, I did. And most of political Twitter, including several Democratic politicians, failed. So I am intentionally failing today in order to make another plea. I think it's one thing if, like John Ossoff, you are pressed by a reporter to respond to whatever the latest Hassan Piker statement is. I do not think that spending every day from now until November talking about, denouncing, defending Hassan Piker will either make Hassan Piker go away or help Democrats win the midterms. I think it will instead keep one very polarizing leftist influencer at the center of the discourse and give Republicans and right-wing media excuse after excuse to cover each new denunciation. What do you think, Dan?
Is this a trap?
Yes.
If I answer the question, I have failed the test you set up.
That's what I'm saying. I failed it.
Okay.
I've already failed. It's a failure. I tried, didn't work.
Okay. So I'm going to do this briefly. The main goal here is to elect Democrats to the Senate majority. We cannot really elect Democrats to the Senate majority without Abdul winning in Michigan. And my perhaps naive belief is that everyone in this debate wants Abdul to win. And the best way for Abdul to win is for everyone. The people condemning Hassan, the people condemning Hassan, and Hassan himself to move on and stop fighting about this. We are 67 days away. We need to be talking about Mike Rogers.
I don't disagree with the last part of this, but yeah, I'm gonna fucking obviously not only defend myself against the barrage of smears, like, but also then talk about the importance in this moment. Like, the reason why I'm covering this stuff is not because, like, I'm the subject matter, right? The reason why I'm talking about this is because This is, one, the Republican attempt for the midterms and just hand-waving it away without addressing the Republican attempt for the midterms and why Republicans only have this tool at their disposal is foolhardy, right? Because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop at all. So we have to figure out a better way to flip the narrative. One part of that is to obviously identify why they're talking about this. The other thing that we also have to address is the establishment Democrats' willingness to tank the Senate majority. I think Dan Pfeiffer is wrong. I think there are right-wing Democrats who are in positions of power in the Democratic Party who absolutely want to tank Abdul's chances so they can reconfirm their quote-unquote electability priors, okay? They understand that Abdul al-Sayed's victory in Michigan as a, unashamed progressive, is a major blow to the narrative that in 2028, a narrative that they are going to weaponize, that actual progressives cannot win swing states. And that is precisely the reason why they are openly, and I mean openly, trying to tank his chances. So yes, this is a factional battle being waged by some of the establishment Democrats because they're fucking terrified, not of Abdul's defeat, but of Abdul's victory. They are worried that if they have another Zoran Mamdani, but this time in Michigan, it's over. Okay? So the war here that they are waging is not necessarily for Abdul to lose. The war here that they're waging is so that their arguments don't lose in front of the base. Their argument of electability is the only tool that the right-wing Democrats have, the corporate Democrats have. An argument that is blasted on the timeline from mainstream outlets over and over again, recirculated endlessly. Abdul's victory in the primary put a devastating blow to that argument because voters heard it and said, no, I think Abdul's still electable. I don't believe you. That was a huge blow. So now they will punish the voters. Now they will make sure that Abdul al-Sayed doesn't win. Prove me wrong, establishment Democrats. Please, I would love to feel like a fool. But right now, this past week's media cycle shows me once again that you are actually not invested in the Democratic Senate majority. You are actually invested in Abdul al-Sayed failing and the Democratic majority not being established in the Senate. What is this? This person on TikTok found you recently because of the coordinated smears. They now agree with you and even make edits. Wait past 15 seconds.
Hassan Piker. This Piker guy? Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker's the Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker.
Far left communist. Hassan Piker. 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 Hassan Piker is I'm done. So don't ever ask me again about Hassan Piker. It's not what November is about.
This is why people are fed up with both parties, because y'all are always focusing on dumb shit. When people can barely afford food, we can barely afford rent, we can barely afford gas. People are losing their insurance left and right. Hospitals are closing. Now farmers are struggling. Like, this shit is so fucking stupid. And this is exactly why Zoran won, because he ran on real shit that fucking mattered. Y'all are worried about a fucking Twitch streamer? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't believe y'all don't see this shit. Oh my God. You have 67 days until midterms. If y'all really want to win, this ain't helping.
Progress.
Yeah. I think people are also overestimating how much faith remains in mainstream institutions, whether it be mainstream media or whether it be establishment Democrats in general. They don't realize how much anger and resentment exists for them. And while there is still an older voting bloc that probably still trusts mainstream institutions in particular, okay, the reality of the matter is a lot of people don't. A lot of younger people don't. A lot of people under the age of 50 don't. So when they see a barrage of attacks, a sophisticated, coordinated smear campaign, even if they've never heard of me, they go, you know what? I'm going to actually take a look at what this guy is about. And when they come here or they see the YouTube videos, they like what they hear. Okay? Even my brother said it. He said the reason he hates everyone else is because promise after promise after promise, they fail. And Zoran did what he said. He originally was iffy on him. Yeah. Yeah, we are restoring hope and good governance, folks. This is huge. We are associating good governance with democratic socialism. That is a major, major goal of this movement. Okay? It's not just about winning. It's also about succeeding. It's also about follow through. That's how it works. At a time when Americans on both sides of the aisle have completely... Newsweek has a poll on it. If you scroll down, this is an old poll. This is for Echelon Insights from April when they first did attack ads on me. If you look, if they conduct a new poll with my name recognition, it's going to be abysmal, by the way. Are you kidding me? For the past 6 months, I have been inundated with a barrage of hate ads, almost tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of earned negative media. It's going to be abysmal. Democrats are going to say they don't fuck with me and they hate me, older Democrats especially. And the entire Republican Party knows who I am now and despises me. It's going to be a devastating poll the next time they do it. That is the entire point of this, though. The entire point of this exercise is to create this outcome in the polling so then they can turn around and say, see, everybody hates this guy. You sure about that? Yes. But it doesn't matter. You know what matters? Democratic socialism and its approvals are going up. So who cares? Okay? I am one man. I'm a media outlet. I'm a platform for democratic socialism. I'm a platform for socialism in general. And I will continue to be that platform, continue to be your megaphone for your frustrations, for your desires. But it doesn't matter if the corporate oligarchs despise me. Okay? Doesn't matter. Yes. They are united in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. Just know that if you fight for the working class, I will be by your side, no matter what. It does not matter. Same goes for Angie Nixon. Right now, Angie Nixon is in this interesting interim period where will the party actually back her? Will they not? If attention falls off of her, if she can't actually fundraise, if she is left alone, we will be by her side. Okay? I worry about this. 100%. Look, as someone who's devoted my life to the Democratic Party, obviously I want Abdul Sayed to win in Michigan. All I'm saying over and over again on CNN and all forms of social media is that he's a swarthy, woman-hating, anti-Semitic terrorist trying to destroy America. Yeah, exactly.
About what his corruption, how a vote for Mike Rogers is a vote for Donald Trump and Donald Trump's agenda. It's a vote to make Donald Trump in charge of the Senate. We have to get focused on the main thing. And the main thing is Mike Rogers.
Agreed.
Mike Rogers is corrupt. Mike Rogers wants to give your money to rich people. He doesn't want you to have health care. A vote for him is to ensure that Donald Trump gets to appoint more Supreme Court justices. That is the thing. We got to talk about Mike Rogers.
Well said.
I agree with that for sure. Especially because you know what's really crazy about Mike Rogers? I mean, everything. He sucks. But what is one of the most consequential foreign policy decisions of this administration thus far? The failed war against Iran. The impact that it's had on the domestic front, the anger and resentment that's brewing against Donald Trump, against Israel, that goaded us into this war with Iran. Do you know who in the Republican Party for his entire career has been a staunch advocate to wage war with Iran. Mike Rogers. There's a lot of anger and resentment towards flock cameras and mass surveillance, the surveillance apparatus that this state has created. A lot of Republicans hate the flock cameras and the Axon cameras. Do you know who has consistently advocated to expand the surveillance state? Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is at the scene of the crime for every single damn thing that has happened in this country that people now fucking despise. So the very fact that we're not having that conversation and instead talking about Abdul al-Sayed hanging out with a Twitch streamer is insane. Okay? And yes, we will talk about Mike Rogers. Actually, you know what? Let's do it right now. Jacobin reported on this. Media coverage around Michigan's Senate race and Abdul al-Sayed's ties to Hasan Piker has become constant and hysterical. Less discussed. Michigan Republican Mike Rogers' career-long advocacy for an Iran war now wreaking economic havoc on Michigan. Mike Rogers pushed for war with Iran for 2 decades. It's not a secret that Mike Rogers supports the Iran war. Since Donald Trump launched the war 6 months ago, the Michigan Republican candidate for Senate called Iran an imminent threat to our country that must not have a nuclear weapon, said the war was absolutely right and a win-win-win for us, believes that we are better off today than where we were when it started, and has said he doesn't mind the idea of giving Trump congressional authorization to keep the war going. I was for all of this when it wasn't very cool to be for all of this, he boasted last year after Trump launched his first attack on the country. Rogers wasn't exaggerating. Wow, they deleted some of the statements. That's funny. Q&A, Mike Rogers on Iran deal, weaponization. And he's still defending it, ironically enough. It's not new. I mean, it's not old. It's like new shit.
Do you think the president should have authorization from Congress to continue the war or to potentially start a new one?
I mean, I don't mind giving the president authority to continue. You can't stop in mid-negotiation. I think that would not be good for America. But I want him to wrap it up. And my understanding is he's doing just that. He's negotiating to get this thing done. That's the right course of action. We want it done. And think of this. When Iran is no longer the lead sponsor of terrorism in the world, which it is, think about the peace that comes across the Middle East for the first time in my lifetime, for sure. That's the goal here. So for people who don't want to send money to Israel, guess what? Your way that you do that is make sure that Iran is no longer a danger and a threat to its neighbors or the United States of America. I'm looking.
Yeah, that's Mike Rogers, a man who has spent his entire career in Congress petitioning to wage war against Iran. Okay? It's bullshit.
Looking forward to that day where we don't have to send money to Israel because Iran is no longer a threat either to the Middle East, our allies there.
Look at the way he tries to position this. He says, oh yeah, we'll eventually, once we pack this up, we will never give money to Israel. Get the fuck out of here. The very fact that Mike Rogers also has to lie about his ambitions of cutting off aid to Israel one day because it won't be necessary, it shows where this conversation is now. The very fact that Mike Rogers has to act as though he's against data centers shows that we are winning. So in our moment of cultural victory, in our moment of social victory, in our moment of political victory, to focus on distraction after distraction, led by the cynical Republican Party that is responsible for all of the struggles that Americans are experiencing, is an abdication of responsibility. It is outright collaboration with the fascists. It is outright unacceptable.
Or the United States.
Okay, we are short on time, but I do want to talk about some local issues, data centers. We have a story.
Yeah. Ronna McDaniel complains that Chuck Schumer, Barack Obama, and Kamala Harris haven't condemned Hasan Piker. Jesus Christ, dude.
Well, I think it's not even just Republicans, but also independents and some of the moderate Democrat voters out there that are like, hey, wait a minute, this is way too much for me. And I'm going to have to make it out and vote and get my vote in and make sure that we never have somebody who flirts with communism out loud. This is unacceptable. So yeah, I think that this will be a big motivator in this race. A lot of people talk about how the DSA type candidates are a gift to Republicans, and you can make that argument, but it's bad for our country overall, right? Like, this might help Republicans in the midterm elections, might help with the presidential election, but in the future, I mean, it is crazy to me that we are at this point in time in our country where we have people with these type of ideas, with this type of hatred towards our country, who are saying these things out loud, and people are going in droves to vote for them. That really concerns me. It concerns me for our future and for our future generations.
Well, blame the decades of indoctrination in the schools for that one. I mean, there's no other way to explain this other than these kids have been brainwashed, and when they get the right to vote, this is what happens. Stephanie Hamill, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Joining us now, Michigan GOP Senate candidate and El-Sayed's opponent, Mike Rogers, is with us. I'm sure you have a lot of commentary on what you just heard. And again, this is only the tip of the iceberg with him.
Oh, it is. This guy's a complete con man. It's unbelievable to me that he is more proud of Egypt than he is his home country of America. I mean, this explains to me why he doesn't like Mackinac Island, why he doesn't like Ford pickups, why he doesn't like businesses that sell alcohol. I mean, the list just keeps going. He doesn't like football. He thinks that's racist too. I mean, this guy is the same guy who couldn't answer the question on transgender surgery of children because he supports it. He couldn't answer the question on defunding the police and letting hardened criminals out of prison because he supports it. And he can't distance himself from Hasan Piker at all. He is clearly his running mate in this thing, came as his closer, still maintains his relationship. And this guy has said vile things about America. They don't like America. I think that's disqualifying.
All right. Well, he compared transgender mutilation surgery to circumcision with our own Jesse Waters. On top of that, he continues to defend Hasan Piker, the guy that America deserved 9/11, picture of the Twin Towers behind him when he does his podcast, among many, many other controversial things. He won't even criticize that specifically. I don't know why, you just heard him. I don't know why they're demanding because the guy has said a million crazy things, and any sane person, I don't think, would ever want to.
It's so funny. Dude, you're Sean Hannity. What are you talking about? I've said crazy things. You are Sean Hannity. I don't even need to say anything other than that. It's Sean Hannity speaking. I've said crazy things. Your entire career is saying the craziest possible things that you can get away with saying. Also, this is cancel culture. This is anti-woke posturing. These are social injustice warriors. Okay? That's what these guys are. Instead of virtue signaling, they're vice signalers. Instead of being social justice warriors, the hysterical social justice warriors, they're social injustice warriors. I got it, guys. Got it. Yes, his name is Scott Hannity. Oh, my God. I'm starting to get annoyed. Oh, my God. Everyone has one fucking joke in this goddamn community.
Campaign with this guy or even talk to him, to be very honest.
Yeah, I think Hasan Piker is the alpha male in that relationship. This guy follows him around, can't wait for his next hateful speech about America. And when, by the way, there's so much stuff on this, Sean, that go to stopabdul.com. Don't believe us. We've used his own words, laid it out for you. Everybody can go to stopabdul.com. You can see what a con man he is. He says one.
Dude, this is the weakest oppo dump of all time, by the way. Like when you're running a campaign that is pure oppo dump, not on the candidate that you're contesting, the candidate that you're fighting against, but a random Twitch streamer, you've lost.
thing, and now he's trying to say something else, exactly like a con man. You know, I was an FBI agent. I went after drug dealers and human traffickers and swindlers. I know a con man when I see one.
Dog, you are literally endorsed by the president. He is the greatest con man America has ever seen. He has conned America on numerous occasions. He is the most corrupt person in this country. He is the most corrupt leader of this country. Like, historically. The level of graft is undeniable. It's unbelievable. It is so transparent. Right now, Donald Trump might be the worst leader on the planet, okay? Like, broadly speaking. He is certainly, I suspect, the most corrupt, the most openly corrupt leader in every OECD nation, and even developing nations do not have this level of corruption, this level of transparent corruption, mind you. Okay? Like Vladimir Putin and Recep Tayyip Erdogan are corrupt autocrats. Everyone knows this. Everyone understands this, right? But even they, at the very least, try to hide how they are stealing the money. They hide. They try to hide their paper trail. Donald Trump doesn't even have a paper trail. He just says it out loud every day. He's like, I'm fucking you guys over. It blows my mind.
Boy, he ranks right up there. And I think the Jesse Waters interview just completely showed that. And he's just too extreme for our state.
Well, he doesn't. I would imagine
Panama Papers would do zero in 2026. Dude, Panama Papers is a Trump tweet at this point. Like, all of the investigative work that was put forth to try to identify who these like tax dodgers were, how they were sheltering their assets in Panama. Donald Trump, there is no Panama Papers. He just tweets it out. He just tweets it out. Also, Panama Papers, ironically, didn't really do much either. But that's besides the point. Donald Trump, every day is another Panama paper for Donald Trump. He's just revealing it himself.
the Detroit Lions fans aren't happy, and, you know, Big Blue fans, Michigan fans, and, you know, Michigan State fans aren't particularly happy with his football comments or his comments about fireworks on the 4th of July or Mackinac Island. I understand everyone in Michigan loves Mackinac Island.
It's a great place, Sean. If you haven't been, you got to go. It's a great place to take your spouse or your family. It is iconic here in the great state of Michigan. He also believes we should ban gas cars. And I'm not sure if you noticed, we build gas cars here. We have a lot of folks who earn their living
I did notice.
in the middle class to make those cars. This guy is just way too extreme. And if you go to stopabdul.com, Sean,
God,
you're going to
promoting
find out.
his fuck-ass website, bro. Just debate him. One-on-one with Michigan U.S. Senate candidate Abdul Sayed.
Campaign is going. Yeah, really well. We feel really, really good about the momentum we've been able to pick up. The contrast couldn't be more clear. You've got a guy who voted 19 times to raise prescription drug prices, helped to move legislation that expanded opioids in a time of a crisis, who took $1 million from the pharma industry to do it versus a doctor who rebuilt the health department and put Narcan in vending machines for free, eliminated up to $700 million of medical debt. You've got a guy who's taken $5 million from corporations to run campaigns and somebody who's taken none. You've got a guy who's going to bootlick Donald Trump in this crazy real war, and then the trade war with Canada that we shouldn't be fighting, versus somebody who is going to stand up to Donald Trump. And so our contrast with Mike Rogers couldn't be more clear, and we're looking forward to continuing to contrast with him. I wish he'd debate, though. It seems like he's a little cowardly to do that. That's why I call him Rogers the Dodger. Have you had talks with Jeremy Moss, and if so, how have those discussions been? We've had a number of good, productive conversations. Will there be future campaign events with Hasan Piker? We have no intention to campaign. We're more focused on the folks we're campaigning to. We're going to be up and down the state just like we did there in primary. Do you have a response to Hillary Scholten's comments that she is not going to endorse you due to your connection with Hasan Piker, and have you reached out to her or not? She's got her own decisions to make. If her differences with me to her are bigger than our collective differences with Donald Trump. That's for her to decide. But I see Donald Trump as an existential threat and Mike Rogers as a...
You were used and abused by this man? Wait, what? Oh my God, he hates you. Are you guys being parasocial? What is wrong with you guys? Brother. We want Abdul to win. Okay? If his calculation, is he making a political play? He's not disavowing. He's not saying like, oh, I fucking hate this guy. He's saying, in his mind, his calculation is, if any attention going forward, if we were to go out and do a campaign rally or something like that together, it's going to cause a media shitstorm that will not be beneficial for him to talk about policies. Okay? We can't afford distractions. And yes, in some respects, the media has done its job. It is now officially a distraction. If we go out and do a campaign, I become the story. You don't want that. You got 66 days remaining. You don't want a random California podcaster to become the main story. You want the story to be on Mike Rogers. Okay? That's it. That's it. I have said this even before this last round of attack, where I said, when people would ask me all the time, do you plan on doing any events with Abdul? I said, look, I'll be there if he needs me. What do you think that means? Do you understand? And the reality is, it's better if he doesn't need me, because if he needs me, that means that there is real trouble. That means that establishment media is absolutely hammering him. That means that he's having a harder time fundraising. That means that there is less enthusiasm and less excitement for his candidacy for the under 45-year-olds. So that's an issue, right? It's not an unsolvable problem. We can solve it, but that would mean that his campaign is not doing as well. It hasn't gotten bad enough to the point where you're coming up in conversations during phone banking and canvassing. The momentum is still stronger for him than Mike. They hate that he moved to Florida and sucks Trump's dick. Yeah. You haven't been there since the primary. This whole shit is stupid. You've repeatedly said you don't have to be there and you're not a kingmaker. Yes. In a general election, your name brings in no one. The Hasanabi heads are already in. No, you guys are wrong. I don't even agree with that narrative, but right now I'm not willing to entertain it regardless, and I'm not willing to fight for that regardless. Right? Because there's no reason to do that right now. There will come a time and place where that argument will be tested. Perhaps in 2 years. Okay? But you have to remember, this is not about me at all. This is about a broader movement. This is about real changes taking place. Okay? The reason why I say you're not entirely right about this, by the way, is I already covered this. Yes, the don't talk about Hasan Piker challenge. I already responded to this. The reason why I say that there is still plenty of room for growth is because I think a lot of you in this community don't even realize how many fans I have that don't tune in every single day to the broadcast. and how many people that are, broadly favorable to not just myself, but this movement in general, who actually don't even know that there were primaries that took place. Americans are not tuned into politics at all. We are freaking nerds. Okay? We're very unique with our with our intensity and with our level of interest in politics, in the primaries, in the midterms in general. You have to remember, the majority of Americans don't even go out and vote in the midterms, even in the general. Okay? Americans don't even vote for the president. So there are still probably so many people who might even be fans of mine who are oblivious that the midterm the primaries ended and they don't know when the midterm elections are. So yes, there's always still room for growth. There's always still opportunities to reach out to newer audiences, another college run, that kind of thing. But the calculation, I suspect, from the campaign is that it would be a distraction more so than a benefit. Louisiana Republicans passed bill criminalizing homelessness with jail and unpaid labor. Yeah. Slavery is back on the menu. Well, it's never really gone away. Let's be real.
A rubber stamp on Donald Trump. And so my hope is, as a Democrat, she's going to see the need to defeat him. I guess she's just nursing old wounds from the primary, but even Congresswoman Stevens has moved on. And so it's time for us to come together as a party and build together. We did pretty well in her district. I think we won by about 25 points. So we're going to keep having those conversations with Democrats there, and looking forward to winning decisively in Grand Rapids and beyond in November.
Hasan Piker is a streamer in California. You would think, if you turned on any media, that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. I'm less interested in going to the sort of like tabloid version of our politics where we cover this as like, oh, who's in, who's out, who's up, who's down, who's talking to who.
Yeah, well, it does matter. Michigan Democrat Senate nominee Abdul El Sayed now says he has no plans to campaign with the left-wing streamer Hasan Piker following his anti-Semitic remarks on American Jews supporting Israel. But I'm sure.
Yeah, that was the biggest error overall is you never want to be taking ownership over cynical attacks, and you never also want to say something that is untruthful, right? Because nothing I said was anti-Semitic, but now the narrative is set in because they're like, well, Abdul even recognizes anti-Semitic, and Abdul is an anti-Semite himself, like that's the argument from Fox News. So it sucks.
Sure, he would go to a pool party again with him. Since then, over a dozen Democratic leaders have spoken out against Piker's comments, including our.
This is actually a really smart play. Don't listen to parasocials. No. No, I don't think anyone here agrees that it was, and I certainly don't, that the way that was rolled out wasn't smart. I don't even think Abdul would agree with the way that message was rolled out. Because so far he's remained steadfast in terms of just like not leaning into, not giving an inch to oppositional framing at all. Because why would you want to be tied to an anti-Semite, dude? Do you not understand how fucking bad that is? It's an own goal. You don't want to be tied to an anti-Semite. You're not some guy who's going to, you don't want to come across like you went and you campaigned with a guy who you now consider to be an anti-Semite. You don't consider, like Abdul El-Sayed does not consider me to be a fucking anti-Semite. Let's be real. None of these Democrats that I have campaigned alongside or show support to consider that. That would be ridiculous.
Next guest, who has never stopped, who says there is zero place for this kind of hatred in our nation. And to his credit, he's been saying this all along. Joining me now, New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer. Congressman, it looks like you have some company in your party. Is it enough?
Well, first of all, you saw that our Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, came out swinging against Hasan Piker, and you're seeing others as well. Listen, this shouldn't even be a debate, right? You've got this streamer who is a socialist, who, for some reason, some of my colleagues, a few of them, have campaigned with, including the Senate candidate in Michigan. And
yeah, Josh Budheimer is Israel first. Let's be real. He does not care about anything. He is an odious racist. It is very clear he is a rapacious Islamophobe, and that's precisely what he's doing. There is, under no circumstances do you go to Fox News and try to tank the chances of a Democrat who's running for Senate, who won the primary, who's now a part of the big tent. Doesn't matter if you don't like it. It is zero. It costs $0 to shut your bitch ass up, Josh Gottheimer. Okay? And you could maybe own a fraction of this dignity that you have cast aside in this moment. Okay? Horrible.
But this is a guy who said that 9/11 was America's fault. He said our troops deserve to be shot at.
Yeah.
He called Jews pig dogs, right? This is not a guy, this is a guy who's got foreign influence. He hates America. He loves Fidel Castro and Mao. And so I don't really understand how anyone would want to be anywhere near this guy. He's just a...
By the way, I forgot for a second that it was Josh Gottheimer speaking. I thought it was the Fox News anchor talking.
A grifter. So, as far as I'm concerned, everybody should speak out against Hasan Piker.
Ro Khanna suggested that the Democrats do not need to distance themselves from Hasan Piker. Doing so would be weak. Is that weak? Because he went on his podcast.
I mean, I can't explain Roe's statement. I saw that. All I can tell you is you've got a lot of my colleagues, including Hillary Scholten in Michigan and others who refuse, who have said, hey, to Al-Sayed, you've got to condemn this guy. Because, frankly, saying you're not, he's obviously taken steps now to say he's not going to campaign with him, which obviously is a very good development. But now he's got to come out and make it clear that he condemns his comments, including the most recent one where Piker said that really Jewish people who support the U.S.-Israel relationship, which is a key ally of the United States of America, right, they're bringing violence onto themselves.
I love that he also had the audacity to say, I have foreign influence. Josh Gottheimer, you're the last person to talk about this. Like, your entire point here is to advance foreign influence, the influence of Israel. Israel is a foreign country still, Josh. We haven't officially recognized Israel as the 51st state, big dog. King AIPAC? Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
Like blaming Jewish people for actually bringing violence to hurt Jewish people, which is just ridiculous. It gives you the sense of just how nuts this guy is. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody should come out and condemn him. And we're seeing that, which is a good development.
Congressman, it is the sentiment on so many of these college campuses, and I know you know this. Columbia, uptown from here. We saw it at UCLA. There's a lot of professors spouting out this crap. It blows me away. Hasan Piker was asked about his relationship with El-Sayed. Obviously, they're great friends. Here's what he said. Is El-Sayed changing in order to beat Mike Rogers in Michigan? Listen to this.
There are going to be a lot of people who are already questioning Abdullah El-Sayed's sincerity on these issues. That will then turn around and say, he's moderating his position on Israel, all this stuff. I don't think he is. Okay. I will say this. I am literally the person that is being dangled. And I'm going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that.
So maybe.
Yeah, good. Yeah. They clipped this, like, why? Yeah. I don't even understand what the point is. Yeah, he's still a fighter. He's not changing his positions. His positions are broadly popular.
That's why he hasn't condemned him, because Hasan Piker knows he hasn't changed.
Why should he? The question is, why should he? Why should Abdul al-Sayed take a less popular position just so he can appease like 8 Democrats? A less popular position for the base.
Well, who knows? All I know is that I think the pressure is real on al-Sayed. He said he's not going to campaign with them. I think the next step is to condemn him. And I think we've just all have to be clear as
And then the next
Democrats.
step is to kill him.
That there's no place for this kind of hatred in our party, this anti-American hatred, and we've got to stand up to it. And frankly, just like
famously, Fox News also never says Democrats broadly hate America. Isn't it that interesting? The only time Fox News will have Democrats on to present the narrative that some Democrats actually don't hate America is when they're attacking the left flank. It almost feels like politicians in D.C. are united. They're united against you, chatters.
I've said very clearly, we've got to make it clear that the DSA, the socialists, are not Democrats. They're attempting to hijack the party, but they're not welcome in the party. And they're welcome to go do their own thing and have their own views and have their own party. But, you know, what's
Yeah, the problem for our boy Josh Buttheimer is that Democrats, self-identifying lifelong Democratic Party voters, agree with me, and they don't agree with you on the issue of Israel and on numerous other issues as well. So you can keep complaining about this all day, every day. You can be like, no, they need to find their own. They need to find their own candidates or whatever. They need to find their own party. Well, perhaps it'll be you who needs to find his own party.
clear is some of their views and their approach is not welcome in the Democratic Party, just like the fact that, frankly, Hasan Piker and his views are not welcome in the Democratic Party.
So, Congressman, I welcome your point of view. You've been pretty steady all along. But for your party, do you think this hurts you guys in the midterms?
No, listen, I think this kind of stuff is what the Republicans are going to try to use to drive a wedge. But, you know, our focus has been very clear.
I'm sorry. Oh, so if you recognize that, why the fuck are you on Fox News doing it? Why are you on Fox News doing it then? You dingus. Next week, he's going to be like, dingus. Hasan Piker called a prominent Jewish lawmaker a dingus. Everyone knows dingus is the worst anti-Semitic slur anyone has ever used. Right after pig dog. God, I fucking hate Josh Gottheimer so much. He is such a piece of shit.
And you saw Leader Jeffries repeat this over and over again. And frankly, this is what I'm talking about at home every day. What are we going to do to get the costs down for folks? Because whether you're talking about the cost of rent or what people are paying for food or for their electric bill, for childcare, it's a fortune. We got to get those prices down. And frankly, you know, you see President Trump, which I can't really understand. Maybe you guys have a good answer for me on this. He's, you know, raising tariffs, getting in fights with Canada, causing milk and toilet paper and all these other prices to go up. And we're focused singularly, and we will continue to be, on getting costs down and getting prices down for folks.
Dog, you just spent the last 5 minutes not focusing singularly on that and leaning into this narrative.
And to me, that's the most important thing. You guys will try, the Republicans will try to distract, but at the end of the day, we're focused very clearly on this. And you're talking about an aberration in, you know, just a few people on the other side who are saying these sort of things. And you have it too with Freedom Caucus people saying things that I know a lot of people don't agree with in the Republican Party. But what's clear is where Democrats.
Right. Yeah. Republicans famously don't agree with the with the Freedom Caucus, with the Tea Party movement. Yeah. Hey, man, Donald Trump is president right now. I don't know if you've been paying close attention to what the fuck's going on.
That's our and how we're going to win.
But I know you don't look at the Freedom Caucus and say that's
Good
morning, everybody, and happy.
This is not anti-Israel, though, which is, very important. Nellis, you want wall-to-wall coverage talking about this guy because the way to scare people into not noticing Donald Trump is a terrible president.
Republicans want to spend more time talking about a Twitch streamer than they want to talk about Donald Trump and his policies or what he's going to do to help the average American. The economy is an absolute mess right now. The job market is horrible. Inflation is out of control. This war is ridiculous. Donald Trump is stealing billions of dollars. And they want to talk to me about a guy who streams online. I don't care. I think some of the things that Hasan has said are offensive. The vast majority of Democratic Party leaders have called this stuff out. But you guys want to do wall-to-wall coverage talking about this guy because it's an easy way to scare people into not noticing that Donald Trump is a terrible lame duck president, that people are really upset, and his party is barreling towards a midterm loss because the vast majority of Americans are really angry right now. We got a poll this week showing Donald Trump's approval ratings at 31%. He's underwater on basically every issue, including immigration, which is kind of hard to believe. People are really upset right now, and I think that Donald Trump and the MAGA movement and folks like Clay would be better off talking about what they're going to do to actually help people instead of trying to demagogue Arabs in Michigan or Democrats on Jewish voters. It's just ridiculous.
Clay?
Look, Mike's...
Do it. We are going to move on from Hasan Piker really quickly to the Hasan Piker of last election season.
Wrong on pretty much everything he always argues. I've got an easy question for you.
There's a great coaching
Should men
argument.
be able to play in... No. Should men be able to play in women's sports? Really simple.
Yeah,
That's it. That's it. Okay. This is why I jokingly referred to myself as the new transgender. Okay. And some people got mad at me for saying that, where they're like, how dare you say such a thing? Like, this is transphobic or whatever. And it's like, no, this is what I was referencing. I'm like, the Republicans have one thing. That's it. They have one move. And that is to be like, well, what about transgender athletes?
That's all Clay's got. He's going to go right back to the talking points on social issues so he doesn't have to talk about the economy.
It's a culturally,
the noun, a verb, and
culturally
transkids.
this
That's all
matters,
Clay's
Mike. It's
got.
a very simple,
Get some new material, Clay.
question. Should men
Clay,
be
Clay,
able
what's the
to
Republican
play
Party's
women's
plan to
sports?
deal with the affordability
Yes or no?
crisis in the country?
No. Mike,
Clay, what's the Republican Party's plan to deal with the economy or the job market or Donald Trump's corruption?
Affordability.
Answer me. No, give me. I've heard your talking points before, Clay. Give me something new. You got anything new?
You can't answer a basic question.
Clay, you got anything new?
Should men be able to play women's sports?
Clay, you got anything new?
Should they? Answer the question.
Is this what they pay you for, to just say the same stuff every week?
Should men be able to play women's sports? It's a simple
You got
question.
anything new? What's Donald Trump's plan on the economy, Clay?
Running out of
Give it
time.
to me.
Thanks to you both for joining
can't
us.
you answer the
We'll
basic
have you back
question?
sometime
I
in the
appreciate your
future
time.
when
Thank you.
we can do it without fighting. Thanks. We're waiting.
The people, guys, can we have more affordable living? Republicans, best we can do is trans athletes bad. Dems, best we can do is condemn Hasan Piker. It's awesome. Oh, we're running out of time. Now that you want to talk about affordability, sorry. Oops. We have run out of time, folks. Look at that. We've run out the clock. We had time. It's just crazy because we had 5 extra minutes for transgender athletes, and all of a sudden we have run out of time because you keep not falling for the bait. Oh, look at that.
Democrats can't
All right, so this was Corporate Trent cooking, putting on a clinic, apparently.
understand that if you've got someone who's running for office, hanging out with someone who's an anti-Semite, how that might look bad for the Democratic Party. What say you?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I say.
I think it.
Go ahead, you first. Corbin.
All right. So which I didn't know which you it was. I mean,
I'm
I think,
sorry.
this is not an extreme position.
This is being painted as this sort of radical idea that the actions of Israel are impacting the Jewish American people, right? So what you got to look at, though, is the American people themselves. 60% of Republicans nearly under the age of 49 now hold an unfavorable view of Israel. That's Republicans. 60% of Americans hold an unfavorable view overall. We're seeing people say now that they don't believe that we should continue military aid to Israel. I mean, this is not an unusual position. And the thing that people keep saying is that Hasan Piker said that Jews are to blame for whatever happens to them. But let's think about the things that he said and how similar it is to what other people have said.
Yeah, but wait.
Here's a quote from Dana Bash. Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Here's another one. It's an obvious fact
Right,
that
but that's the
Netanyahu
liberal
is
media,
making
isn't it?
Jews in America less safe.
Okay, but
Pardon?
that's the liberal media, and basically what he's saying is that
Liberal
American
media,
Jews,
this is a person.
American Jews. I mean, how do you? How do you say something and get away with the fact, and then not suffer if you're actually running for election and you're associating with rhetoric such as that American Jews are bringing on.
Dude, this is the method. I'm telling you right now, because these guys are so used to Democrats agreeing with them unconditionally, you just short circuit every Republican operative. They don't even try to answer what you're saying. They just immediately get mad and they go, whoa. It's amazing. It is amazing. I cannot believe it. Every time we've seen a Fox News host get a modicum of pushback from a commentator, someone who's just like, yeah, I don't think this is real. I think you're lying. They lose their minds because they're so used to liberals being like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about everything. I'm so sorry about my liberalism. I'm such a nasty little anti-American pervert. Please love me. That is the attitude from most liberal commentators that go on these goddamn platforms. They're like, I'm so sorry for being a fucking libtard. Please, why won't you like me? I know you're a fucking monster and you call my movement a pedophilic race communist movement that's seeking out the destruction of the Western world. But please, I'm the good one. I'm the good one. Please, I will get down on my hands and knees and lick your boots, Republican commentator. All of a sudden, when someone turns around and says, nah, fuck you. He's not a racist. He's not an anti-Semite. You guys are fucking lying about him. They go, God, I hate this desperate need for validation from some of the worst scumbags in fucking media, from so many liberals that have no self-respect whatsoever. Have some fucking decency, you know? Thank God for Corbyn.
Violence to themselves because they support Israel. That's just pure insanity.
What the man said. Here's
That's
what's
what he
crazy to me.
said.
Like, do you understand? Like, after 9/11, everybody had to denounce the attacks. Everybody that was Muslim had to say, "I don't agree with that." Right?
So you
Whether
want
it
him
was
to denounce
clearly obvious
Israel?
that-
Where are you going with this?
What I'm saying is, it's clear that the actions of other people can absolutely impact Americans of a certain group, right? And that fact is happening right now. And it's not the liberal media saying it. It's not just Hasan Piker. It is happening across the American public. The actions of Israel are so extreme, and our support for that is so extreme and unending that people are having backlash. And yes, that does indeed create a problem for Jewish people. And that's not just extreme people that are saying that. It's people like Ezra Klein, people that are active in the Jewish movement. There are a lot of people that are saying the actions of Israel and Netanyahu are making us less safe.
I can't wait for someone to just openly say the quiet part out loud in the way that Matty Iglesias said the other day, which is like, well, he's Muslim, so obviously he fucking hates Jews and he can't sincerely care about anti-Semitism. Because that's what it is. That's a part of the reason why these guys keep repeatedly saying this over and over again. Like, they're like, oh, Hasan, well, he's anti-Israel, so of course he can't sincerely care about Jews. Oh, Hasan, he's a Muslim. Of course he can't sincerely care about the well-being and safety and security of American Jews. It's fucking bullshit. It's racist as hell. That is the whole point.
Okay, but
Yeah,
the
I
difference
think the bottom-
between opposing Israel and American Jews, I mean, there is a complete difference there. And those who are here in America that support Israel, of course they're going to support Israel if they're Jewish. And of course they're going to be against terrorism. And that is what a lot of these comments are basically
what you
promoting.
just said would have been
is
considered
hate
anti-Semitic.
against Jews. I mean, it is. Deborah,
What you just
I want you to
said would have
jump
been
in.
considered anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the bottom line is the fact that this panel is even happening today, the fact that this is the dominating talking point and not the issues Abdul wants to focus on, tells you there was a miscalculation here. On one hand, he wanted to use the access of Hamas pikers, what the internet is now calling.
Buddy. You're not part of the team, big dog. I don't know what's going on here, but that's ooh, that is crazy. That is bro, my dad listens to Devery. Yeah, I wonder what people that call me Hamas piker think about black people. You know? Because the very same people that say that to me, they're not exactly fond of you either, right? Because it comes from the same place. Comes from the same place. That anger, that resentment, that hatred, it's not logical. It's illogical. It's racism. Last time I checked, especially in the United States of America, racists don't make a special exception for black people. As a matter of fact, actually, I would say racists primarily hate black people. Anti-blackness is the largest vehicle of racialized animus in this country, has been since its foundation, and hasn't really changed all that much. So, you know.
Him in order to access his audience, but he didn't calculate the fact that he's going to have to deal with the baggage. And now he wants America to forget all of the terrible things that Piker has said. That just isn't going to happen. And by the way, it really doesn't matter what I think. Look at what's been dominating the media all week long. It's not about the issues. It's about Hasan Piker. And that is an issue I think Abdul is going to continue to struggle with, along with the Democratic Party.
Hugh, basically,
I think just like...
Go ahead.
I mean,
what
I
were you
think
saying?
just like they made a miscalculation during the campaign with Haley Stevens, and AIPAC dumped all the money into that race and still didn't win. The media and so many other people are making a miscalculation now. I'm telling you, Republicans even are turning their back on the state of Israel because of the actions they're taking. This is the reason.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today, though.
What it has to do with is elections, and elections are going to have consequences. And the idea is that this will somehow hurt Abdul in the general. I don't think that's actually true. I think people want to see America focusing on America again.
I think that we should also, but what we're focusing on right now are American Jews.
Why is she so mad? Why is she so mad? What the hell is going on? Lady, you don't know me? Like, yo. I mean, sure, people will say, oh, she's on the payroll. She's on the payroll. She's paid to, like, react this way. But honestly, it's kind of wild that she's just, her brain is so bricked.
Jews, and how somebody actually came out like Piker and said that American Jews are basically bringing violence onto themselves for supporting Israel. That's just crazy. And I'm sorry, but Syed, that is what he said. And if Syed is going to...
That's not what he said. I got the quote right here. Do you want to hear it?
He basically said that American Jews are essentially... No. I mean, that is the point that he's trying to make, is that American Jews are almost putting themselves in harm's way by calling violence onto themselves for supporting Israel.
My best friend works as a comms director for a major GOP House member. He flat out told me they don't have another line of attack. That is why they're so mad. Yeah, no, I I recognized this early on when that Axios report came out and the Republicans said that their midterm strategy was just say, fuck Hassan Piker. And the Democrats were foolish enough to lean into it, some of the top Democrats, because they thought, oh, well, we condemned him. What more do you want? And move on. Because if I'm being charitable, here's what's going on. This is the only line of attack the Republicans have. They're going to make me the most famous man in America, the most infamous man in America, with the hopes that, someone, I guess, takes me out or I shut the fuck up. And they do sincerely believe that, like, associating me with all these campaigns and then talking about all these clips, that doing the clip show over and over again is actually going to be a successful strategy. The problem is it's only as successful as the Democrats let it be. So if the Democrats respond to that by saying, yeah, no, we hate this guy too, let's move on, all of a sudden you took ownership over me. Okay? You took ownership over me because I'm not going to go away. I am a person who has voted for the Democratic Party my whole life. And not only that, but also a lot of the positions that I have, your base identifies with. So you're literally, you're turning around and you're telling your base, like, fuck you. Okay? You're telling your base, actually, we care about Israel more than we care about punishing Israel. We more than we care about your needs, more than we care about anything else. Okay? That's a mistake. The real way to tackle this issue is to be like, look, I don't like Hassan. Hassan doesn't like me. It doesn't matter. You guys only want to talk about this. If you are one of these people, if you're Hakeem Jeffries, you can just come out and say, look, Hassan is no fan of mine, and I'm not a fan of his. Okay? But the reason why you're talking about Hassan is because you cannot talk about the affordability crisis. You cannot talk about the wars that Donald Trump is waging after claiming that he was going to be the peace president. Of course, Hakeem Jeffries would never say that because he likes what Trump is doing in Iran. He likes that Trump is chaotic, but ultimately there are a lot of things that Hakeem Jeffries cares about, or Hakeem Jeffries donors care about, that Trump is advancing. Right? That's all you need to do. If you don't like me, you don't have to come out and be like, no, this guy is awesome. I love him. That's not my expectation at all. My expectation is for you to do your fucking job. You know? It turns out you can short circuit every Fox News host by simply and refusing to with their cynical grift. They're so used to liberal pundits who cave and agree with them. They lose their mind at the slightest pushback. Tell me that suit jacket doesn't have elbow pads, please. No, it does. Please turn around and look at Kaya. You woke her up. You woke her up. Are you happy? I hope you're happy. There's a Norm Finkelstein conversation that took place apparently
Friday,
responding to the Hassan Piker outrage. We're going to take a look at that briefly, and then we're going to move on. but I gotta pee.
A special edition.
I gotta pee again. I've been drinking so much water. I'm pissing
Not only by the great
like
Ryan
a goddamn
Grimm, but
fountain.
by the world-renowned Norm Finkelstein, who has a new book out that everyone needs to check out called Gaza's Gravediggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And Norm, it's always a pleasure and an honor to have you.
Well, you know what? It's always a pleasure to be your interlocutor. You're smart, you're serious, and you're competent. So I respect that. And I always, whenever I meet a stranger and we get into conversation, at some point it comes around, do you watch Crystal Ball and Breaking Points? Yeah.
Well, that is very kind coming from you. High praise indeed.
I never praise. I speak facts.
I have a lot that I want to get to with you today. I want to dig into your book, which I think is extremely important. I want to get into a particular chapter in your book about the mass rape allegations, probably the most controversial part of the book, although you have a way of courting controversy by stating facts, I would say, in general. But I wanted to start by getting your reaction to something that's been in the news lately, which is that Hasan Piker has come under attack from the right, but also from a lot of quote unquote liberal Democrats for comments he made about the rise of anti-Semitism. And so let me just read his comments for you, Norm, and then get your reaction to the attacks on him and also the substance of the comments. So this is what sparked all of this outrage. He said, quote, "Look, the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you where you have to go back to your communities, try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that's expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic, and this is a dangerous mode of propaganda. If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews." Your reaction to those comments and the outrage surrounding them?
Well, first of all, a qualification, which is I don't really know Hasan Piker as a podcaster. I don't watch podcasts with any kind of regularity. So it's no offense to him. I just don't. That's not my motive.
Dog, you talked to me for 3 hours. What the hell? That's crazy. He is Mr. I am going to. It's so funny. He has to like over explain everything.
Intellectual engagement and inquiry. Having said that, I think we should make some general remarks and then specific ones. As you become more,
Norm says at one point later, I find it hard to take someone seriously that streams 12 hours a day. Where is the reading? No! Norm is cooking me. He was here. Also, I read your book, Norm. I read Gaza's Gravediggers. What the hell?
Become a bigger public figure, your personal responsibility increases. The things you might say in your room in your house, or you might say in a bar, you don't say in public.
Wait, also, there's no way Norm Finkelstein is saying, I am not being serious about my commentary. That is insane. Brother, you sat right there and you were saying things that I was arguing against because I was like, I think you're blaming Jews a little too much overall. Like, that is crazy. I never thought I'd see the day.
And it's the same thing here. If you have an audience of 10, it's very different than if you have an audience of 1 million. That's because words can have an impact.
This was recorded 3 months ago? No shot. This is new, right?
mean in the sense that a word is the equivalent of a physical blow. I mean in the sense that words can have a political impact. they can determine the result of an election. And here, Abdul Sayed's election is at stake, and wrong words can put that election at risk. So let's make it clear. Legally, morally, some might use the fancy word epistemologically, of course he has the right to say what he believes or even wants to say and doesn't believe that right is there. But politically, you have to weigh your words. You have to be careful. As I gained a bigger and bigger audience, I won't say I didn't say what I believed. I did say what I believed. I was more careful. I was more careful because I realized suddenly my words can have a political impact. After October 7th, many people were very curious how I would parse morally and factually what happened. And that was for me a very fraught moment trying to figure it out.
No. This is not an old interview. This is an interview from this morning.
Because my words now would politically count. So having now said that, the second qualification, I would like to enter a third. I was on Hasan Piker's program. I have to say, I was positively impressed. He had done his homework. It was clear he read the book. It was clear he had thought through what would be the right questions to ask. And as you must know, most interviewers do not read anything beyond a blurb for a book they're interviewing. So I thought, okay, the young fellow, he's trying to be serious.
We're back!
And I respect that. He was trying to do his job, as you do. Okay? As to the remarks themselves, I find it a truism. If Israel calls itself the state of the Jewish people, if Jews do not repudiate that title, or what's 1,000 times worse, embrace.
Yeah, by the way, I know what his worldview is on this issue. I know his position on this issue. We argued a little bit on this issue. So it's really funny where he said, politically, you have to be careful about what you say. And then he's going to go, quote unquote, beast mode. Okay. He is going to go to town. Which is why it's so funny, because he goes way further than myself as far as, how certain things work and what this allegiance with Israel looks like. And so, yeah, I do find it funny because he's going to, his advice to me is, be careful with your words because you didn't go far enough. That's what his argument is. His argument is Hasan Piker did not go far enough. He was being a coward with what he was saying. This is jokes. This is jokes. I have already, we parsed through our words. We had our back and forth. Everybody knows my position. I am currently joking. Okay.
That title uncritically, then the reasonable, and we have to say reasonable, not irrational, the reasonable inference is that you support the actions of the state of Israel. You accept that those actions represent you. Israel is calling itself the state of the Jewish people. You are embracing that title. Well, then you are embracing the genocide that Israel is carrying out, allegedly in the name of the Jewish people. And that being the case, you can't be shocked if people react very angrily and more at what then naturally ensues. I just think that's obvious. Every country endures that. In the 1950s, there was a book written, it was either the 50s or the early 60s, it was called The Ugly American. And it was about how if the United States carries out in a certain way, don't be shocked if the citizens are being held accountable for the actions of that state, and Americans are regarded as ugly, the ugly Americans, the supporters of criminal actions by the state. We all understood that during the war in Vietnam, that a lot of people were going to feel a high degree of resentment against Americans until there was a large anti-war movement, which made clear there was a distinction between the citizens of the state. Didn't every German, brace yourself, for the last 80 years, hasn't every German had to bear the burden of what happened during World War II? They still carry that burden 80 years later. So the idea that non-Jews will feel a high degree of animus towards Jews if there isn't a clear rupture between American Jewish opinion and Israeli opinion, and Israeli state opinion, but also happens to be Israeli society opinion, unless there is a clear rupture between American Jewish opinion and Israeli state and society opinion, then of course there are going to be dire repercussions when a state is carrying out a genocide. I want to add one caveat to that, and then we're done with the question. The caveat is, I feel that Hasan Piker, not from any malice, absolutely not from any malice, but maybe oversight or maybe myopia, I believe he left out a crucial point. The most recent polls show that between 30 and 40% of American Jews believe Israel's carrying out a genocide in Gaza.
No, I did say that. Norm, I did. Damn it, he don't got internet. I did. The argument was about how there is no monolithic Jewry. And that Jews in America, by and large, tell his webmaster, his webmaster will be hearing from me. Okay? His webmaster will be hearing from me. Don't you worry. The argument was literally that Jewish institutions that masquerade as Jewish advocacy organizations, when their primary focus is actually defending Israel, are doing a disservice because they're teaching people the wrong lesson. They're lying to the broader American public. Because Jews are not singularly invested in Israel. It's not the top priority, it's the 9th priority out of 10. He's reading you like you read chatters?
That rupture has occurred to a significant degree, and it's a very public rupture. You must remember, but some of your audiences, their memories are very short. You must remember the biggest mobilizations at the beginning of the Gaza genocide, the mobilization at Grand Central Station in New York, the mobilization at the Statue of Liberty, they were all initiated by Jews. It was Jewish organizations. It was Jewish Voices of Peace. That organization, I always get its name wrong, Not in My Name, or If Not Now, If Not Now. Those are all Jewish organizations.
Not in My Name.
I happen to believe, and you know I don't have a jot of Jewish chauvinist blood in my body. It doesn't exist. All right, I don't want to say not a jot. I'm Jewish. I have to say the fact that 30 to 40% of American Jews are willing to acknowledge that Israel is committing a genocide, when you bear in mind from their early childhood, they're being brainwashed at home, often in synagogue, on high holy days, and so forth, that Israel is a critical, if not the critical element of their identity. That's what they carry around. When you're asked the question, what is the main thing that makes you Jewish? Very frequently, the answer to the question used to be support for the state of Israel. And that they managed to work themselves out of that bubble and say, well, facts are facts. They're committing a genocide. That's pretty impressive. Actually, I don't believe I really doubt any other collective would be capable of that. If you were asked Americans during the I don't know, I suppose it would be what stage in the Vietnam War. But even towards the end, I don't think a majority of Americans would have acknowledged that the U.S. was committing massive war crimes in Vietnam. I don't believe a majority would acknowledge. I could be wrong. I'm sure there are many polls. So I think it's an impressive fact. If you look at the encampments in spring 2024, Jews are very prominent in those encampments. They were. That's just a fact.
Yes.
So I think
this is what's so interesting about, like, this is the point, right? He's not wrong. I know people will say, oh, Norm is being an exceptionalist or something. There will be anti-Zionists that get mad at this. Okay? But he is right. Like, the amount of indoctrination that takes place is immense. So the fact that there is this generational breakdown amongst young American Jews, especially with this indoctrination kept in mind, is fairly fairly impressive. It's remarkable. No, he's objectively wrong. See, I told you. It is.
that element was missed in Hasan Piker's remarks. And I suspect because I hope, and it's really a hope against hope, I hope he won't turn into a grandstander, which is one possible path at the fork in the road when you become a prominent personality. That's one possibility, one path, the fork in the road. And the other is...
Dude, Norm is so funny. He just spent the last 15 minutes arguing a position that I maintain in the broader transcript. I wish he would have just seen like 2 additional minutes of the commentary, and then it would have identified his concern.
And I'm speaking for myself. I don't believe it's self-praise. It's simply a fact. And I'm serious. I'm deadly, lethally serious.
Why would he think that I don't maintain this position when I argued against him?
Every time I get an email praising me, expressing homage to what I have done with my life, I don't smile. I become very unhappy. Do you know why? I swear. Because it means I have to work harder. I have to work harder. I have to live up to the expectations. I have to rise to the occasion. So it just means for me, more work. More work. Why am I answering emails? I've got to read this. I've got to read that. So that's the other fork in the road. The other possibility, the other path. One is you become a grandstander. The other is you become more and more serious about your responsibility. Because now you are, as I began this answer to the question, now you're responsible to many more people. They now have high expectations for you.
And taking your answer in its entirety, I think you've also identified a real contradiction that he's going to have to grapple with in streaming 8 to 10 hours a day while also intervening at the highest level of politics. Because the point that you made, that 30 to 40% of American Jews have denounced what Israel's doing, is a point that he makes probably on a daily basis. But he didn't make it within the four corners of the clip that his opponents used. And more to the point, what we read you is what he actually said. They mashed together kind of separate clips to make it even kind of less charitable to him. So this new world where somebody who speaks 8, 9, 10 hours a day and has people paid to watch him and clip him, to undermine him, just presents a new dilemma in politics that hasn't quite existed before.
There are two aspects to it. One is there's a French expression, esprit de l'escalier, the spirit of the staircase. And you know what it means? It means you say something, let's say, Crystal Ball, you're interviewing somebody, and you say something, and then after the interview, you walk out, and you're walking down the stairs, and you think, oh, why didn't I say that? Why didn't I say that? It's the spirit of the staircase.
That happens literally every interview I do, Norm. Every time.
You're walking down the stairs, oh, how did I forget to say that? You know? So he may have forgotten to say it. So that's...
Not digging this Nick Fuentes 2X style of viewing. All right. From a band. Norm speaks in normal pace. Sorry, if you admit that you're a Nick Fuentes watcher, I'm going to permanently ban you. Gross. Secondly, Norm speaks in normal speed at 2x.
One thing. And the other is, it is true. I find it difficult to take anybody seriously who streams 10 or 12 hours a day. Where's the reading? Where's the preparation?
I asked him once that. He's actually reading right there. It's wild. It's a whole other world. It's like, imagine if you just streamed yourself reading.
I should just let me say two things. It was, first of all, the first thing I want to make an acknowledgement. I make mistakes like that of leaving things out. And I have a very close collaborator, friend, and comrade, Jamie Stern-Weiner. And he said to me on several occasions, he said to me, Norman, I think you should remember that in the midst of denouncing American Jews for this and that and the other, remember the fact of the achievements, the things they did that in many ways vindicate American Jews. That's why I was careful to say it now, that I do. I'm more conscious of remembering.
Yeah, I bet his collaborator after our interview was like, Norm, what are you doing? You're cooking Jews too hard. Because he was.
To say that, because I was told, I believe more than one occasion by Jamie not to omit that. So I made that mistake.
Norm, I wanted to ask you a related question to that because I've interviewed a few what you would call liberal Zionists who have come out and said Jeremy Ben-Ami, of J Street being one of them, who's willing to say it's a genocide, recognizes the war crimes, sees the horrors that are being committed,
the reading?
But is still deeply committed to an Israeli state and thinks that it is possible to have a liberal, democratic, Jewish ethno-state. I wonder if you could speak some to that mentality, because it's something that it's very hard for me, having not grown up in those Jewish institutions and with the teachings and the culture surrounding that, to understand how someone who can see civil rights abuses so clearly on the domestic level still holds on to this idealized notion that somehow Israel could be very different from its current expression.
I think I listened to your interview with the fellow, was it with the fellow from J Street?
Yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah.
What's his last name?
Ben-Ami.
Ben-Ami.
I listened to the interview, and first of all, I don't believe it's politically useful now. I'm not talking about ideologically or intellectually. I don't think it's politically useful now to discuss final solutions to the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's not on the drawing board. It's Karl Marx famously said that he doesn't make recipes for the future. You have to deal with the here and now, what's possible, and where you can actually effect or inflect change in the here and now, and also in the foreseeable future, of course. There is no solution on the drawing board right now. There's no, the Israeli government is off the charts, out to lunch, over the cliff. And the Palestinian life is completely disintegrated and atomized. There is no representative Palestinian institution, and there's not anything near a representative Palestinian institution. So how can you, in this context, talk about solutions? It just seems, as Professor Chomsky would say, it sounds like the subject of a graduate seminar. It doesn't have much contact. That's number one. Number two, even though I wrote my doctoral dissertation on the subject of Zionism, and I have, therefore, some material stake in it, not that the dissertation got me very far professionally, I don't believe it's valuable it's useful to use terms like Zionism because there's no there's no consensus on the meaning of the term. It means so many different things to so many different people, such that Noam Chomsky, throughout his life, called himself a Zionist, and Benjamin Netanyahu called himself a Zionist. And when you ask Professor Chomsky, he would say, since I was 5 years old, I've been a Zionist. I know when I was 5 years old, I was learning how to tie my shoe and zipper my pants. But Professor Chomsky, by 5, had already read the whole corpus on Zionism and had resolved who was a Zionist. So the term is too indeterminate, in my opinion, to have any political utility. I do believe, and I'm sure you're aware, I do believe that the terms or the phrase Jewish supremacist does have a meaning, and it does have a resonance. Everybody knows what white supremacy is. So it's not hard to form a fairly concrete image of Jewish supremacy. And I think Jewish supremacy is the core problem right now. Now, you could say historically the problem.
I think Zionism being interpreted as Jewish supremacist ideology is the way to connect these two concepts. No disrespect. No disrespect to the boomer, who I love and admire. But I think a big part of the reason why, like, here's what's being lost in the conversation. There's the theory, and there's what's happening in practice. And the issue here is Zionism is Jewish supremacy. It is a ethno-religious supremacist. What? You're fully disrespecting him right now? No. It is a ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist in both principle and practice. So I think the real reason why Norm doesn't want to say it is because, and I've had these conversations with many super Israel critical Jews who would be normally considered anti-Zionist, I mean, Chomsky being one of them, right? Is that this is basically like the last bastion of the significance of the term. Like the last defense of the significance of the term, because internally within the Jewish community, it does mean very different things. It does. That's why I don't fault Omar Bartov too much for arriving at the conclusion that Zionism has become fascism and not that it was always going to be fascist. So we might disagree on the theoretical framework, and that's why you'll hear from a lot of Jews who are very critical of Israel and Jews that you would assume are anti-Zionist never actually say that they are, especially older Jewish theorists will always shy away from saying that. Even Sam Cedar, I believe, says like, oh, I'm a non-Zionist or something like that, right? Like, he's there. We don't have any disagreements at all. There is no fundamental disagreement between my position and Sam Cedar's position on this issue. But he won't say it. And I think that's because they're speaking to a different audience. I think the audience that they're trying to communicate this to is an audience that has a very different understanding between like what Zionism means to them. What Zionism means to them. I don't know about that. No, 100%. I know this from my own personal conversations with people that many of you have never even questioned, and why they don't call themselves. This is a Jewish community inside. Like this is an inter-community affair. To the outside, to non-Jews, there is no, if you're against Israel, you don't have an issue being called an anti-Zionist. You call it yourself. Sam Cedar doesn't. Have you ever asked the question why? Well, it's because of what Norm is explaining. You're not blowing up his spot, right? No. Sam Cedar personally says it. He says, I'm a non-Zionist Jew. Why doesn't he say he's an anti-Zionist? Because the term Zionism is loaded, but also intentionally vague. And I think that is by design. So on the one hand, I disagree with Norm saying like, oh, we shouldn't use anti-Zionist because the definition is too vague. I do agree with him when he says Jewish supremacist.
Was Zionism, and there's an argument there. I don't want to get into it. But right now, the problem is that B'Tselem, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in Occupied Territories, as it said a while ago now, around the 2010, 2011, it put out a report, and it said, because at that time there was widespread debate as to whether Israel was an apartheid state. Mm-hmm. And each of the major human rights organizations put out a report. Amnesty International put out a report saying it's in its totality an apartheid state. Human Rights Watch put out a report saying the occupied territories are an apartheid situation, but Israel itself is more problematic. And then B'Tselem weighed in, and the executive director of B'Tselem at that time was a very impressive guy. His name was Haggai Elad. He had his PhD in physics from Harvard. He was very morally serious. And it was very striking to me that the major human rights organizations published voluminous reports. The report by B'Tselem was just a few pages. It was a skimpy report. But I think it captured the core of the problem. As you know, in the natural sciences, the more simple a proof, the more elegant it is. If you can prove something in one page that another person has proven in 100 pages, your proof is considered the more elegant, the more impressive one, which is, of course, different in the humanities, as the famous renegade Christopher Hitchens famously put it. His quip was, why say in 4 words what you can say in 40? So that the standard in the humanities is just the reverse of the one in the natural sciences. So going back to Haggai Elad and the B'Tselem report, I said it was a skimpy report. And basically its essence, I think, is this. It said, let's stop talking about occupied territories. There's one state. It extends from the Mediterranean to the Jordan. It's been that way since 1967. Well, you do the math. We're in 2012 or whatever it was at this point. It's one state. And he said, the foundation of this state is Jewish supremacy. That's the essence. It's a Jewish supremacist state. So
that's my argument as well. That's why a lot of this like aesthetic appeals to a 2-state solution is just simply hand waving away the real problem at its core.
I would say we should scrap the term Zionism, which has no determinate meaning, especially before a broad public, and that's who we're speaking to, hopefully, and not ourselves, hopefully, and hopefully not posing and posturing for the cameras, but wanting to effect concrete, ameliorative change. I think you should use that term. Now, having said that, we return to your question. And the question essentially is this. In theory, does a Jewish state, a state that calls itself Jewish, does it necessarily have to be a Jewish supremacist state? That's the essence of your question. Is it possible for a state to be a Jewish state without being a Jewish supremacist state? And your point of contention with Jeremy Ben-Ami was that's not possible. That a Jewish state, by definition, has to be a Jewish supremacist state. That's your contention, in essence, if I'm not mistaken. And my answer to that would be, and here I have to say, Professor Chomsky convinced me on the point. It all depends on how, and I'm not saying this out of deference to him. I use the verb, he convinced me, he persuaded me. It all depends on how, in what aspects is the state Jewish. Hypothetically, if it simply honored Jewish holidays as the national holidays, if it had Hebrew as the national language, even though at the time Hebrew and Arabic were both national languages in Israel, I believe, I'm pretty certain on that. So if you used to see signs, they would be in Hebrew and Arabic. But I could be, I don't want to stand on that point, but that's my recollection. So if it's a matter of holidays, national holidays, celebratory holidays, in the Hebrew language, you can say those are, and also Saturday is the day of rest rather than a Friday or a Sunday, things like that. You could say its Jewishness is more or less innocuous, But when there's discrimination in every department of social life, whether it's in housing, residence, jobs, if the army only has Jews serving in it and all sorts of benefits, social benefits come from service in the army, then obviously it becomes much more problematic. And then it reaches a very high level of problematic when its objective, its goal is to make a homogeneously Jewish state.
Yeah.
Then it becomes obviously very problematic.
Yes.
So I think
and that is just to pause you for a second, that is my central contention of what most people, when they say a Jewish state of Israel, what they intend is that the majority population from a demographic perspective in Israel would be Jewish. And you can, feel free to correct me if you think this is wrong, but I think all of the discrimination, the apartheid, the atrocities really flows out of that view of a quote unquote Jewish state. Because the moment that, you open up all possibilities of citizenship in an equal way to the entire population from the river to the sea, then you have a threat, an existential threat to that conception of a Jewish nation.
Look, I agree and there's no question that there's a very high degree of plausibility in what you're saying. Because the moment you say it's a Jewish state, it's the natural next step is that Jews have to be in the majority. And the next natural step from there is then non-Jews inexorably pose a threat to your majority status. So since non-Jews inexorably pose a threat to your majority status, and your majority status is a keystone of a Jewish state, then it follows that the best way to meet that threat is to get rid of everybody who is not Jewish. It's just built in. The Zionist view was we can tolerate a 15 to 20% non-Jewish.
Can we take note of the fact that Norm Finkelstein, who only has a landline in his home, has now gotten his webmaster to literally put together a setup that is clear, a setup where he can be clearly heard from his home, a setup that has a computer in it and a nice camera. W production for the webmaster. Even though the webmaster failed me, webmaster should have shown Norm the entire quote, the entire clip. But W on this side. Also, it is the funniest line in this entire interview is he goes, 12 hours a day on camera? Not enough time for reading.
Minority in our state. That was ideally the state would be
where's the reading?
Jewish. That was the ideal. Practically, they were willing to tolerate a 15 to 20% non-Jewish minority. So here's the thing. They expelled about 80% of the population in 1947 to 49. They got it down to about 15 or 20% non-Jewish. And then lo and behold, by the 1990s, it looked like Israel was slowly but surely losing that Jewish majority. And what saved them? You know what saved them? It was the miracle of Russian Jewry, of Soviet Jewry. About 1 million Russian, allegedly Jewish. In fact, in the last states, 40% were not Jewish. But
I love that he said allegedly too, because they're not even Jewish. But yeah, post-USSR, the Ashkenazi, quote-unquote, Jewish population, it is in contention whether or not all of these Russians are Jews, by the way. But they came in, and the population of like Ashkenazi Jews rose tremendously because they left the USSR, they came to Israel.
Called themselves Jewish, and Israel didn't care. Just as long as you were publicly Jewish, they took them in to rectify or to preempt that potential growing Arab minority. And now Israel is, if we accept that Selim's statement, that it's one state, and I think it's a correct statement. It's been one state for a long time. That's why it should never be said the occupied territories. That's incorrect. The essence of an occupation under international law, its essence is very simple. An occupation is temporary. That's what makes an occupation an occupation. If it's permanent, it's become an annexation. If it's illegal if that permanence was a result of illegal acts, it's an illegal annexation. But it's not an occupation.
Bro, Jews traveled all over the planet. Anyone can be Jewish for the most part. Wait, what? Dog, we are talking about something very specific about an ethno-state's desires to maintain a demographic majority and then literally dropping its quote-unquote standards for what it means to be officially declared a Jewish citizen of Israel with the express purpose of, what is this? I don't give a fuck what Hassan says or does. For the next 67 days, we're on the same team, locked in and ready to win. Wow, that is a surprising development from the Unfuck America tour people.
An occupation, that's the whole problem. Language is so loaded, in particular political language. I don't want to get off on 10.
Aren't Ashkenazi Jews in Israel much more liberal than the Mizrahi Jews who are always super Islamophobic? How come that Israel turned so much right-wing post-USSR collapse? Because Ashkenazi Jews, by and large, were much more liberal, but the USSR, but the Jews that came from USSR were not. Or at least that's what Sam Cedar says too. But yeah, the Russian Jewish population is like uniquely right-wing, from what I understand. Ashkenazi Jews are not a monolith? Of course not. But we're talking about, like, by and large, how Ashkenazi Jews are viewed, or what their politics is reflected as in Israeli society. And they're usually older, they don't have as many children, they're in the arts, they're in the academia, and they are the last remaining wokes in Israel, basically.
Thousand digressions, but the biggest myth of what happened in Gaza after 2023 was that it was a war. There was no war in Gaza. I just read the new crisis group report. They were very scrupulous in describing it as a war. They knew exactly what they were doing. Very careful. There was the Hamas massacre on October 7th, and then what ensued was a war. And they say it over and over again. The moment you say that, Israel's won 95% of the propaganda war. It's propaganda war. It wins it the moment you start describing it as a war. In the same way, this is not an occupation. Go look up any legal definition of occupation. Its essence is it's temporary. It's an annexation. And it's also, as the International Court of Justice said in July 2025, it's an illegal annexation. They call it an illegal occupation, but it's an illegal annexation. So that being said,
Norm is so funny, man. He gets like hyper invested in these semantics arguments. You know what I mean? Like he just gets like, and he's such a stubborn guy, which, by the way, is a superpower, of course. He has tremendous integrity. And he is also unbelievably stubborn, and he's exactly the kind of guy that could be this stalwart defender of Palestinians, a chronicler of the harms of the occupation, or as Norm would correct me and say, the annexation. But it is really funny if you know his history. Like, this is exactly the reason why the BDS movement yelled at him so much. Like, because he got blacklisted because of his steadfast nature. He got blacklisted for obviously being in support of the Palestinians and being one of the most important chroniclers of the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaigns. This is why he can't take you serious. Words are important. Weren't you listening? I know. But it is really funny. Sometimes he has no capacity to let bygones be bygones. He is the guy who lets minor differences in opinion become like massively consequential almost. Yeah, he will grind that axe. It's funny because I'm like the exact opposite of him. Where, you know, I have a tendency to misspeak personally, but then also outside of that, I don't like really care about the minutia all that much. I care about like what you broadly stand for, you know what I mean? Where he's like hyper specific about everything. And not only is he hyper specific about everything, he will argue to death these like minor semantics differences. But you know, I love him and I respect him. And you both over-explain sometimes? Yes.
Said, let's accept what that Salman has said, one state between the Mediterranean and Jordan, and it's half and half.
So you admit you're anti-semantic? Yeah.
It's half Palestinian Arab, half Israeli Jewish. And if Israel says it will only tolerate a 15 to 20% minority in its Jewish state, then expulsion is built into it. It's built into it. Just like Danny Morris said in one of his rare moments of lucidity. Danny Morris, he said that transfer, which was the euphemism for expulsion, transfer was, and now I'm quoting him, he doesn't like it when I quote him, but I'll keep quoting him. He said, transfer is inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. That's what he said. It's inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. There are two reasons. One is the ideological reason, namely, how can you have a Jewish state if you don't have a Jewish majority? That just doesn't gel. But there's also a practical one. The Jews own no land, virtually no land in Palestine. They owned by 1947, they owned about 17% of the land, 18, 20%. How do you build a Jewish state if you have no land in which to build it? So of course he was correct that it was inbuilt and inevitable. But as I said to you, there's a kind of a discrete question. And the discrete question is, can you conceive a Jewish state that's not a Jewish supremacist state? And I would say that's a slightly more gray question, though I acknowledge what you say. You say that it's hard to conceive the notion of a Jewish state without a Jewish majority. And if the two are kind of inextricably
For the record, I don't disagree with his framing around the importance of words. And when you say war, you've already lost the argument because it's not a war, it's a genocide. And like Israel has won that framing. I do agree with him on that. I just think that like there are other things that he says, like you should use annexation and not occupation. I agree that it is correct. It's the correct terminology. I just don't necessarily care. Like, I would never make that an issue or anything like that. You know what I mean?
intertwined. Doesn't that pose serious questions about the status of the minority? Because the status of the minority will be to forever be perceived as what Israel calls a demographic threat. And your population growth will always be carefully monitored to make sure you don't cross that threshold of threatening the Jewish majority. So I recognize that's a problem. The other way to look at it, and I'm not saying it's the answer. Take the case of the UK. It calls itself an Anglican state. That's its official title. The Anglican Church is the Church of State. It's an Anglican state. But if you asked most British who are not Anglican, does the fact that the UK defines itself as an Anglican state, is that for you an oppressive burden? I think most Brits would say no. They don't much care about it. It's there. It exists. But to use my terminology, it's more at the benign as against the malignant end of the spectrum.
And
So if that's what Jeremy Ben Ami had in mind, then I think it's tolerable, but I have to have like an infinitude of asterisks when I say that, because there's so many qualifications, leaving aside that you may be right. It might be inherently, intrinsically incompatible Jewish state that is not a Jewish supremacist state.
And not to get bogged down into your book, as soon as we can, but it also makes me think of.
I mean, this is also like, what matters is what's happening. And I know Norm wouldn't disagree with this. And what's happening is obviously, as he said, is a Jewish supremacist state. It's an ethno state. It's an ethno state project in this permanent annexation. These are not minor semantic issues, especially in terms of international law arena. The words we use to describe each and every, even as grave consequences. Annexation, occupation, and making go that distinction is very important, because occupation is technically legal under the Geneva Convention, but annexation is totally illegal, and it is an international crime. Okay, that does make a lot of sense. And I know it's not Norm who wrote that, even though this is something that Norm would probably say. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're Norm Finkelstein's webmaster, and he is dictating this tweet to you. But I traffic in the realm of regular folk having normal conversations where this kind of distinction is not that consequential, whereas the distinction between genocide and war is. You understand? That's part of the reason why there are battles that I will fight and battles that I just cast aside. I hope you understand that, Norm. I hope you don't think less of me for that reason, Norm. My goat. You're so Twitter brain, you just call the chatters chat a tweet? Yeah. Türkiye'de Türklük vatandaşlık üzerine tanımlı, ancak realitede öyle kalmıyor. Bu konumda Türkiye'deki neydi? Alt kimlik, üst kimlikti değil mi? Bu konuşma Türkiye'deki türkücülerin paradoksuna benziyor abi. I haven't gotten to the Milo Yiannopoulos detainment story.
People's responses when they say, well, Ireland is a Catholic country. Italy is a Catholic country.
Right.
At the same time, as you're seeing more and more Muslim migration into those countries, you have a surge of xenophobia, and we don't know what the shape of those countries will look.
I think it's clear your analysis has gotten sloppy from not reading 18 hours a day. I know. I need to only have a landline in my house. That'll be my only access to the outside world.
Like, we don't know if the Catholic monk will maintain some apartheid control.
You're totally correct. The only caveat I would enter to that is it's unclear whether these states are reacting to an influx of Muslims or they're reacting to a collapsing economy in which Muslims have been made the scapegoats. Mm-hmm. In other words, in times of prosperity, it's quite possible those populations would be much more welcoming, as was the case in my own United States, when there was obviously massive immigration after World War II of 10,000 different varieties. But we still embraced the idea. It took many forms, but the one that just comes to mind was when David Dinkins described Mayor Dinkins described New York as the gorgeous mosaic. And there was a certain pride in that. But when times, when the economic situation significantly deteriorates, people become much less generous. Yeah. I see it in my own life. I went out to dinner with some people the other night, one of whom was...
Oh my God. Tracking Hasan Piker and the far left's anti-American mal-loving terrorist sympathizing influence online. At what point do people look at this stuff and go, dude, you're just mentally ill? Dan Clancy has not condemned Hassan. Track Hassan. Ken Martin has condemned. Dude, I love Track AIPA so fucking much. Track AIPA has to be the most successful social media born operation that has had real world political impact. The Dan Clancy part makes it clear who's behind this. Yeah, of course. No, so many of these people are insane cultists from the sex pestiny orbit. But I'm not even talking about that right now. I'm talking about what Track AIPA has been able to do. Track AIPA has been able to successfully and easily allow people to identify with the red. It's become like a brand, an institution in and of itself. And it also has made people so insane. There's the Track Islam one. There's all these like different tracker accounts. None of them hit the same way. Okay? None of them hit the same way. And it's a very silly attempt that only demonstrates mental illness. I thought it was a parody when I first saw it. Like I was like, this is actually a really funny parody. And then I clicked on the account and I saw Dan Clancy. I was like, oh, it's not. This guy is actually real. Like, this is a real person. Yeah, here's another one. Track Commies. Commie Socialist Tracker. There's the Track Islam one. There's the Track Commies one. And I guess it's kind of cool that this is like, busy work for some of the maladjusted, mentally ill shut-ins of society. Like, this gives them something to look forward to. This gives them something to do. So it's cool. It's like a jobs program, but not really. It's the equivalent of getting that one weird possible school shooter kid to put their energy and their efforts into something they consider to be productive. It's not dissimilar to having elderly relatives that may or may not have dementia, Alzheimer's, having them do the crossword puzzle and talking to them daily to ensure that they're still communicating, to keep the brain working, and to hopefully push off some of the worst elements of dementia. That's basically what it is. Is it? Yeah, habitat enrichment. Yep. So that's nice. Nice.
I can't remember. Well, 2 foreign countries, no point in naming them. And on the immigrant question, they were very tough, even though they were immigrants. Well, we came in legally, they're coming in illegally, my taxpayer money, and so on and so forth. I think it's a lack of generosity, not born necessarily of xenophobia.
Yes, I saw the Paul
but
Johns.
born of very hard times.
Let me ask you this, Norm. So I think, one of the things that we're all grappling with is we all watched what was done in Gaza with our taxpayer dollars. It was not hidden. It's often boasted about. In fact, an Israeli, top military commander just came out and bragged about, I would order the strike on the World Central Kitchen aid workers all over again. I have no regrets. They're affiliated with Hamas. Just to give one example of how brazen and how proud they are of the many of the atrocities
just
that were
one
committed.
qualification, and
Sure.
I want to hear you. It wasn't that it wasn't hidden. It was that it couldn't be hidden. The Times during that first year, the New York Times, it did everything it could to hide the horrors in Gaza.
Well, and you're right. There was a distinction
claims-
between what the Israelis were saying and what their press was saying, and the attempt by Western, quote unquote, liberal media outlets to protect.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
Are you surprised that the race is so close?
Israeli press does not need to hide the gruesome nature of the genocide in Gaza because the Israeli population welcomes that brutality by and large. It's a fact. It's sad. It's horrifying, but it is objectively a fact, and there's empirical evidence for this fact, right? Whereas the American media understands their readership. If the American media also went into gruesome detail in the same way that Israeli media goes into, with the incidents in Gaza, with the actions in Gaza, then Americans by and large that read the New York Times would have been horrified from the jump. That's it. So that's the reason why Western press understands its audience and covers the issues in much more opaque ways. The Israeli audience is already propagandized. They're excited to hear about the atrocities. They take great pleasure in hearing about the atrocities. Not all Israelis, but to varying degrees, most Israelis. Anyway, I'll never forget years into Israel's genocide, the polling that would consistently come out about the attitudes of regular Israeli society on the violence that Gaza was being subjected to, and seeing sometimes 95% of Israeli Jews say that they're not going hard enough. Horrifying. The only objections inside of the Green Line were coming from the Palestinian citizens of Israel. You can look it up. You can look it up for yourself if you don't believe me. The numbers are there. It's insane. Did you just have a very different conception of Israeli citizens before 2023? Like, did you feel like during the March of Return? I didn't really think about Israeli citizens. I will be honest with you. When I think about Israel as an entity, I think about the occupation. I think about the apartheid, the annexation, if you want to use Norm's correct terminology. Right? That's what I focus on. I focus on the victims. Illegal annexation, yes. So let's talk about MILO Yiannopoulos. Yes, we do know who runs Track AIPA. They're awesome. MILO Yiannopoulos has been detained and is slated for deportation. Kanye West executive MILO Yiannopoulos detained by ICE in Louisiana. Homeland Security, after TMZ broke the story, released the report, quote, retweeting TMZ because why not? Saying on August 27th, ICE arrested MILO Yiannopoulos, an illegal alien from the United Kingdom, at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport in Kenner, Louisiana. Yiannopoulos legally entered the country on May 14th, 2019, through New York City, New York. He chose to overstay his welcome in violation of our nation's laws. Yiannopoulos was issued a final order of removal by immigration judge on July 22nd after failing to show up for his immigration hearing. He will remain in ICE custody pending removal. Being in detention is a choice. We encourage all illegal aliens to take control over their departure with the CBP Home app. The United States is offering illegal aliens $3,000 and a free flight to self-deport now. We encourage every person here illegally to take advantage of this offer and reserve the chance to come back to the U.S. the right legal way to live the American dream. If not, you will be arrested and deported without a chance to return. Now, here's the thing. Milo Yiannopoulos is a right-wing, was a right-wing icon. If you guys recall, Joe Rogan elevated him. I think that was the first time where I realized Joe Rogan might not be the best guy. For me, that was my like complete separation point with Joseph Robinette Rogan was Milo Yiannopoulos. I was like, why are you talking to this guy? He is a Nazi. I remember. I think it was like maybe 2014, 2015. You took your time. No. The first ever Milo Yiannopoulos Joe Rogan Experience podcast appearance was like 2015, maybe 2016. So, yeah, he defended pedophilia. That's what did him in back in the day when Republicans, wow, the past is a different universe, folks. I was just about to say, Republicans actually canceled him because he was talking about being molested by an adult. And on the Drunken Peasants podcast, yeah. And at the time, Republicans were horrified by it. He was, defending his molestation as a child and saying it's not that big of a deal, all this sort of stuff. He was a firebrand who flew too close to the sun. Now, of course, as a neo-Nazi, as a gay neo-Nazi of the British variety, Milo Yiannopoulos had many exposés. They talked about how at Breitbart he was deliberately trying to bring in open, self-avowed neo-Nazis, white supremacists, white nationalists into the fold, giving them positive coverage, things of that nature. So shouts out to Steve Bannon for that. Shouts out to Andrew Breitbart for that. Great job, guys. But basically, Milo Yiannopoulos went through numerous transformations, numerous cancellations. He even, I believe, at some point worked with Marjorie Taylor Greene. He just found a way to put himself out there. Still a right-wing hatchet man. The last iteration of this grift was working for Kanye, becoming an ex-gay while still, of course, living with his husband, who he then said was his roommate. That's the other thing. His husband is black. He is a white nationalist neo-Nazi who is gay and has a black husband. Before I forget. He claimed that he went through a successful gay conversion therapy process. And became a Catholic grifter. But in any case, this last iteration of Milo Yiannopoulos, the grift, was, I guess, a bridge too far because he frustrated someone who is somehow even more psychopathic than he is. Someone who has the ear of the State Department. Her name is Laura Loomer. And it seems Laura Loomer's next target is an American citizen. And the American mother of an American citizen. Me. What is this? Milo said Loomer came into her intern's room nightly and loudly raped him while he used to believe using power imbalance to sexually exploit people was fake. That's actually really what happened in this case because the intern, a Brazilian national, was terrified to say no. Yeah. Here's what happened, by the way. Yeah, that was... Like now, Laura Loomer is, of course, taking credit for it on the timeline. Says, Loomered. Milo Yiannopoulos is in ICE custody after I exposed his illegal alien lifestyle. Marjorie Taylor Greene hired Milo to work as her intern, where he produced her podcast, wrote her books, and lived at her house in Rome, Georgia, before she sold it. Laura Loomer, all the way back in March, saying, why hasn't the Trump administration deported Milo? He is allegedly living in Los Angeles on an expired visa. He's calling for regime change in the U.S. and post-Holocaust denial as an immigrant. It's time for him to be deported. He didn't campaign for Trump. Milo is a foreigner. This is, of course, because Marjorie Taylor Greene and Milo Yiannopoulos turned on Trump over Israel, and Laura Loomer is obviously Israel first. Yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos crossed Israel. He was always anti-Semitic, by the way. It's not new. I mean, he was a fucking open, self-avowed neo-Nazi, once again. But, much like Candace Owens, was not anti-Israel, was not expressly anti-Israel. Okay? This is the whole deal. This is the entire ordeal. Republicans will allow neo-Nazis into their ranks as long as they are pro-Israel or at least don't talk against Israel. They do not care about anti-Semitism. They welcome anti-Semitism. They will weaponize anti-Semitism. Ben Shapiro has openly admitted this framework on numerous occasions. As long as you are not calling into question the Republican cooperation with Israel, the American cooperation and allegiance to Israel. Is that why the gay Mexican neo-Nazi suddenly is pro-Israel? I think that could play a role in it. I don't know. You're, of course, referencing Nick Fuentes. He's been saying some interesting things about how Muslims are actually the real problem in America and how, you know, Israel is bad, but also not as bad as Muslims, not as bad as the left, and that the left is actually worse. You know, things of that nature. He even openly admitted Shannon Watts is going to do a show with Sex Pestiny. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my God. Imagine debasing yourself. Imagine reducing yourself to this. Oh, that's so sick. It's very cool. Mark Game says, if you follow the tiresome soap opera that is MAGA influencer land, you might have seen the Loomer Milo spat in which Milo leaked text from Loomer revealing her serious mental instability. Loomer has powerful Zionist MAGA sponsors. She got her revenge and now wants more MAGA scalps. Which is also part of the reason why it's unfathomable to me that there is this much conversation about me from both Democrats and Republicans alike when Laura Loomer is still very much a right-wing operative that is running around and collecting scalps. Laura Loomer is at the height of her power. And Neera fucking Tanden quote retweeted her Islamophobic sentiment directed at me. This is the nature of the beast. This is the reality of how much these operatives in the Beltway will align with one another and work alongside one another, collaborate with one another to take out opposition to Israel, to take out opposition to corporate interests broadly. Trump propagandist and right-wing grifter Milo Yiannopoulos has been detained by ICE. Previously called for total immunity for ICE in the aftermath of ICE brutality, and also called for people to be deported on the spot without trials. Yeah, I mean this is a leopards eating your own face moment for Milo Yiannopoulos. He said heinous things over and over again. What is the etiquette if you are going about your business and find yourself observing an ICE raid? I want to show a little respect and decency. Are you allowed to masturbate where you stand in the street, or should you just find some kind of awning or motor vehicle? He has more quotes on the timeline. Total legal immunity for ICE agents when they're on duty. If ICE has 90,000 employees and we are all asking for his 10,000 deportations a day, that's 9 agents per illegal. More than enough to cover investigation, apprehension, and removal. What are they all waiting for? Just in, the gutter Muslims on X want illegal alien Milo Yiannopoulos to be freed. Gee, I wonder why. Were Muslims helping Milo finance his lifestyle in the U.S. as an illegal alien? He used to be anti-Islam. And then he was on the run, hiding from immigration authorities. He started posting in support of Hamas and the Ayatollah. Don't worry, I saved it and gave it all to FBI and ICE. Oh God, protect Ayatollah Khamenei. Oh God, we place you before them and we seek refuge in you from their evil. So when Milo Yiannopoulos was doing this exact same thing, by the way. Yeah, oh yeah, he did this too. Laura Loomer is telling our mutual friends that her intimate relationship with the president led to the best blowjob of his life. His words, according to Laura. Thank God. Every day I wake up, I go to bed, making sure I made at least one more person hate your death cult ideology. Mehdi Hasan, I won't stop till the world hates you and Islam. Inshallah. That's what you people like to say, right? There is Laura Loomer celebrating Shannon Watts telling Mehdi Hasan, is there anyone on Twitter you haven't called an Islamophobe at this point? Really loses his meaning. I need you guys to understand something. When I say Islamophobia has completely gotten out of control, where we're in like immediate aftermath of 9/11 levels, I mean it. You have prominent liberals who are unafraid to talk like this on the timeline. People who are considered progressive activists, and no one is checking them. The permission structure has expanded. Okay? It is unfucking bearable. It is ridiculous. And it is getting increasingly worse. Part of that is because, and I've said this already, the Israeli Foreign Ministry is deliberately tuning up the dial. Okay? Whichever sympathetic social media owned by a Zionist billionaire has the algorithmic code is following along with this ultimate goal of fomenting as much Islamophobia as possible and to try and turn criticisms of Israel into a Muslim thing. Nick Fuentes is also playing a role in this as well. Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite. Nick Fuentes has been a prominent critic of Israel, right? I mean, that's his whole thing, and he's doing it as well. That is exactly what's going on. Getting deported for trolling the president's genocidal fascist fluffer is crazy. What part of the Burger Reich is this again? It's getting really fucking bad, dude. It's getting really, really, really bad. And yes, there are a lot of Americans that are also tuned into this frequency. Can confirm my dad is insane about Islam right now. He's all fixated on Dearborn and thinking that Islam is going to destroy American culture. He brought up how his wife wouldn't wear a hijab like it was being forced. Yeah. We are in the throes of collective hysteria. We are in the throes of collective hysteria right now. 100%. And because this resentment, whether it be resentment towards anti-Zionists or outright hostility towards Muslims in particular, this resentment is shared by so many prominent figures in mainstream outlets as well, that they're letting the mask slip. The meta is getting out of hand, genuinely.
The most Islamic city in America.
Do you remember the videos of the prayers? Death to America, death to the Christians and the Jews.
Destroy them, destroy Allah, take them off the surface of this earth.
Some of those videos took place right in here. This is the prayer hall of the Islamic Center of America.
I don't know why you're whispering. There's no one there. And that video was neither filmed in Dearborn, nor anywhere in the video it talks about death to America or death to Christians and Jews. The video is from a mosque in Ontario, Canada. He's talking about the destruction of oppressive rulers like the Fir'aun, the Arabic word for Pharaoh.
And you destroyed the likes of Ad and Thamud and Fir'aun. These are the Fir'auns and the Ad and Thamud of today. Ya Arhamar Rahimin, we ask you, Ya Allah, destroy them.
Just like how the Bible, at many places, talks about breaking, seizing, and destroying the oppressors.
The Quran is not what America was built on. It's not what America stands on. America was built on. It stands on the Bible, the Word of God. This book right here demands violence for those who disagree. This is not freedom.
This is somehow like worse than fucking Boo Boo Bennett, dude. It is kind of wild. Like, at least back in the day, if you were busted, okay? If you were a busted white girl, you could just like, and you didn't want to develop a personality, you could just be a conservative commentator. But the conservative commentators wouldn't go to like Sig Heil levels of Islamophobia. They would just do like, transgenders and Muslims are bad. Like, they wouldn't just like go to the fucking mosque in Dearborn to be like, notice how every single person here wants to explode themselves with a terror vest on? In ASMR format too? What the fuck is happening? This crude, moronic, violent Islamophobia of the Christian American right is well documented, but the subtler, more insidious Islamophobia of the respectable American liberals, Tapper Bash, Biden Dems, The Atlantic, is just as responsible for getting us to where we are today. Yes. Boca Raton Tribune. That's awesome. That's fire. Who you barking at, Fiona? It's all good. I still like the steamroller the best. There was a whole ass media cycle when you called some Dems Islamophobic at the AES party. Yes. Yes. That was so fucking insane. Isn't that crazy that I correctly called out the Islamophobic sentiment that Democratic consultants were leaning into when talking about Abdul al-Sayed And then they had the audacity to yell at me. And even allies, even people who I thought would be sympathetic, were fucking leaning into it, dude. It was incredible. Neera Tanden desperately fighting her urge to retweet Loomer again. "2010 Mike Rogers doing Islamophobia on the radio in Michigan."
While we're at it, speaking of terrorists, this ripple now around the world, I saw there was an incident in India and now in Afghanistan having to do with the potential Quran burning in the United States. There wasn't one in Florida where we thought there would be, but there was one in East Lansing, right there at the Islamic Center on Harrison Road, and I understand an incident now in Chicago. What have you heard about the situations? One of them is in your district, isn't it?
It is.
Who was it specifically you thought was sympathetic? Alex Wagner and Chris Hayes. That was so disappointing. Alex Wagner and Chris Hayes running that clip and then being like, what do we do about Hasan? What do we do about Hasan? Neera Tanden's phone POV while she's tweeting this. That's the limitation of liberals, man. They always have to backstab. I mean, I don't even think it's like a backstab moment. I think it's just there. It's a look, man. Jesus, even more piker slop. Wait, what? Piker slop? We're talking about we're talking about Laura Loomer and Islamophobia.
Not freedom. We live in America, a Christian nation built on biblical values. Yeah, we're called to love the Muslims, but also we're called to keep this out of our nation.
Would you imagine the outrage if a Muslim went inside a church and filmed a similar video? It's funny how you're freely filming in a mosque in the United States, in a city that also has churches, yet accusing Islam of getting in the way of your freedom. America was built on European Enlightenment philosophy that emphasized reason, science, and individualism over tradition, religious dogma, and absolute monarchy. Nowhere in the Constitution does it mention a single...
Yeah, these guys are not really with it. You know what I mean? Like, they're not... Like, there are obviously very redeemable aspects and redeemable qualities to liberalism that none of these guys give a shit about. And it's so ironic that they constantly talk about how, like, Muslims don't care about any of this stuff. And it's like, no, you don't. Like, you're unironically anti-American. Okay? And goddamn, every time I talk about the redeemable elements of America, you don't have to immediately go, it was built on slavery and genocide. Okay? Yes, it's true. But, like, holy fuck. Jesus Christ, guys. I know. Muslims are being treated like they're black. At the same time, the permission structure beyond the media commentary is fully supporting the militant kidnapping of anyone and everyone. And if you notice, centrists are trying to encourage black people to join in on the Islamophobia like we aren't also being targeted. Yeah.
Bible verse, or even the name of Jesus himself. Some historical documents even explicitly say that America is not a Christian nation. Are you not ashamed? The mosque opened its doors.
No. The answer is no. She is not ashamed. Shame left her body a long time ago. No one is forcing Islam on anyone. I don't understand it. It's called racism. It's called being a fucking racist. Of course, that's not the case. Just like no one is forcing transgenderism on anyone, if that's even a thing. I don't even know what transgenderism is. But that's what conservatives have invented as an alternative reality, a hypothetical, a scary fantasy that they tell themselves at night and then get terrified by. Nah, I forced Islam on my buddy Kyle. MashaAllah, brother. It's just bigotry. It's low IQ nonsense. That's what it is. It's inventing a separate reality and then terrifying yourself with this separate reality of your own invention. That is 99% of conservative grievances. They're fucking made up. They're made up. Don't forget, kids, the Republicans are masters of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim racism, but there are plenty of liberals and Dems who are not just happy giving Loomer a pass, but happy to mock the idea of Islamophobia and smear Muslims in public as secret terrorists. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what to do about it either. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to deal with it because, like, it just kind of doesn't matter. Everyone feels this way. So what do you do? Like, how do you fucking fight it? Simply calling it racist is not going to work. These guys are like, yeah, they're racist. I've never met a racist person that has been called a racist who's then turned around and been like, oh shit, my bad. I guess I won't be that way any longer. It's called white supremacy. Yeah, no, I know it's white supremacy. I know. I fight back against it every day. Yeah, I saw this. I retweeted it earlier. What would you do in this situation? Condemn Hasan Piker.
No. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I think greater Muslim solidarity and collaboration might be something. Fuck these haters. I mean, I'm working on it, but I do worry. I do worry about where this is going. Anyway, so yeah, this psychopath Laura Loomer is now taking credit for it, for the MILO Yiannopoulos deportation, and I assume that is what happened. I assume that they had the back and forth spat. MILO leaked text messages from Laura Loomer. Not sure where those text messages are. I don't know if you guys have seen them. But she's also demanding my deportation, my mom's deportation. Absolute psychopath. Now, of course, there's 2 points to remember. Isn't MILO like a massive Nazi? Isn't this a funny leopards ate my face moment? It is a funny leopards ate my face moment. But the problem here is this is Nazi infighting. And it's still important to recognize that the reason why MILO is getting deported is because he was always a Nazi, but he was never anti-Israel until like the last couple of years. He was always an anti-Semite. He was always a Nazi. He was a charlatan. He was a horrible monster. He was also very Islamophobic, obviously. And in the last couple of years, he started trolling in the opposite direction, where he became a neo-Nazi who was also anti-Israel. And now he's getting deported. Laura Loomer is successfully getting him deported. Yeah. It's fucking psychotic. The entire woke Reich knew Milo Yiannopoulos was an illegal alien, yet many of them did business with him as an illegal and harbored him from authorities. There needs to be an investigation. Tucker Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene. What did they know and when did they know? I'll happily speak to the FBI. Next up, Trita Parsi. Do you think this will divide the base? No, I don't think Milo Yiannopoulos has any real fucking Republican fans that remain at this point. Again, he got canceled many years ago and tried to come back on numerous occasions with increasingly diminishing success. Anyway. Holy shit. Mehdi Hasan just dropped a fucking atom bomb on Destiny. Jesus Christ. We got to take a look at this. This is also the Shannon Watts saga as well. Shannon Watts was literally like, I love Destiny. You should literally react to Destiny, all the shit, right? That's what she was saying to Mehdi Hasan. Because Destiny, I guess, like said, you, someone who's proven themselves to be largely clueless about Israel-Palestine, are confident enough to say I support genocide in Gaza, but cannot bring yourself to make any meaningful statements condemning a man who now you see openly support terrorism against anyone in the West. You had him on your show for an interview and chalked all of his support for terrorism to edgy comments. Is his support for Hezbollah just edgy? Do you support Hezbollah's existence as a foreign-funded, Iranian-funded entity in Lebanon like Hassan does? Do you support civilian hijackings and terror attacks on civilians from the Houthis like Hassan does? Would you ask yourself a purported Ansar Allah fighter what his favorite anime is and then giggle along in an interview? Again, not an Ansar Allah fighter, but even then, of course, as an American citizen and a member of the media, I do have a legal right to interview someone from the Ansar Allah movement if I chose to do so. And yes, I have said in the past and continue to do so within the limited confines of the Ansar Allah movement's actions to impede on normal Israeli trade in the Red Sea, they were actually following international law in whichever way they possibly could. It's no different than partisan groups engaging in acts of sabotage against train tracks against the Nazi occupation in Eastern Europe. Anyway, so ridiculous stuff overall. And yes, Hezbollah is a part of the Lebanese parliament and a paramilitary formation born out of Israel violating Lebanon's sovereignty with regular frequency. So yes, Hezbollah does have a right to defend Lebanese territory, Lebanese soil. Israel has no right to illegally occupy, annex Lebanon. Was China correct in a takeover of Tibetan savages like Hassan says? Do you support the crackdowns in Hong Kong? Do you support them taking back Taiwan? Again, not entirely certain as to what he's talking about here with my perspective. I think he's just like trying to get Mehdi Hasan to be like, you should hate Hassan like I do. And then he's just like lying about a bunch of shit. Was China correct in the takeover? Does Russia have a right to own Crimea because most of the people there were ethnically Russian like Hassan says? This position is not my position. This position is Barack Obama's position. I am in agreement with Barack Obama in terms of not trying to militarily fight a nuclear armed nation like Russia as it annexed Crimea, although I do hold the Crimea annexation separately from the illegal invasion and current occupation of Eastern Ukraine. Was the murder of 2 Jews in the U.S. a false flag from Mossad, like Hassan says? Never said that. Don't know why he's even claiming that. Where did that come from? Is that the narrative that I called the embassy shootings a false flag? Also, literally made that up. Which event is he talking about? It's the embassy. Yeah, I said the opposite. I said it wasn't a false flag. You said it wasn't. They clipped it. You saw it at the time. Okay, I forgot. Since you never pushed him on any of these positions nor addressed them in any meaningful way, I'd say it's fair to assume blah, 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 blah. So then Mehdi responds. He says, "Hi, Destiny Steven. You do your best impression of Laura Loomer and Randy Fine by accusing me of being just another mask-on radical Islamist who's been concealing his radical beliefs in an attempt to infiltrate Western media and then expect me to respond and debate you, a guy pushing far-right Islamophobic smears. So this is my one and only response to you, and then you're either muted or blocked. 2, your claim that I'm largely clueless about Israel-Palestine is laughable, coming from a guy who had his ass handed to him on this issue by Norman Finkelstein and Moin Rabbani over the course of a 5-hour debate where so many of your talking points came from Wikipedia searches. I've actually interviewed Israeli prime ministers like Ehud Olmert. You famously didn't even know how to say Ehud Barak's name. Stay in your lane, Stephen. 3, I'm not Hassan Piker's spokesman. But look, I know for an Islamophobe like you, all of us Muslims called Hassan must believe the same thing. But if Hassan wants to defend China or Mao, that's on him. I obviously disagree. I loathe totalitarianism and killers of all kinds. I happen to be defending Hassan on the specific issue of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, where people this past week have been totally misquoting him or quoting him out of context or attacking him for things not dissimilar to what Haley Stevens and Ezra Klein have said. Many of the 5-second clips of him speaking on long streams are obviously out of context. As for all the claims you made about him below, how am I even supposed to know if they're true? You offer no links, no evidence, just trust me, bro. Oh, and I asked him about some of his most controversial statements when he was on my podcast, so stop lying about that. But either way, ask him to defend his views, not me. You've been caught on camera telling budding Israeli troops, here's one piece of advice I'll give you. Okay, if you're joining the IDF, okay, leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everyone's fucking with you with them, okay? If you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it. Jesus. I'm sure you'll claim that your advice to Israeli soldiers to cover up and hide their war crimes in Gaza is taken out of context, so you surely must see the irony here. I know that I've never advised anyone to commit crimes, but do it off camera. 5, talking about things that are on or off camera. One of the reasons I don't engage with you is I hear all sorts of things about you and revenge porn and other allegations. No idea if they're true or not, but you sure seem like a dodgy guy. So I'd rather keep my distance from you. And I also don't know how you think I must answer your questions at your command. This isn't a Twitch stream. Like I said, stay in your lane. Oh, and of course, and he links the YouTuber Destiny sued for sharing revenge porn. Oh, and of course, you'd also now shown yourself to be a racist Islamophobe. So another reason for me to not engage further. See point number 1. One good thing about you viciously and publicly attacking me like this is now I don't have to be weirded out about those fawning DMs you sent me last year saying you are my only mainstream media spirit animal right now. Thank you. Oh! Happy to return to a position of mutual loathing where you loudly and proudly support the killing of Palestinian civilians and the looting of their clothes off camera, while I remain consistent in opposing the killing of all civilians, Israelis, Palestinians, Muslims, Jews, all civilians, period. Goodbye. It's so funny because, like, while Destiny has created a sophisticated smear operation exclusively directed against myself for the last 7 years, he, on the other hand, has done a litany of heinous shit, like actual real heinous shit. So this retort from Mehdi Hasan doesn't even scratch the surface. Isn't that insane? That this is not even like, this doesn't even get you to fully comprehend the mania that is Sex Pestiny, the cult that he has created, the one-man Gamergate operation that they have conducted. And I'm certain that they will, of course, as always, brigade this tweet. The video of D groping you nearly has 200,000 views.
Hates Hassan specifically. It's because he
Comments were shocked. Was not ready to witness legitimate sexual harassment. Oh my God. Hasan says, stop 7 times this clip alone. This was 20 times worse than I thought it could be. Yeah. Yes. Destiny is a sex pest. He is a disgusting sex pest. And because he knows he's a disgusting sex pest, what has the sex pestiny community done? Found a way to try and claim that I am the same way. Because remember, for these guys, they know they're horrible monsters, right? They know that they're horrible monsters. So the only thing they can try and do is actively target an enemy of themselves to try and pull them down to the same level. Okay? He is unbelievably desperate for attention. He knows the walls are closing in. He knows that he has lost virtually every fucking ally he possibly could have had. The only thing that he can lean into is the Unfuck America tour and random up-and-coming content creators that he will bring into his community, as he has done so over and over again, until he fucks them over. Because he's a gross, narcissistic sociopath with no self-control. Okay? He grooms a bunch of people. He showers them with praise and admiration and a little bit of clout, and he dangles that little bit of clout in front of them. And the moment that they actually turn on him, he unleashes a barrage of cyber stalking and smear operations. That's it. And they are not shy about collaborating with Nazis, collaborating with neo-Nazis, white nationalists, Asmongold. This community that calls themselves liberals have collaborated actively with every type of white nationalist and neo-Nazi you could think of. Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, which Destiny may or may not have even had sexual intercourse with, his own admission. Okay? What was her name? Lauren Southern, who Destiny openly said he was like revamping her image. That random meth head that had the swastika painted on her face. Another one of Sex Pestiny's girlfriends. Yeah. So that's why it's like shocking to me that there are at least like liberals who care about the Democratic Party, care about, making sure Democrats get elected, who then go and actually cooperate with this person and collaborate with this person because of their shared mutual resentment of people to their left. I genuinely don't understand it. This person does not have a real world view. He has openly stated that he doesn't know whether he would vote for J.D. Vance or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He can't even hold a consistent position on this. The idea that he is anti-Trump and anti-MAGA and anti-Elon entirely revolves around whether or not MAGA, Trump, and Elon are coming after me. Because him and his community will immediately boost and aid and abet Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and MAGA as long as those three forces are coming after me. They do not care. He's not an intelligent person. He's a yapper for the most part. And he has been able to delude a legion of autistic shut-ins to believe he is a god-like figure. It is just a fucking cult directed in cyber stalking and mass harassment and smear operations, not against ideological opponents necessarily, but simply people who have pissed Destiny off, made him feel small. It blows my mind. Yeah, there it is. And people like Shannon Watts think that this is a normal person to cooperate with. It's insane. Tell me they aren't psychotic. Dan Saltman calls out Hassan over his rhetoric. Hassan would fucking explode, would come if Israel wanted Lebanon. What? He would not give a fuck about it at all. He wants as many Arabs as possible to get killed. He's the biggest genocide supporter in the world. These guys are fucking psychos, dude. They are weirdos. They are gross. Everything they engage in is projection. But most people don't know who they are. That's the thing. They benefit from working in the shadows for the most part. Anytime the spotlight has turned on Destiny, he has been destroyed. Okay? It works better for him if he is not well known, because when people find out about what his positions are, they literally fucking can't stand him. It's the inverse of the same equation for me, because most people's first interaction with me is an unbelievably negatively framed clip from a slop tuber that was most likely searching for quotes on the Sex Pestiny subreddit. And then they tune into the broadcast. They go, okay, maybe this guy wasn't this psychopath that I thought he was. Most people's first interaction with someone like Sex Pestiny is a debate where he's like dunking on one of the dumbest MAGA losers of all time. And they go, wow, this guy seems like a reasonable guy. And then they scratch the surface and they find out about what he actually is, what he actually represents, and what little care he has. Hold on. What little care he has for the truth, what little care he has for advancing a cause, and how much everything revolves around petty resentment. So yeah. It still blows my mind, though, that there are people like Destiny far right. I thought you were better than that, Mehdi. I can't comprehend whether or not these are people who are just like actively a part of his cult and like feigning ignorance. Now D-fans openly infiltrate Asmol's chat and feed him Imgur links with D attacking you. Fascists use Destiny as a useful idiot to attack you. I think Destiny uses fascists as a useful idiot to attack me. Yeah. All they have is constantly advancing. What is their end goal? Literally nothing. The Vision Press new poll. What's the most important issue this year? Among likely voters, Hassan Piker, 86%. Pedophile president, 3%. Illegal war in Iran, 3%. Dead children in Gaza, 3%. $7 gas, 2%. Government soldiers killing civilians, 2%. Yeah. Anyway, I've never met someone who has gotten in their own way so hard. They just keep tripping over their own goddamn dick. Where is the... Was this... Representative Adelita Grijalva talks to Justin Canoe about Hassan the Hun, pile on from Republicans and AIPAC Dem leadership. Bro, what the fuck is this, Hassan? What is this? Federal Appeals Court ruled that the First Amendment protects an individual's right to privately possess images or videos of child sexual abuse created using AI if the material does not depict a real person and remains in their home. What the fuck? We may yet see the funniest thing ever happen. Milo Yiannopoulos, in his own words, saying he secretly records and saves communications with every public figure he comes in contact as a way to blackmail them in the future. I wonder what kind of blackmail Milo is planning to eventually use against Ye, Kanye West.
An external hard drive. I'll show it to you now. This is called the vault. This is the vault. This has.
Wait, isn't this like a? This is like a. This is a neo-Nazi. Old neo-Nazi podcast, isn't it? Killstream.
Has shit on everyone you have ever heard of. Video, pictures, emails, audio, text messages, phone calls. Anything you'd ever really want to know about every public figure I have ever encountered. Most of the conversations I've had with people when I've been in a single-party consent state. Recorded, archived. I have shit on everyone. And I'm now in a position in my career where I'm perfectly happy to start dropping it all. So I have a lot of crap on Richard Spencer and everybody else. And well, maybe there is a reason to sign up for Telegram after all. So watch this space. I have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Milo Yiannopoulos, baby. A complete and utter psychopath. What is this? Abdul Al-Sayed talks about Hassan Piker Friday interview with MS Now.
Have Jewish voters in Michigan, I'll say Dana Nessel is one of them, who are worried about your association with Hassan Piker. Why keep him so close? Or why not fully disassociate yourself with him, especially when Michigan is so tight? Alyssa Slotkin only won by 22,000 votes.
So let me speak to a couple points here. Number one, I endorsed the vice president on the day after she became the nominee. I did not agree with the administration's position on Gaza, but I understood that Donald Trump would be worse. So I am calling on leaders from all of the communities under the Democratic umbrella to recognize that Mike
Tony Two Cut's wife, double snip Tony's wife, Katie Turr, Tony DeCoppel's wife, Katie Turr.
Rogers is an existential threat to everything we believe in when it comes to our democracy. Number two, this campaign is not about a streamer in California. This campaign is about affordability in Michigan. This campaign is about the ability to have health care.
California does campaign with a lot of Democrats, so he's not just a streamer.
This campaign is about the challenges Michiganders face. And I get that in the media, it's a lot easier to pick up one person and be like, this is what this is about. But this is why a lot of people get so frustrated about politics and political media, because it doesn't actually speak to the challenges they face. Look, I did a whole interview.
It's not just the media, and I reject that framing. It's 6 in 10 Americans don't know who he is. I'm not saying he's the most important person in the world, but when you have a state like Michigan, where, again, Alyssa Slotkin only won by 22,000 votes,
but Katie,
is it worth
10 in 10
potentially losing the few votes you need to win?
10 in 10 Americans.
Like, what an insane... Dude. I'm losing my fucking mind. First of all, Katie Turr. I'm a media person. Okay? I'm a motherfucking media person. You can ask me directly what my takes are on a number of different issues. Okay? MS Now. I'm saying it one more time. You can ask me directly what my thoughts are on a million different issues. I give quotes to Washington Post all the time. I gave an interview to Dave Weigel earlier today for Semaphore. You can ask me contentious questions. You can be the journalist that takes me out. Okay? Isn't that exciting? I've been interviewed by MS Now in the past. Okay? I know some of the top anchors on the network and many of the former top anchors on the network. The idea that you are going to advance this narrative that I'm like some vicious fucking anti-Semite and then badger Abdul with it is ridiculous. Okay? The reason why he is changing the framing here back to issues that matter is because he doesn't want to get into a fucking clip show where the entire conversation turns to Abdul defends, Hasan's statement here. He doesn't know the context of this one and blah, blah, blah. That's it. And these guys know they want to turn it up. They want him to say, Hasan is not an anti-Semite, so they can immediately throw the clip show and be like, all right, what about this statement? All right, what about that statement? All right, what about this statement? That is literally what they're trying to do. So of course he's not going to fucking play by those games, play by those rules. He's not going to play that game.
Agree that they can't afford the things that they need in their lives. So if folks want to make this about a streamer in California, they're welcome to do that. But I'm focused on Donald Trump. I'm focused on addressing the affordability crisis. I'm focused on getting you health care. And that's what I'm going to stay focused on.
Let's talk about Detroit. You have.
It's so insane to me that you have a person who won the primaries for a Senate race. A senator is a very important seat. It's the upper chamber, right? There's only 100 of them. And he's like, please, can we talk about the issues, man? And they're like, no, you need to talk about this Twitch streamer. And people will say, oh, you're deflecting. Oh, you're deflecting. Oh, you're doing that because you're fucking deflecting, because you're running away, because you're scared, because you did something wrong. Like they're trying to incept this idea that he is somehow ashamed, that the image that they are trying to craft of me is correct, and he is ashamed of his allegiance and cooperation with a person who is a dangerous, radical, terrorist, Jew hater, right? Because here's the reality. If I was actually what the media presents me as, it would be outright unacceptable for anyone to campaign with me. But it's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because you don't want to get into the clip show. You don't want to know the context, or even if you do know the context of every single quote, you don't want to find yourself consistently defending a barrage of statements that I've made, some of which are out of context, some of which are in context, but also unbelievably crass, unbelievably vulgar. That's the whole point. So I think a really good way to maybe start framing some of these talking points, and this is different for if you're a media figure. If you're a media figure and you know me and you know the context of my of some of these like choice quotes that they use all the time, you can be like, look, I know this guy. He's not an anti-Semite. There's hours and hours and hours of footage out there of him combating anti-Semitism. You guys are just saying this because he's against Israel and sucks to suck, but like that's the overwhelming majority of Americans, right? You could just say that. You can entertain the clip show if you want. But if you're a politician running a campaign in a very tight, very narrow window, you got 66 days to get your point across, to put your best foot forward, right? The best possible thing you can do is this. So much of corporate media is dropping the ball by hyper-focusing on this feeding frenzy of a media personality who is anti-Israel. This is exactly the reason why people are losing faith in corporate media. This is exactly the reason why people are losing faith in establishment media. We understand the importance of the fourth estate. We want corporate media and mainstream media to do the right thing, to focus on issues that matter instead of generating clicks, instead of generating headlines, instead of focusing on a streamer from California who happens to sometimes be vulgar, but ultimately is very progressive and is a progressive force in this country. And that's precisely the reason why I entertained his audience or campaigned with him. But we need more good journalism. I wake up every morning. I'm still in the campaign mode, right? I wake up every morning and ask myself, how can I make Michiganders' lives better today? I wish a credentialed reporter such as yourself would wake up and ask a similar question. Are the stories that I'm going to cover today important for the public to know about? Or am I simply leaning into hysteria, simply leaning into manufactured outrage concocted by Republicans? Democrats have a plan for health care, but before they unveil it, Abdul al-Sayed must condemn Hasan Piker. Well, there are many lawmakers and voters who are concerned, is what she said. And it's bullshit. No, they're not. The answer to that is simple. Abdul al-Sayed can say, look, I've been up and down the state in the primaries and continue to trek every mile of this beautiful state known as Michigan. And you know what people never ask me? Hasan Piker. You know what people ask me about all the time? How am I going to pay for health care? How am I going to pay for gas? So no, I think there are a couple legislators that have made up their minds on making sure that this is driving a wedge between the base of support within the Democratic Party, but it's not working. And I think we should move on to things that are more important, more consequential, so that we can restore a little bit of faith in American politics and a little bit of faith in American media. Okay? There you go. That's it. Because, like, we're fucking up. We're fucking everything up right now. And we don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time to defend American democracy. We don't have a lot of time to create a sufficient mechanism of accountability against Trumpism in this country. And you're over here playing a role of someone who doesn't care about things that people actually care about. Like, corporate media is so out of touch, so bubbled in. Another thing that fuels anti-Semitism is when fellow Jews say that their interest in Israel trumps freedom at home, healthcare, wages, jobs, immigrants, reproductive freedom, and free speech. Yeah, like Dana Nessel is crazy. She's saying crazy shit. Dana Nessel, can you imagine, dude, is being like, listen, I care about Saudi Arabia. I'm a Muslim. That's where Mecca is. That's where Medina is. And unless Saudi Arabia gets a nuke, I'm not voting for the fucking Democrats. And as a matter of fact, as a lifelong Democrat, I might vote for the Republicans because Trump wants to give Saudi Arabia a nuke. Saudi Arabia has a right to defend itself. It's in a bad neighborhood, and the most sufficient line of defense is nuclear armaments. So sorry, insert candidate A doesn't want to give Saudi Arabia nukes, so I think I'm going to go with the Republicans. If I were to run around and say that as a Muslim man, Saudi Arabia is an ally, what would CNN say about that? What would the entirety of liberal mainstream media say about that? They would be like, this guy's fucking insane.
I've said this over and over again that, when a black person says, that phrase that you're using, or the way you're talking about this issue, to me is racist. I'd like you to stop doing it. We respect that. When somebody,
Yeah, I somehow don't believe that, by the way. I don't believe that you respect that. But
when we're talking to somebody in the LGBTQ community and say, I don't like the phrase that you're using, or that term is offensive to me, and here's why. We respect that in the Democratic Party. We say, okay, I'm not going to use that phrase anymore. I didn't realize that it was offensive to you. I'm going to stop. But this has been an outlier for me. I have people saying, you are not going to tell us what you deem to be anti-Semitic. We'll decide what's anti-Semitic. That's not up for you, the Jewish population, to decide. And I find that to be very off-putting and offensive. And you know, I think that's totally unacceptable. But the last thing I will say is this. If that's the deal that has to be made, and I've been really candid.
it's just like, again, 75% support for the Democratic Party. Let's say it drops to 60. Okay? That's still damn near, that's still the super majority support for the Democratic Party. Okay? And for what reason? Because the base of the Democratic Party doesn't fuck with your emotional support apartheid state. Like, it's so ridiculous. This is where I get unbelievably frustrated with standpoint epistemology. Like, you're doing a bodies and spaces. This is woke 1. This is woke 1.0 shit. Okay. This is what I hated about woke 1.0. The idea that, like, your lived experience trumps observable reality and our anger and resentment over what we have seen. What fucking world am I living in? Read this headline. At FBI, hiring prostitutes, stealing from your employer, or engaging in acts of bestiality are no longer an automatic barrier to getting hired. Jesus Christ.
About this. I was Jewish before I was ever Michigan Attorney General. I'm going to be Jewish afterwards. I was Jewish before I was ever a member of the Democratic Party. And if I have to, I'll be Jewish afterwards too.
Attorney General Nessel, thank you so much for joining me today.
This was always actually the end goal of woke 1, to hijack the struggle for black liberation and focus it on liberal Zionism. I saw this shit going down in college in 2011 to 2015. Your semaphore interview's out too.
Hasan Piker, thanks for...
Damn.
Hasan Piker, thanks for talking to me.
56 minutes. Bro, I was so... this is so early. Wow, look at the first comment. I was daily bulwark Dem, multiple podcasts, YouTube videos a day, basically every day, but Trump 2.0 has been incredibly revealing. I'm now squarely a DSA Dem. It was a long road with some memorable points along the way. Chuck Schumer seemingly more excited at the prospect of fighting Iran than Trump. Israel's grotesquely disproportionate response. War crimes and genocide in Gaza. The Democratic Party's leadership treatment of Mamdani. Sarah Longwell's rants against Hassan Piker, and the increasingly obsessive, dishonest, and almost stalker-like manner in which the party and much of the political media have lied about and disparages Hassan in particular and the DSA in general. If there's one common thread in my own come to Jesus experience and in the evolution of other people close to me who have moved in the same direction, is becoming aware of the wildly disproportionate influence that the state of Israel has over American politics and foreign policy. What has been so stunning is the epiphany that this may not be something that's changed. It may have been there all along, and I simply could not see it. So Trump 2.0 has been enlightening, to say the least. I say this as a guy who has voted Democratic in every presidential election since the first one. I was old enough to vote in Bill Clinton's first term. I did not start out looking to move left. Quite the opposite. I got here by watching what the Democratic establishment actually did, what it defended, and what it refused to confront, and how it treated and continues to treat people who did. Oh my God, that's awesome. My job is to obviously say the truth unconditionally, no matter the cost. However, I also understand that there are people like that who could have just as easily fallen by the wayside, become like Nick Fuentes fans. You know what I mean? So I ask over and over again, which way, Western man? If anti-Israel sentiment is an inevitability, do you want it to look like my worldview that focuses on critiques of Israel as an entity, as an institution, given its metric ton of crimes? Or do you want it to be an anti-Semitic critique that has very little to do with Israel beyond being able to use the dislike of Israel to then turn into pariahs the entirety of the Western Jewry? Because that is the goal of anti-Semites. The goal of anti-Semites is the continuation of the current atrocities, the continuation of the current hierarchy that frustrates people, that causes them to struggle endlessly, that makes them angry, to take all of that anger and animosity and to not redirect it back to the systems, not redirect it back to capitalism, but instead to redirect it back to a group of shadowy individuals that are operating in a monolithic manner to dominate society. And that shadowy group of individuals historically has always been falsely considered to be Jewish. Okay? That's it.
You have most liberals in the country who are so pissed at Hasan Piker, of all people, because that's what's important right now. But do you disavow Hasan? No, actually I don't. Because he's been able to convince a lot of people to be anti-capitalists. So no, I'm sorry, I don't disavow that. I'll never disavow that. I'm not gonna sit up here and be like, oh, well, I don't agree with everything he says. No, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck you. Fuck you if this is the thing that I should be pissed about. Fuck you. If this is what I should give a fuck about, you're upset Hasan said the US deserved 9/11. That's what you're upset about? The United States, that has been like one of the largest fucking imperialist powers ever, who's destroyed other countries? You want me to be mad at Hasan? Fuck off. I don't even know the guy, and I'm not gonna fucking be up here. Like, no, fuck you. How about be mad that the United States ran a fucking secret prison where 95% of the people that they fucking tortured were innocent? Maybe that's what I should be fucking angry at. Maybe I should be angry at the 150 fucking schoolgirls that we double tapped. Fuck you. No, I can't stand it. Condemn Hasan. How about instead I condemn the fact that kids have to watch their parents destroy their bodies in order to be able to afford the bare necessities? But you want me to be mad that a streamer said shit? Fuck off. Suck my fucking balls. No, I'm not doing that. Every single person who comes up here, condemn left-wing violence. Fuck you. Condemn the fact that people can't afford to live. You want to talk about violence? You want to look me in the eyes and tell me BLM riots are so violent while ignoring what actual political violence is? You want to look me in the eye and tell me the attack on trans people is not political violence? You want to look me in the eye and tell me that the ramping up of ICE is not direct political violence? You want to look me in my fucking face and tell me it's not political violence when we cut SNAP benefits? Fuck you. I'm not doing this shit.
Hell yeah. Goated. It seems that Destiny has found, his cult has identified 2 new victims, Magdi Jacobs and Shannon Watts. Look, I know that no matter what I say, they will never listen to me because they fucking despise me, but there are a lot of red flags here. I hope for your own safety and your own mental sanity, you stay away, especially considering that the person that you are aligning yourself with is, you might hate me, and that's fine. You can hate me all day, every day. But the person you're aligning yourself with is currently actively in court being sued by his victims. For unconsensual distribution of revenge pornography in exchange for child sexual abuse material. You're my goat. I know you're a big boy and all that. Don't need hug box, but I kind of can't help but hate how they do you. It's all good. Because there will come a time, here, I'll make you one promise. If you are a new orbiter, there is always, we've seen this same song and dance so many times over. You come in, his community hugs you. They love bomb you, okay? They make you feel great. Your impressions go up. They brigade your enemies at your behest. You feel like you're winning. But there is going to come a time when he's going to want you to do something that you don't want to do. Or you are going to have a minor disagreement. And he's going to explode on you. And that exact community that you have now relied on to feel a sense of belonging will then turn on you and rip you apart, will cyberstalk you relentlessly for almost a decade in the way that they have done to me. The easiest way to get out of this cult is to never enter it. That is the warning that I deliver to you, Magdi Jacobs. I know you think I don't care about you. I know you think I want you to, I don't know. You probably assume that I want what's worse for you. So you will do the opposite of my warning, but this has happened more than 30 times. At some point, you have to identify. At some point, you have to identify that the problem is this one singular individual. Because it is. Yeah. Pisco Liddy is another one. He's another example. This is another one of the cultists.
Liars.
So who was doing that to you? Like somebody, because you did apologize for that. So what the fuck is happening with that?
Yeah, no. So a bunch of people, including Destiny, lied to me about me, and so that's the reason why I will never interact with him again.
Really?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, wait. So Destiny lied about you?
Yeah, but listen, I'm not going to linger on it. You brought it up, but that's the answer.
Okay, I think it's I think maybe I don't know enough from the clips that I'm seeing.
Aniki says, I used to be in here arguing with you about trans people in sports as a former 4chan chud, and now I'm shilling my local DSA and injecting estrogen. You do good work, twin. Unironically save lives. Don't let them bring you down.
I see that you apologized and you moved forward. I think maybe you should have a conversation with him.
No,
no, I don't think that. I don't
it's
think
malice. It's malice. It's a purposeful, knowing lie, and he will never accept it as such. And I would never accept anything less than an acknowledgement that it was a purposeful, malicious lie. And I have no interest really in interacting with such people. And so, just to make everything clear, I will never
really
be interacting with
like,
him again. Such liars.
Anyway. Who's this lady? I have no idea. I'm sure it's the extended Destiny verse somehow. This is what gives them life? What is this? Niratanda's #1 fan, Hutch, is not happy that Tim Miller asked Nira to tweet less about Hasan.
A lot of attacking.
Yeah, I mean, this bald one on the corner is like another one of those orbiters who like is terrified of getting caught on the wrong side of the cult, but is firmly committed to the cause.
The left right now from you on the Twitter account.
Like I'm telling you, they legitimately, this media environment that we're in currently, the reason why it's not breaking my spirit all that much is because I'm used to it. I'm used to it for the past decade, right? I'm used to it for the fucking past decade. These guys are psychotic. They've been doing this over and over again. All of those smears that you see on the timeline at some point materialized from this one tiny community, tiny but very dedicated. And it operates like a cult. And it's just been my life. It sucks, but I got used to it a long time ago, which is why it like prepared me for this moment in mainstream media. Because the mainstream outlets are not nearly as sophisticated. It's actually pretty insane how the deranged obsessive Hassan Zaya rage migrated from lunatic podcaster Ethan Klein to now entire liberal media and political class, all because the Zionist Israel lobby that owns them wants to turn him into a litmus test for any anti-Israel sentiment. Yeah, I mean, it originated from Destiny and then moved on to Ethan Klein, and now it's fucking Katie Tur, apparently. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. But my point is, they basically infiltrate every community they can, and they're singularly invested in just like using every larger community as a sleeve, basically. But right now, what's going on in mainstream media is being viewed correctly as a proxy debate for Israel, which is why I am not so frustrated.
Out when we have a big challenge. Is Tim gonna break my heart? Tim, no. Why? The asymmetry here is absurd. You sure do spend a lot of time punching left in a conversation about Hasan Piker? Am I going insane?
Yes. Yes. Not going insane. You are insane. And also very stupid. Like remarkably dumb.
We're talking about us.
Like these guys live in this insane alternate universe where they sincerely, genuinely think the number one priority should be yelling about the left flank and yelling about me in particular. He exists in a reality where you can be on national TV and also everyone hates you as much as he does. Yeah. It's very sad. I saw one of his orbiters like literally complaining, can people stop fighting MAGA and start fighting the left? They are far more problematic. One of these guys' orbiters unironically posted that. Destiny himself also said MAGA is no longer relevant. Like that's their pivot. Their pivot is they went from Hasan is in service of MAGA because he didn't sufficiently endorse Kamala Harris to MAGA is actually not that relevant at all. We should just be trying to attack the DSA. Dog, they're in charge of everything. What the fuck are you talking about? You're insane. I simply do not care. You think punching left is bad. It's a made-up rule. Nobody cares. I punch left at people who I think are helping Republicans win because I value Republicans losing elections over everything. Yeah, no. No, they don't. They literally do not. Yeah, this is it. MAGA is not relevant now. The fight against them was in 2024 and we lost. People who sweep for socialists are either disgusting anti-democracy haters or idiots. It's stupid to fearmonger over MAGA right now to sweep for socialists. MAGA is obviously extremely relevant right now as they're currently in power and Democrats are trying to win back Congress from them. MAGA, the modern American fascist movement, is worse than the left, and I'm glad to see you agree. Guys. Do you want to finish the Dave with? There's more depravity. Yes.
For 2 weeks? Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
Yes, I will. We're getting back to the fuck it. We're getting back to the Dave vid.
head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois minor being trafficked by Solo, who coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny and then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to him. Now, another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Why
Did you have
he can't answer the
Sherry's
question?
consent
He
in
can't. He
order
can't.
the audio record?
Yeah,
Did
keep
you have
pivoting.
Sherry's
Keep
consent
pivoting.
in
Yes,
order
I
to audio
did.
record
Yes.
your sex
Yep.
act?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You did.
Yes, I did.
Like Shannon Watts should be forced to address her newfound allegiance, and Magdi Jacobs too, but definitely Shannon Watts. Magdi Jacobs is irrelevant. Should be, and Neera Tanden and all of these other like liberals should absolutely be asked about this. Like, this is readily available information. It's a matter of public record. It's literally court proceedings in the state of Florida. Like, what are you doing? You're out here saying like, I'm a misogynist. This is the person that you're aligning with. And here's the best part about it. You want to know something? It's not consequential for any elections. When you actively use attacks on me to attack Abdul al-Sayed, that's consequential for the Democratic Senate majority. So two can play that game. You are nothing. You are irrelevant. And Destiny is even less relevant. So you can't even turn around and be like, well, you know, this is a vector for a factional fight that's going to threaten the Senate majority. You can't even say that. You're just a random person on the internet who is very clearly heavily influenced by, I guess, maybe some big donors that donated to your foundation initially. I don't know what it is.
Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor, when every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that is prudent for me?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So now
Solo's identity has been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a sanctions hearing for spoliation on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his discovery on his civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo, Abby MC, and so forth. Destiny claims he archived them all just in case.
Oh, I wanted to say one last thing about Milo Yiannopoulos. Never forget that during Kaya Gate, when it first started, shouts out to Sex Pest and his community for that one as well. Milo Yiannopoulos, I don't know who informed him of this, by the way, knew of Maya Higa. Milo Yiannopoulos knew that I had a friend. Her name was Maya Higa and operates an animal sanctuary. Milo Yiannopoulos doxed the animal sanctuary and said that if Maya Higa comes out to defend Hasan Piker, that he will do everything in his power to strip Alveus of its 501c3 status. Silencing friends of mine through intimidation. So yeah, now Milo Yiannopoulos is being deported. Think about how much of a fucking monster you are. That you are dialed in to a smear campaign to that degree that you're thinking like 2 steps ahead. You're like, oh, this person who's like famous in the animal conservation space has been around Kaya, might come out and say something that could ruin what we are trying to generate. Yeah. University of Washington approved of Milo Yiannopoulos to speak on campus at the peak of campus cancel culture mania. Republicans protected him. I was not allowed to speak at University of Washington. So talk to me about the double standard. Here's Milo Yiannopoulos, one of his last tweets mentioning me. Can anyone explain why Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer are tweeting the same exact talking points? If Trump wants to win us back, putting Hasan Piker in prison forever would be a good start. President Trump can unite the entire country by having Hasan Piker arrested. It's his destiny. I wonder who else also felt that way. The sex pest that we are covering right now. Milo Yiannopoulos says there's no conspiracy. Jailing Hasan would be one of the most universally popular things Trump has ever done or will ever do. Unfortunately, that means it would also have to please both of these ghouls. So while I worry about the insane precedent this sets for not even just like political dissidents or whatever, but people who are vicious, toxic monsters who get to operate on U.S. soil with no impediment whatsoever until they oppose Israel, and perhaps even more importantly than Israel, oppose Israel's strongest sociopathic warrior, Laura Loomer, and then they can be deposed. And then they can just be shipped away, deported like that. I do hate that precedent. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like that is an insane precedent to set. It's very difficult for me to feel bad about Milo Yiannopoulos personally, because he is a fucking monster. I'm not going to lie, bro. I wasn't a fan at first, but you were right to start the suit era before all this bullshit. I'm always thinking ahead, big dog. Think about how many clips of mine have appeared on mainstream television. In every single one, I'm wearing a goddamn suit. Yeah, you made it clear that it is, in fact, about Israel. I'm calling on DOJ Attorney General Todd Blanche to investigate disgraced former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trader Greene, for hiring and harboring illegal alien Milo Yiannopoulos, who is now in ICE Gov custody after I reported Milo to ICE and the FBI last year in 2024 when he called for me to be assassinated and he openly supported Hamas and the Ayatollah while on an expired visa. I don't know if Laura Loomer did or didn't get Milo arrested, but her ICE snitching is pretty obviously pursuing a coherent pro-Israel agenda underneath the crazy person image she projects. But you being in a suit takes away from the argument that you're just a Twitch streamer. Well, if people don't consider me to be just a Twitch streamer, then...
But refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groyper husband threatening Destiny over an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it, a former Destiny pal named Connor.
He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me and said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in role play scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step parents, step family, and they role played molesting their kids. Then they also pretended to be the kids themselves. So they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that. Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter role play and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives, I confronted Destiny and I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes.
But Destiny didn't like this bizarre activity leaking, so he framed his friend Connor as the villain for reporting potential child abuse to the authorities.
Yeah. Everyone always, isn't it crazy how much of a coincidence it is that every single person that Destiny puts in the crosshairs for calling him out for insane behavior is automatically considered an op, and there will always be something that they can find to say, oh, well, no, you actually. No, you. It's the same tool every single time. And if they can't find anything, yeah, the Connor and Pisco guys were deorbiters, but at least they had a red line where they said, I'm out. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. These guys don't agree with me at all. As a matter of fact, many of them still fucking hate me. Okay? But they really, really hate Destiny now. I'm convinced all those orbiters secretly hate him and just farm him for clout, hence why they jump ship so quickly. Homelander shit. No, I don't think that's the case. No, I think they genuinely find something captivating. I don't know what it is. Yeah, Epstein literally has decades-long reputation of sexually harassing and assaulting people within his orbit, then nuking them after it happens. The fact that no one acknowledges this is insane. Yes, he has had so many fucking victims. So many fucking victims, dude. It is crazy. It is straight up a grooming cult that he operates. That's why we say it's not just a cult. I say it's a sex cult. This is the reason. And I don't know why, but like, I guess it's all of the fans that he has that are diehard loyalists in the cult that basically will identify, target new victims for the cult leader and will be like, oh, you should talk to my intellectual daddy. He's wonderful. And then they like really ham him up. They really glaze him up. And weirdly enough, everyone that actually fucking issues warnings gets completely cast aside, completely sidelined. Until inevitably the new person becomes a victim as well. One day there is going to be a literal Jeffrey Epstein style documentary about one of the most prolific groomers and harassers and assaulters in this fucking space. Because like, Minecrafters are often one and done, you know what I mean? They get packed up quickly. It's a joke in his community that they help him groom teenagers with BPD. Yeah. They use digital ground game canvassing ops as a front to rent an Airbnb for sex, lol. Oh, gross. I just don't understand it. I don't understand how like enough of the victims have not gotten together. I mean, I guess this was one of the instances, right? Like the court case that he is currently going through is literally former cult members unironically getting together and trying to file a lawsuit and to pursue litigation against them. And even then, the cult still continues. They harass the living shit out of the victims nonstop, endlessly humiliating them, endlessly smearing them. It blows my fucking mind. I mean, he is truly one of the most heinous individuals I've ever had the misfortune of encountering.
And in retaliation, Destiny posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending him CSAM. Every accusation is a confession, just like Israel, huh? To get a sense of how Destiny reacts to shit like this in general, here he is publicly advocating for doxing people when his behavior is exposed.
I expect the behavior from Kiwi Farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that will always exist. But it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on info over there and then have it spread into the other world. That's just wild to me, but you know.
Here's Destiny publicly celebrating the death of someone's father while dropping his real name just because he dared to expose Destiny. Plenty of other admissions of him intentionally doxing and harassing absolutely anyone who mentions his court case or any of his shady behavior, bragging about how easily he can get away with it even though it's really shitty. If she was legit a minor, I'm probably done. Indeed you are, Steven. And still, Destiny's loser cult never ceases to show up for him. The haters are so mad that we know about all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh,
like, that's an insane thing to say. Not even CP can take our boy out. Like, when you find yourself... Here, I'm going to read it. How mad will the haters be when this drama, the drama is CSAM, so it's not drama, blows over and people still prefer Destiny to them? Not even CP can do it. Okay? If you find yourself typing those words and hitting enter, you really have to immediately check yourself in to a medical facility. Okay? It's insane.
About all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was the time that he tried to get someone deported by ICE. Apparently it's possible that Pixie's wife was a green card marriage. Here he is talking about it in his chat room and also outing her by full name on Twitter, which I blacked out. He's doing this because she screamed at him in a condo lobby one time for obvious reasons, and he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions on how to get her deported.
Oh, the other guy is Myron Gaines. The other guy is Myron Gaines, notorious Holocaust denier Myron Gaines. Another person that Sex Pestiny aligns with all the time. Once again, Shannon Watts, are you excited to be a part of the legion of truly wretched individuals, including the Fresh and Fit podcast's very own Holocaust denier Myron Gaines? Wow. No one ever asked why this guy who presents himself as a liberal is constantly collaborating with open neo-Nazis, by the way. No one. None of these fucking near-attendant types, they don't know about it, or when they find out about it, they simply don't give a shit.
By ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like, Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude. Fucking Dan. That's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy. And the whole thing is like saying fucking Hasan is going to genocide the Jews. You do.
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny, especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely legal neo-Nazis around with him on tour for sex. That's how much he actually cares about anti-Semitism. Because nothing actually matters to a sociopath like him except his fetishes and petty grievances. Yeah. That's why he attacks people like me or Hasan for imaginary anti-Semitism instead. Real classy. And how does Destiny feel about all this disgusting sociopathic behavior? If you ask him, he claims he's unimpeachable.
I feel like I'm largely immune from any big cancellations.
unless like fucking battle.net logs get leaked to me from like 20 years ago or something. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not typically worried about that. I just don't do much to get canceled other than I have like edgy opinions sometimes. But the way that I live like my private life and my professional life are all pretty above board. Like I'm a pretty good person.
Insanity. That's insanity. It's Shannon Waz is collaborating with this person. Again, a person who like created a gun control organization. This guy goes on the Bulwark, bro. These are supposed to be liberals, okay? You know how we talk about like a big tent where they say, I shouldn't be a part of this tent? There is a limit. I think if you're collaborating and cooperating with neo-Nazis, I think if you have an active court case around the distribution of revenge porn in exchange for child sexual abuse material, I don't think you get to be a part of the tent. A lot of the stuff that they say about me, about how like I'm a grifter, I don't care about the things that I value, the things that I speak on, it all actually fits perfectly for this fucking loser.
Pay my taxes. I don't cheat on any of that shit. I take care of all my paperwork. I do. Yeah, like I think for the most part, I'm pretty unimpeachable as a person.
And with his political canvassing operation Digital Ground Game running damage control for him, messaging people and whitewashing all the shit he's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible, Hasan sure noticed. And that
yeah, I did.
He's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible, Hasan sure noticed.
So you didn't support a candidate strongly opposed U.S.-Israel relations, anti-AIPAC and strongly supported Palestinians. I said, do you think people will sue when they find out they donated to this organization because they thought it would door knock to get Dems elected and instead is a harassment op for a Zionist sex pest cult, and they've burned all the dollars people donated fighting his battles online? And then also trying to go to the Young College Democrats of America conference to literally mass harass the speaker there, to disrupt the event, an event that they were not invited to. And they openly filmed themselves. How insane. They openly filmed themselves saying, oh, we found out this guy's speaking at this event. We're going to go to the fucking event and we're going to disrupt it. And they streamed the entire process and they were shocked that they were barred entry. And then that became their own little saga where they were like, this guy is a brutal tyrant. I can't believe how much of a brutal, ruthless tyrant he is.
And that's probably the end of this saga for me. I have absolutely no intention of being dragged into the cesspool that is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging. As
we found his handler. Where you at, Hasanabi? Pac-Man nukes Hasanabi. Hasanabi makes a gross accusation. Asmongold versus Hasanabi. The case against Hasanabi mini manifesto.
That is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging, as this would be a fruitless distraction from my science communication. And honestly, combing through all this stupid drama, he said this, she said that, I sent this, they posted that, it nearly made my fucking head explode. Who lives like this every day? I've never felt so old as I did putting together this last section, and I hope to never have to do anything like that again. Reading esoteric primary literature on astrophysics is way more forgiving. The point is that Destiny made a clickbait video pretending to expose me as a Jew-hating Nazi, so I clapped back to expose his slander and make the case for Israel's genocide. He made a limp dick response, sent the troll army after me, and Pangburn went off the fucking deep end, filleting AI for 50 hours to do damage control for his prized pig, desperately trying to smear me even though he has nothing but fake accusations of anti-Semitism, while Destiny is a sexual predator and genocide apologist, who Pangburn will now be judged very harshly for platforming with all the facts out in the open. So I gave you this one to mock both of them for all this activity, and I'm out. I have way more important things to do. But once again, for the record, I did not start this shit. I rarely do. Even when I do start things, I'm always super charitable at first. James Tour, Sabina Hassenfelder, my first videos poking those figures were incredibly forgiving. It's when they react like toddlers that I go full Hulk. This wasn't even that. Destiny was not on my radar. I've vaguely known about his Zionism for a while. I didn't say anything. Then I noticed he did a reaction video to my Danny Jones appearance.
There's a whole genocide happening over here that no one is talking about, and you'll never know about it because it's not on the
This
news.
is the reason why Dave hates me, is because he's obsessed with the Israel-Gaza thing, which is funny because he commits all the same errors when it comes to Israel-Palestine as he sees other people doing with the vaccine shit, but that's okay.
Still, I let this one bullshit comment slide since he was joining me in mocking Danny's supplement shilling and incompetence. And at that time, I still thought he deserved points for his anti-MAGA efforts. But then he throws this shit out there, calling me a Jew-hating...
I think that's what it is. Yo, that's it. He like develops credibility by going after MAGA, but his ultimate goal is to attack the left and attack people who is, getting in the way of his ultimate goals, which is to be a sex pest, right? To operate his sex cult. And because that's his like ultimate goal, his primary targets are always going to be, oftentimes people on the left. And therefore, he just like builds up a little bit of credibility by debating MAGA and then immediately burns that credibility by turning around and attacking people that are not sufficiently pro-Israel, not pro-genocide like he is, or his ultimate target will always be me no matter what. He entirely skates by when it comes to the MAGA shit. It's the front of legitimacy he puts up so we can all do all this depraved shit in his other time. His entire life revolves around this. I mean, look, I don't know where this motherfucker streams. I assume he's on Kick, right? And I don't know if he's still on YouTube or not, but I see the clips. I'm always in the motherfucking corner. It's like him playing some video game. I don't know, like Factorio, right? And then I'm in the corner for most of the stream. He's on Blorgno. Yeah, no one watches long enough. He has vids calling Muslims Nazis and other insane stereotypes. Yeah, he is a horrible Islamophobe. Pure grifter pushing Polymarket ads now.
Did you know that if you go to polymarket.us and sign up, use promo code Destiny, you get $20 free deposited
really?
in your account to buy contracts on.
Actually.
I mean, how is he going to fucking fund his lawsuit, man? How is he going to fund his own defense?
Who you think? Well, on a whole bunch of different things.
$23? You could turn that into $1,000. You know what I'm saying? That's the American dream, baby. Hell yeah.
And we've talked about how that exact marketing ploy should be illegal for one, but it's extremely destructive for folks when you give them that free money, because you can't withdraw the winnings from that money. You have to put in more money, bet more money, and then unlock that free $20. They're giving you $20 to bet with. They are not giving you $20, and it basically, it's a trap, right? You think, oh, I did win. I won $35, but I just have to gamble a little bit more so I can get that money out, and that's how they get you. And it's like, oh, fuck, I lost, but I already won. So I'm going to put my credit card in. I'm going to do all these things. It's very pernicious. Okay. And to see Destiny just brazenly, blatantly bragging about it and also using his name as a promo code to unlock that's not good stuff.
Yeah, literally enlisting his own audience into Polymarket, or enrolling them into Polymarket, using his influence to coax his viewers into a potential lifetime of fucking gambling addiction. That's what Polymarket is. You might as well say, hey, use promo code to go down to the casino and put some money on the blackjack table. Like, it's no different. In fact, it's even worse, because you're supposed to be someone in the space of journalism and politics and news, which is
like people fall into this fucking grift, man. I feel so bad. I mean, he is like, in many respects, he is not dissimilar to an Andrew Tate type, right? Like he also has a very similar toxic effect on young men.
Different than just like running a channel about gambling. No, you're actually introducing this element into it and muddying the waters.
Nazi and then dispatching his troll army to attack me as though there wouldn't be consequences? It's like, do people somehow still not know who I am and how I do? When you fuck around, you find out. He poked the hornet's nest twice now, and this is what you get. You get your pitchfork-toting mob sprayed down with a power hose and your house of cards set on fire. Destiny thought he could run cover for Israel as a backup plan for getting exposed as a sex pest, and both threads are unraveling simultaneously.
I'm gonna be honest, I think it's sadder than that. I don't even think he was like making an expert play of Bryan Singer style, no extradition policy having Israel as an escape plan. No, I think he just straight up, first of all, I don't even think he knew about that when he said he's pro-genocide. No, he just saw me as being against Israel. There's an immediate disciplining operation that happens. Yeah, look, when anyone steps out of line with a cult leader, Z claims Hasan Piker's on the same team to fight Republicans in the midterms. I'm tired, boss. Man, why can't our side read the room once? Dear Z and Dems in general, you can just put the gun down for once and religiously shooting yourself in the foot. Girl, bye. He literally called Biden Genocide Joe the other day, lol. Yeah, immediately. And the harassment will kick in. And sometimes people respond negatively to that harassment and they leave the cult and they get attacked mercilessly for it. But usually when they get stuff like this, when they receive this kind of pushback, most people are too scared to leave this community because it's sometimes they're financially attached to the community, right? They fear that if they leave Dear Leader and his sex cult, then they'll lose the audience, they'll lose the aid.
His Israel apologetics have become totally indefensible, and his revolting predatory behavior is finally having legitimate real-world consequences. He has nowhere left to run. He could come clean and admit that this is genocide and start telling the truth about Israel, but that's the thing about sexual predators. They always protect themselves first. As for Destiny's pathetic cult members, the brigading troll army, the cockroach party, it's your turn to listen up. What I've done to your dear leader is quite devastating. I'm not the first to expose all of this, but it's now all in one convenient location for an entirely new audience to see what a worthless piece of shit your hero is. You mindless lemmings who dox, threaten, harass into oblivion anyone who dares shine a spotlight on the spineless pervert.
Hasan Hiker, you always say if I was grifting, I would grift to the right. I thought grifting left was impossible. It's almost a feat. What, you think Destiny is grifting to the left? Destiny's not grifting to the left. His entire output is literally attacking the left. He's grifting right. He collaborates with neo-Nazis all the fucking time. He collabs with neo-Nazis all the time. He's a center-right figure. He just claims to be a liberal. Like, what pivotal moment from Destiny's commentary in the last 7 years would you say is like a big leftist position? Was it re-platforming Nick Fuentes when he had been successfully deplatformed? And then bragging about platforming Nick Fuentes? Was that him grifting to the left, you think? Yeah, was it when he called for Black Lives Matter protests to be mowed down by white nationalists driving pickup trucks? Was that him, quote unquote, grifting to the left? What is that? Is that the left position?
You've been trained to insulate. You, who have already desperately tried to get my channel terminated on the grounds of imaginary terrorism, like pathetic little babies, I can feel.
Yeah, I think a lot of people also fail to comprehend exactly how stupid these guys are and how stupid many of the other like orbiters are in this community. Like, remember when someone issued a death threat against me and Zoran Mamdani and I jokingly waved around an airsoft gun? And for like that entire week, everyone was like, well, Hasan is going to prison like tomorrow. Like the police are going to be knocking down his door anytime now. This is a direct death threat. He's going to prison. There were like lawyer YouTubers. I don't even know if they're real lawyers or not, but like they were writing, they were making videos about how I was definitely going to prison. Asmongold was reacting to it. XQC was reacting to it. And everyone was like, it's over. Hasan is going to prison. And then nothing happened. That has happened probably more than 300 times in the last 7 years. They come up with like a fake controversy. They frame it in the most negative way possible, oftentimes exaggerating, oftentimes just outright lying. Okay? They keep hammering it on over and over and over again. There are tens of millions of views that are accrued in the process. Like so many people reacting to those videos. So many people saying like, yeah, it's over. This guy's the biggest villain of all time. And then nothing happens. And when nothing happens, they don't turn around and go, am I getting my information from this fucking dumb idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about? No, it's probably a grander conspiracy. There is an entire economy around this now. Isn't that crazy? There is an entire economy that revolves around this. Like, people make a shit ton of money. And the more things don't pan out in the way that they suggested it, the more insane the conspiracy gets. Now they sincerely believe in the cope economy side, yes. Now they sincerely believe that I control Twitch. Okay, that's what it is. I control Amazon. I control Twitch. I'm the one who's, I'm able to do whatever I want to do on this platform. And then it's I guess eventually it's going to be I control the government. I control federal law enforcement. What? Hey everyone, I've been a watcher of the stream and this has weighed on me for a while. At Hasan the Hun, I'm transgender. Never saying anything to Hasan again, man. What the fuck? I love that this is. I wonder if a reporter has ever seen one of these and asked the trans woman about her brutal encounter with Hasan. I'm waiting for my email from Big Tug Carlson. How do you explain this to boomers that this is just like a random meta in a very pro-trans, very queer-friendly community, that the meta is that I, like, anytime a queer person goes through an operation or like falls down or something, they'll post a photo of themselves in the hospital bed being like, never tell Hasan Piker you're trans, never tell Hasan Piker you're gay. How do you explain that to someone who's like 75 years old? You know what I mean? This is part of the reason why I get fucking dinged so hard on mainstream media, because like half of this shit is just jokes. Half of it is also because I have a very straightforward one note style, like dry humor, where, my sarcastic voice sometimes can come across as not so different from my regular voice. Although there are instances where it's egregious and it's very obvious I'm using a sarcastic voice, like the black people lynching thing. What is this? Back in 2020, my community hosted the largest canvassing operation in the state of Georgia over multiple weekends to go out and door knock for Ossoff and Warnock. That's how Hassan felt about it back before there was any clout in being supportive of either candidate. Wait, what? Here's Destiny at the Georgia event handing an award to the woman whose pornography he'd already non-consensually shared with a 10-day-old anonymous Twitter user. She's now suing him. Weird to brag about this when you violated the sexual consent of one of your organizers, Steven. Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, everything is fucking pure, absolute resentment. Your lynching comment got more media coverage than the video of James Fishback telling an actual black person they deserve to be lynched? Yes. Zach Woods with another
Mark
banger.
Ruffalo is actually anti-Semitic, and I know this from personal experience. I don't like to drag other actors, but I met with him a couple of years ago because I wanted to pitch him an idea. We sat down. I said, before we even exchanged any niceties, I said, Orthodox Hulk. And he said, beg your pardon? I said, Orthodox Hulk. It's Hulk, but he's Jewish, Orthodox. And he said, okay, I'm interested, but I don't totally understand. I said, it's Hulk, but he doesn't work on Saturdays. And his brother is an accomplished cardiologist. And he said, okay, is it like the Hulk I play? And I said, exactly. But whereas your catchphrase is, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. His catchphrase is, you wouldn't like me when I realized that Zabras has lost some of its original charm. And he said, okay, well, that's interesting. But I could tell he was resistant. And that's when I first started to realize he's anti-Semitic. And I said, okay, forget that. What about, Black Panther? He goes, of course. I said, what about Black and Jewish Panther? And he could be played by Sammy Davis Jr. And he goes, well, I think Sammy Davis Jr. is dead. And I said, you shut your liar's mouth. Turns out he was right, which is horrible. So I said, okay, forget it, scrap that. Iron Man. He goes, well, that already exists. I said, not like I'm thinking. I said, this is an Iron Man who works in the tenements where my ancestors came from. In the Lower East Side, he's a peace worker, and he irons he came from the shtetl to escape the pogroms. And he goes, I'm not sure I'm the right person to talk to about this. I think you need to talk to Kevin Feige. I said, I don't know who that is. And that's when I knew he was just anti-Semite from tip to taint. And so, sure, Mark Ruffalo advocates tirelessly on behalf of the disenfranchised and the defenseless. Sure, he always stands up for the underdog.
Dude, Zach Woods is so good. He is so fucking good on TikTok. I don't know how to, I never thought that he would be this guy. It's
Again,
so
is a
strange.
paragon of decency in a dark world, but I gave him 3 golden ideas, and the only reason he would have said no to them is his anti-Semitism, so I rest my case.
Beast mode. Orthodox Hulk. He's a comedy writer. I know, but I feel like TikTok timing is very different than like regular comedic timing. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, he's not a lot of comedians are this on it. I always liked him. Like it's not like I wasn't a fan of him or anything. I was. I'm just saying that he's so his writing and his humor and his timing also translates to making short TikTok clips that go super viral. What you're looking at is perfect editorial restraint. When is Stavros going to stop doing ads and come back on the show? I don't know. I don't know if he's... Next time I'm in New York or next time he's in LA. Zach Woods isn't usually funny, so I am surprised. And that's when I knew Hasan is an anti-Semite. That's not what I said. It's not what I said. My mom, after me sharing a T24 interview with my family, got duped by the Kaige shit. Yo, that shit pops off in Turkey. And it blew my mind. We are even family friends with one of your high school classmates, and she's heard about you from her. I've been watching you since 2019, so the fish anecdotes help convince her, but the shit about you out there is fucking minefield. Yeah. Look, I have been the primary vehicle of attacking all things left, all things liberalism, all things woke for the last decade. Okay. So there is an extensive list of slanderous accusations out there that gets disseminated all the time.
On the grounds of imaginary terrorism, like pathetic little babies, I can feel the rage towards me bubbling inside you. Your instinct will be to target me even more directly, puffing up your little boy chests and doing anything you can to ruin my life.
Free Destiny. Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II. Hey, Frogan! Free Destiny, motherfucker! Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II! He did nothing wrong! And you take that shirt? No. I just did. Oh, and you did nothing, pussy. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Hey, don't come at me, bro. You're gonna do something. Don't touch me. What you gonna do? Fucking retard, kill yourself.
Listen, I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna play around and troll you. I will do a one-way trip to your house, and I will knock on your door with my stream right outside, and I will bang, bang, bang until you answer. Keep fucking with me, and we'll see what happens. That's a threat.
That's Asians are now, right?
Do it.
Yeah, this little asshole named Darius is a whole other rabbit hole, and if you think he's the only Destiny worshipper who's like this, you'd be dead wrong. But know this, tough little...
Yeah, that guy, we found out, he was one of the, he was the guy that was trying to infiltrate the college Democrats thing. And then we found out that he fucking has a restraining order from his ex for domestic abuse. Birds of a feather.
Little children, if you show up at my house, if you come near my wife and kids, if you put any of us at risk for a single second, I will destroy you. Real world consequences will arrive for you at lightning speed if you do absolutely anything beyond acting like a little bitch in the comments section, which you're welcome to do to boost my content in the algorithm. So think long and hard about how badly you need to continue acting like disposable pawns for your sex pest cult leader who doesn't give two shits about you. And finally, the American-Israeli war machine, which was the impetus for all this. Like I outlined in my previous video, the genocide, the Orwellian surveillance, never forget that this is all one thing. Zionism is the oligarchy. Weapons manufacturers testing new toys on Gazans to market them as battle-tested for global export. Real estate moguls planning luxury resorts and high-rises on the ashes of slaughtered children in New Gaza. Palantir mass surveillance tech being used on both Gazans and American citizens for techno-fascist billionaires that are actively planning to tank the global economy and replace federal governments with independent corporate-owned and operated dystopian city-states. The moral failure of Zionism and the genocide of Palestinians we are witnessing in real time is inextricably linked to this last gasp of predatory capitalism, as the unquenchable thirst for profits finally consumes every last institution, gutting and privatizing every last public service, destroying entire democracies and ecosystems in an effort to maintain untenable short-term gains. This is the real existential fight. Everything else is a distraction, including Destiny's weird-ass sex stuff. So I'm gonna get back to my efforts now. So that's it for Destiny and Pangburn. May their reputations continue to suffer appropriately. I guess some people just never learn. And with that, it's back to debunking all the anti-science propaganda peddling frauds from every corner of the internet to every corner of Trump's cabinet, since that's what we're all here for. Until next time.
Will you do Breakfast Club again? For sure. Yeah, the video was Professor Dave. 200 gift subs. If you click that middle video, I thought I made it clear I would rather die than watch that video. Why can't you be this hardcore? I don't know. I'm too nice.
Hassan Piker, and it's not just him, it's the whole fucking, and like, it's like all of them every day, 24/7, just full court press against the Democratic Party. And the people that are pointing this out and calling attention to it and calling it out and confronting it are getting shit, because it's like you're talking about the left a little too much. It's like, what? What?
As the Italian bald delegation in the chat, we disavow this bald man. Damn, this is a long ass fucking. Let's see what David's view was. I wanted to check in with Piker because this week really felt like an inflection point. Back in April, the campaign by Third Way and some centrist Democrats demand candidates stay away from Piker fizzled out. He kept campaigning, drew big crowds, and convinced a lot of Democrats that it was time to get over cancel culture. This week, pro-Israel and anti-socialist Democrats took another and more aggressive approach. Jewish Insider published a clip of Piker talking about blowback on American Jews with the headline, Hassan Piker says Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. That angered Michigan Democrats who were frustrated with El Sayed and brought Jeffries and other Democrats into the fray, putting the candidate El Sayed had invested in the most in on the defensive. Piker believes that the attention on him is ludicrous and an attempt by the old political establishment to toxify views that are now being held by most Democrats, specifically that Israel is committing a genocide of the Palestinians and America should stop sending it weapons. This is not wrong. The weakness of the Democratic Party's image and its lack of a coherent agenda that every candidate has written a Republican playbook. Find the craziest thing anyone on the left has said and glue it to the Democrats' foreheads. To the extent that works, it's for the same reasons Piker can't be deplatformed, unless social media platforms are goaded into killing his revenue. Politicians don't control the conversation or the attention economy, and neither do the traditional outlets that used to herd this stuff. Room for disagreement. Even the Democrats going after Piker have some concerns that her attacks are blurring the party message. I think this kind of stuff is what Republicans are going to use to drive a wedge, Gottheimer said on Fox News. Notable, in The Atlantic, liberal critic of the left, Jonathan Chait, worries about the Michigan race. El Sayed winning could invite a future in which the United States has not just one party that is open to bigots, but two. In Jacobin, Branko Marcetic accuses centrist Democrats of hating Piker more than they love victory. Hype train, PBS, September is here. Wait, really? Is it September? Hype died. Oh shit. At level 2 it died. Census when? Census on Sunday. Census on Sunday. All right, it's official. The Hasanabi census is happening on Sunday. Why not Monday? I don't know, because Monday we do like regular news coverage. Okay, fuck it. Census on Monday. What time on Monday? In the afternoon. Who the fuck suggested Monday? No, I think Sunday. I want to do Sunday. I'm sorry. The day JD Vance attacks you, cinema? Wait, when is the JD Vance rally? Is it Monday or Sunday? What is this? Mehdi Hassan? Yikes. Oh, yeah, I saw that. The Shannon Watts thing. Viewership higher on a weekday, more accurate. I might not be in chat on Sunday. I'll be in LA for the Fearhen live show. Maybe you've heard of it. Every year, we do a community census. Every year, in the month of August, we get together, we round up the forces, we let the word out, and we do a Hasanabi annual census. And in that census, we deliver consensus. That's right. We do a head count. We find out how much older the community has gotten. And we figure out how much gayer the chat is, how much more transgender the chat is, and all that good stuff. Sunday midday. Now also, we find out the ideological makeup of the community, how much more of the community is self-identifying socialist. When we first started the census, there was like far more conservatives in the chat, far more liberals in the chat. Nowadays, it's like overwhelmingly socialist, and everyone is just aging. Everyone is aging. I think we might have to actually change the census brackets. There's already a GitHub for it, the Hasanabi census, if you guys want to see the census data from years prior. But I think we're going to have to change the 30 plus because it's definitely going to be over 50% now. And we can only do 5. So I think I'm just going to do under 21 instead of under 18. Under 21, 22 to 25, 26 to 29, and then add to the top. Well, the categories can only be 5 because we run it off of Twitch. We run it off of Twitch polls. We ask for gender, 62% male, 28% female, 8% non-binary. We ask for political ideology. When we first started, there was a 5% conservative, almost 8% liberal, 35 Soc Dem, 51 socialist. And over the years, that dramatically has reduced to 0.71% conservative, 0.98% liberal, 1.3% apolitical, 12.7% Soc Dem, and 84% socialist. So a lot of people ask, like, a lot of people always say, like, oh, well, aren't you preaching to the choir? It's like, no, not when I began. And the racial breakdown has also changed dramatically. June 2020, when we first started the census, the community was far less white. And the white percentages remain fairly stable at 56% since 2021. What is this? Do not participate in the Hasanabi census. It's a scam. He harvests your personal information for advertisers in Twitch. He can and will sell your data to the highest bidder. Do not fall for it. Yes. Famously, I run a lot of advertising on this broadcast. Famously. Notoriously. The only advertising you will ever hear is for the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Please subscribe. It's the best way to Yeah, Hasan tier. It's overwhelmingly atheist and agnostic. The number of Jewish community members has decreased from 2 to 1.9. Always overwhelmingly atheist agnostic. Sexuality, majority straight, and a shit ton of bisexuals and pansexuals. We do the height survey because every year we add something new. Every year we try to add something new and silly. The height one I think is stupid. I don't know why we do the height survey. Yeah, we do the cis trans, location, Americas, Australia, Europe, Asia, Africa. Not many tuning in from Africa. Some tuning in from Asia. Mostly people tuning in from the United States. We do a salary survey. A lot of y'all have grown up and gotten jobs over the years. We do education. Mostly Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Sciences. Some masters in there, PhD, MD at 4%. Associates trade at 14%. High school, GED at 26.6%. Virginity card. Some fun ones in there that are stupid. Segs haver, non-segs haver. It used to be almost a 50-50 split between virgins, and many of you have grown up and had sex for the first time ever. Weebs. This is the one that has swung as dramatically. This is the only poll that has swung wildly over the years. The weeb wars will continue. What is a weeb? That's crazy. You don't know what a weeb is? Anime manga fan. That's annoying about it. Diet. This one's for Ostenox. Obviously, omnivore carnivore supremacy here. Neurodiversity percentages. Overwhelmingly neurodiverse, 66%. Gaming frogs, watch none, watch some, watch all. Liars, all of you. Considering that tens of thousands of people participate in the yearly Hasanabi survey, and none of you watch me play games. And then years watched was the last addition to the survey. At 4+ years is almost 50% of the community. 3 to 4 years of 14%. Unbelievable levels of audience retention, by the way. Like, I think this is probably one of the more impressive. I can't wait to see what this number looks like now. But the level of audience retention in this community is insane. So we will be doing it live. And we will be relying on the Twitch poll system. You predict 1 to 2 years will be the biggest this year? No, I don't think so. 1 to 2 years is only 11.9%. 0 to 1 is 14. 2 to 3 years is 12. 3 to 4 years is 14. 4+ years is 47. Logs, bitch. It's only fair you lie about gaming. We lie about watching you game. Oh, we're such a good match, dog. Okay, dude. That wasn't that good of a take. That you required me to go back and fucking, you know. So we still obviously have a new poll that we have to add on. I believe you can participate in the survey even if you're not on desktop, right? You can still do the polls on your phone. We will go through the questions piece by piece. And no, we're not going to do cut or uncut. Jesus Christ, why do you guys always want me to add that? Every year, there's motherfuckers in the chat who are like, do penis size. Do penis size. If you want to lie in the fucking census, there's already a category for it. It's called height. Okay? Plus, my prediction is I think the female percentage in the audience is going to go up this year. I don't know why. I have no reason to believe that, but I think my prediction is that the female to male percentage, I think we're going to eradicate more men. Because that's what the trend line looks like so far anyway. Add New Zealand. I don't want to select Australia. What the fuck? This happened last year as well. Problem with doing it with Twitch is you're not going to get people who work on Sundays or religious people. Religious people? Like 87% of the community is like atheists. What are you talking about? The Lord comes first. All religious people go to church 24 hours on Sunday. Don't you know? Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because I know that motherfucker is not religious at all. Because if he was, he would know that that's silly. It's 87% because you do it on Sunday. Dumb logic. No, I don't do it on Sunday. But that's funny. Have you seen this insanity? Highway robbery. An Egyptian gang robbed a moving truck and stole 105 kilograms of frozen chicken. Wait, that's fucking sick. That is such a cool crime. Holy shit. That's fire. My debated Doris. This clip is from the debate. Is insane.
Do you think elected officials should take money from ICE contractors and corporations? I think that's important.
You know, of course not. But the thing is that, you know, these things are in the Vanguard accounts. They're index accounts. We can't control them.
Oh no, these are contributions to your campaign.
Well, I don't even know who they are. Don't know who they are. I mean, really. Please.
These very same companies that have denied homeowners to fund your campaign, would you return their donations and their contributions to your campaign?
You know more about the things in my campaign record than anyone else does. I can't believe it. I don't even know what companies you're talking about right now. Some of those companies also do other things too.
I do think it's incredibly important.
Oh my God.
So
Fuck it, she should run again. Can you please explain?
These teenagers aren't fighting, they're competing for aura. But what does that mean? Two people stand face to face surrounded by a crowd. They take turns performing gestures, poses, and recreations of viral moments. There are no punches, instead they are competing to show who has the most aura. This trend has spread across Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, and other countries in the region. So what does aura farming...
What is this? Since Shannon Watts claims to care about sexism, racism, and anti-Semitism, I wonder how she can justify this. I'm sure they won't just talk about their obsession of Hasan Piker. Okay, now I get why he likes Mamdani. They should denaturalize and deport Mehdi Hasan. I'm writing a letter to that effect, and I'm making sure it gets in front of the right people. Let him squeal. I'm more American than you, as they're dragging him onto his one-way fight.
mean on TikTok
Gen Z
and
and younger
Instagram?
are so cringe with this aura shit. Okay, dude, we're just fucking boomers. We don't understand it. They're having fun. Let them have fun.
Aura describes the style, attitude, or charisma someone projects. And farming comes from video games, particularly Minecraft, where players collect and accumulate resources or experience. So aura farming means doing things that make you appear more charismatic, cool, respected, or popular. There's no set routine or specific steps to follow. The aim is simply to project as much aura as possible. The crowd's applause and cheers play into a part of deciding who is crowned the winner, along with a panel of judges who can make the final call. What started as social media slang has now become a street spectacle where charisma is no longer something you post online. It's now something you can compete for. These teenagers aren't fighting, they're competing for aura. But what does that mean? Two people stand face to face surrounded by a crowd. They take turns performing.
It's like straight ballroom. True. It's Gen Z though. They're all gay anyway. This is how I think JoJo stands would look. Yeah, I'm in favor of letting these guys have fun. They're doing Bo rewrite to rewatch.
No money for food stamps, fund Israel's war with Iran.
They're all gay and sober. And nobody's hooking up. Nobody's hooking up at all. This is killing me. Audrey really brought them all out. And of course, Grandpa's nowhere to be seen. I agree. Austin, I swear to God. Wait, what? Bahahaha. People on the East Coast and Midwest deserve this so bad.
Jesus, fuck, lock in. Look at me! I gotta fix it!
What is wrong with you? What happened?
You're gonna have so many B-roll shots of Hasan just on his phone.
You never stink.
That's not true.
Ready?
Last leg of the tour, baby. Los Angeles tomorrow. You guys really need to figure out East Coast, bro. What is this? It's terrible, yeah. You have annoying little misogynistic assholes blaming women for everything. Oh, you're talking about Gen Z culture? Amazing things are being cooked up on all.
I like him. I don't want to like him. I like him for some stupid reason. I actually like Abdul. I probably shouldn't like him.
What the fuck is going on, brother? Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's that smile. It's that damn smile. Little Birdie told me you were coming to the fake nation of Belgium in September. Oh, little Birdie might be chirping right. The whole Fear and tour is because Austin wanted to be amongst a bunch of random people who know who he is, right? Yes. Like literally, that's it. I wish it was something different. Like I wish I could be like, oh, we really wanted to deliver to you guys an excellent live performance and like everybody was on board. I see no reason to lie to you. Okay? I see no reason to lie to you. It was none of those things. It was entirely Austin's need. Not his desire, but need to be in front of live audiences. And he brought us all in. Oh, God, he's calling me. What the fuck's he saying?
Pisses me off.
What pisses you off?
When I have a desire or a love for the stage, it's perverted into some sort of selfish, why can't people just enjoy performing? Why can't we do that? Why can't we, what is this weird homophobic perversion of liking the
it's
stage?
homophobia.
And
Being
by the way,
live performances is an integral part of your sexuality.
Don't let this motherfucker lie to you. All of the people on the stage have told me individually that they have had a wonderful time.
I mean, I liked being on stage. I just hate every other element associated with touring.
You hate every element of anything that's not fucking sitting right in that fucking chair right there. Okay? So it's time to show a little love for, I'm trying to show you life and what life could be. Okay?
Yeah, I've seen it.
You know what I'm
and I
saying?
don't like it. Also, as is the case with all of my fucking travels, anytime I'm in front of a live audience, I get canceled.
Well, I'm not the one that decided. I did not have Charlie Kirk in the run of show.
Yes, it was. No one was. It wasn't on the run of show. Cutie just egged me on.
Well, I know. I don't even know if Cutie did. I think the crowd may have done it. All I'm saying is, look, yes, I convinced everybody to do this, but you're talking about Will fucking, you know what I'm most disappointed is Will loves the fucking stage more than anybody, and he tries to pretend like he doesn't. Are you fucking kidding me? He was born for the stage. The only person that can convince me that that they literally would never want to do anything ever again in front of people is Cutie.
Wait, not me?
No, you love it too. You're a whore when you get up there. I see you. I see the twinkle in your eye when you get out there and the crowd starts cheering. You're a whore for the stage. Cutie is the only one where I authentically believe that if she was never on a stage again, she would be perfectly happy. You and Will, I'm not fucking convinced. I'm not convinced.
Guys, last leg of the tour is in Los Angeles, California. tour.fearend.com.
That's right. That's right.
Tickets are selling out like hotcakes. But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What's the thing?
It's the last ever instance.
You know what?
Of this
it may
happening.
be the last fucking tour. It may be the last
You
tour.
know, Austin. You know, Austin knows that he's never gonna let this be the last tour, but he knows he can maybe get people to purchase tickets last second for FOMO. So he's leaning into the idea that this is possibly the last tour. You are not slick.
Well, look, you know what? We may never do a tour again. Doesn't mean we won't do a show here and there. You know what I mean?
I'm gay and Lebanese. Hello? I was just you were just speaking on my stream saying.
Oh, okay.
I hate white people.
But yeah, no, we can't. Look, guys. I'll be honest. I'd love to do it, but you know, look, I think I got to be respectful to everybody else. I'll put up another bet sometime. But yeah, last chance to see Fearan tomorrow.
Never. Wait, are you coming here tonight?
No.
Oh,
I
you're
have a hotel
coming in.
this weekend.
Oh, so you are in LA.
Yeah, I'm in LA.
What the fuck?
Look, I have to stay in a hotel periodically.
So you motherfucker. So when
Hold on,
Cutie's
Cutie.
in the chat. What did she say?
Hold on, Cutie. I told him.
I did not put that karaoke song in queue. Do not blame me.
No. We didn't.
I don't blame
you,
anybody. I mean, it's my fault. I got goaded into it. I wanted to sing a Disney song. Okay.
Yeah, you did. She wanted to sing A Whole New World. That's right. And then somebody screamed
Anyway, here's what I was gonna say. You motherfucker.
Who are you talking about? Me?
You. Yeah, you. Yes,
you. Hey, by the way,
when I come to
fucking mess.
Yeah, I know. When I come to fucking Portland, Oregon,
Yeah.
I stay in your dang house.
Yeah, I've stayed at your house a lot. Look,
In,
I do
in
it
the
because
whitest suburb in the United States of America. Okay. Whitesville population, like it's so white that maybe Austin does actually get looked at as like potentially Lebanese.
I'm there for the diversity. They need a diverse,
And then,
so I'm gay and Lebanese.
then this motherfucker, and I won't lie to you, it was the worst food I've ever had in Portland. Like Portland, the food was so bad. All the food that I ordered was so bad. The food that we ordered at night after the show was abysmal, disastrous. I don't want to talk about food like this, but it was just.
No, Portland actually has great food. It's just you can't get it delivered where I live. That's the problem. But you got to go. There's a beautiful steakhouse called Ringside Steakhouse.
I don't even want to fucking hear about this right now.
I
Because
went the day after you left. Kirk and I went to a beautiful dinner together at the Ringside Steakhouse.
Son of a bitch.
There's no way you would have had time. You didn't have time to do any of that. So I would have taken you out to a great.
But yeah, my anger is I have to stay in your fucking house. Wait, you don't have to stay in my. I mean, actually, I don't know why I'm advocating. I don't know why I'm advocating for you to stay in my house.
Yeah, I'm damned if I do. I'm damned if I don't.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes I feel like a nuisance because that's the way everybody talks to me. And
wait, I'm getting a separate call from former Intercept DC bureau chief Ryan Grimm. 1 second. Oh, I hung up on him. I'll text him.
Oh, you hung up on him? All right.
Yeah. Well, because I'm live. He probably thinks I'm not live right now. He's not calling because he's watching.
You're talking to Oregon One Representative Austin Show. Look, I no, but genuinely, I mean this. I feel like a nuisance sometimes. I don't want to fucking be at your house constantly. Like my boyfriend was already there this week. I was like, let me give him a break. So I decided every once a month I'll just pop myself at a hotel and I'll come to LA and I won't bother anybody and I'll leave.
Okay.
That's what I do. You left my room a fucking mess. I took photos.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I did. I was like,
dude, it was a fucking mess. Dude, I found a Zim in the bed.
Wait, what?
Well, I didn't find it. Okay, we got this guy that cat sits for us, and he likes
in the bed.
Yeah, in the fucking bed. In the bed.
Yeah, you like that, don't you? Yeah, how do you fucking like that, bitch?
Dude, the funniest part is, I went to your bedside table, and bro, you brought your own snacks.
Yeah, always.
Those are you brought your own snacks.
Always.
Those aren't snacks he brought his own protein snacks.
Yeah, always.
Everywhere I go. In the side of the bed.
Yeah, everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, I bring my own snacks. I bring my own Smart Sweets, and I bring my own protein supplements and protein snacks.
That's right. Well, look, last chance to buy your tickets, tour.fairhand.com. Last tour of the year.
How about you bring your own fucking snacks next time instead of stealing mine?
I will. I do. Sometimes I order things late at night.
Yeah.
And I sneak upstairs. I try to be as
Austin, there's people asking in the chat, have you started your improv classes yet?
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Nobody said that.
No, someone said it. Actually, now more and more people are saying it.
Oh
What?
yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are saying it.
How did they hear about this drama?
I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm still that. God, fuck her. She had to come ruin my whole meet and greet experience in Seattle. Just completely. Seriously, keep it to your fucking self. When somebody asks you to say something mean, it means you don't say something mean. It's like when your girlfriend is I don't even know what it means. I don't even have a girlfriend, so I don't even know what it would mean when you have one. But you know what I'm saying? It's like with your girlfriend. When they test you, when women test you, it pisses me off. So,
What are you doing? Is this the product?
Cutie, you know what I'm talking about? No, ask him about girlfriends more. I've had one before, Cutie, actually. I've had a couple.
Yeah, he's not a gold star gay.
No, I had one girlfriend. So, is this misogyny? Oh, fuck. Well, whoops. I take it back. It's when your boyfriend tests you too, because men can do it too. Men can do it. In fact, men probably do it. Men probably do it more.
Good save, Austin. Good save.
Yeah, thank you. Men probably do this more than women. I don't even know why I even said women at all. Men do it exclusively, where they test you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a human thing. Who gives it? Gender's a construct. Gender's a complete construct. Like, just top to bottom. I don't even know why I got into it. I don't even know why I talk about gender. Fuck it. We're just all, you know what I'm saying? Who gives a shit? I don't give a damn what you. Anyway. Anyways, tickets on sale. All right, go back to your stream.
Tour.fearend.com, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Peace out.
Bye, Austin. Son of a bitch. He's in Los Angeles already. He didn't even tell me. He's not even here. I wish I could tell you that was a bit. That's just how he is. All the time. That is just how he is. Isn't that fucking crazy? What is this? What the fuck is this? The Iraqi Tiziant Danesh is about to drop the Laura Loomer files? Anyway. I'm done for the day, folks. I'm tired. We will have more fun reacts and more fun stuff in general tomorrow. Less of the Fuck Hasan show. Okay. And call Ryan, text Ryan. Guys, I'm going to do that after the fucking stream. What's wrong with you? Y'all are so funny, dude. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you for informing me on what to do. But yeah. You have 20,000 personal assistants? Yeah. Yeah, the absolute worst PAs of all time. Let's be real. All right, like I said, tour.fearand.com. Tomorrow, Los Angeles, last leg of the world tour. It's crazy. Is that a world tour or your girls' tour? It's the question many people are asking themselves. Okay. Yes, I'm drinking more water. Don't worry. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun lock, to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.